Hello, everybody, and let's see if the overlay is actually correct. It is. Hey, let me do this.
Scott's fault.
Cool. It is.
It.
I had funny enough, audio issues, which I was like, I blame Keegan. I was watching his stream last night, and I think I caught it. So,
I also think being as short as you are, it took a while to get up and down the stairs so that we could start on time.
Hey, I am not typically somebody for spoilers, Wade. I am not typically somebody for spoilers. But there was a recent episode of Distractable where you lost because you're the shortest one. So I'm just saying you literally lost an episode because you were the shortest one.
Well,
so
Bob has his hair, so when we stand back to back, his hair gives him a 1/4 inch on me.
Listen, I'm just saying nobody should be talking about height, Wade, when you were the shortest one. So I mean, there were 3 people on the call.
This is like two
Mark was on the call
standing
too.
side by side, and one of them being shorter. And then you walk up as tall as one of their feet and kick, and you're like, "Hey, see, you're short too. See."
Listen, Mark was on the call too, and we all know how canonically short Mark is. And what was said was that the result of the competition was because of how short you are. So I'm just going to throw out there that there were 3 people on the call.
I'm not disputing that I am in fact tiny, but that makes you what's the size level below? Nano?
Damn it.
Yeah.
Microscopic.
Micro.
Yeah.
It is micro, nano. Something, I don't know. Scott.
No.
I think it was
no.
Bob.
You're
I
not
could be
turning my
wrong.
name into an adjective. Okay.
Again, you mean?
Again. Wait, was my name an adjective before?
It's one of the modes on the weird wind crystal.
All right, and Sakura, I did that in a Koa voice just for you
Oh,
to
no.
redeem your
That's a
really
verb. Sorry, wait.
unheard of pre-stream redemption. Something's got short before we ever even began. Not something I'm used to doing, but we'll do it if need be.
Now Koa and Wade called Scott short. That's crazy.
And I'm not even that tall. I think I stand around 5'10", so to see a man so minuscule is
Wait, am I taller than
terrible.
Koa? I thought Koa was 5'11", or is he? Actually, no. 2 of you are 5'10", and 1 of you is 5'7", right?
I don't know about that. Koa's 5'10".
Yeah. Mikhail's 5'7".
Yeah, and I Aldo's 5'10" as well, right, Jake?
Yeah, that's right.
But Koa, I imagine Koa like 5'10", but legitimately walks by. Hey, hype training coming, woohoo! Koa walking 5'10" legitimately is like straight backed, has proper boots on. He's got decent hair that he takes care of. You know, so
Aldo's
like
7 foot tall, just slouched.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say Aldo is like, nah. Aldo's like worked in the mines my whole life, kind of, or heaving, as he drank too much his whole life. But cool. Any amount of recap we must do.
Last time on Lost Initiative, Loshev, talk. This time, there you go.
Okay, I mean, I'm fine with it. Cool. So, you guys are at Gemsmith's home. He had invited you there for dinner. You know that there's several guests that are there. So obviously you have Leon Gemsmith, the counselor, who's been on the council for a while. He's a friend of yours and genuinely seems to be a good person. He seems to be kind-hearted. He seems to care about rule of law and holy shit, Giselle. But then what was I going to say? So Gemsmith, rule of law, kind-hearted, so on and so forth. And he's having a bit of a feast, because literally he got a lamb sent to his house. So he's like, screw it, last second, let's see what we can do. Let's see if we can get this this cooked up and things going right. So he invites you guys over for dinner. You know that what had happened earlier was an old friend of his who the original lamb was supposed to be for, Aldo. The original lamb was supposed to be for was Leon Yaegar. So you have Counselor Leon Gemsmith, you have Leon Yaegar there. Both of them are already a bit tipsy. Of course, the counselor's son is there as well. That's Cleven Gemsmith, who recently has been acting strange. And you guys interrogated him over him having like a support animal because he was literally went through
Only
a
one of
tragedy.
us knows that, and that's Mikhail.
A tragedy, but you all
He's
tortured
got
him.
some demonic stink frog or something.
Whoa.
Does the frog have a spot at the table? Is it?
No, there's no.
It's like a real Snow White meets
No?
Beauty Beast.
Okay.
Be our guest, and then
Cool. So you have the counselor, his son, you have Leon, and then you know that Hinta is there as well, who's the local blacksmith. She was invited for. The two of them have had recent interactions. They already seem to have positive views of one another to a degree. Last time you came through Loshev, and it's been months since then. So seemingly that has continued to flourish from there. Obviously, there are the three of you, but there was an eighth person that was at this dinner table as well. That was one of the other counselors. Before I get into detail about this other counselor, Keegan, can you do me a favor? Can you give me a DC, a D20 DC for Giselle to roll a D20 against?
Do we want her to beat it?
That's your listen. You're making the decision here. You know her personally.
Okay.
We don't know what the roll is for. That's the not.
Yeah, I
Gisele's
don't
not
know
the
whether to
question.
set it high or low. So, just rolling a d20 against it. I don't know. We'll say it's for something good if she beats the DC, and DC is 2.
Oh, okay. Giselle, go ahead and roll me a D20.
Incoming one.
Right.
Oh my
Jesus
God!
Christ, Molly! Holy crap!
Oh, that is
What's the
wow!
reward for Keegan setting it right at Giselle's level there?
That is awesome. That is hilarious.
Oh,
Meets beats.
Okay, cool. Well, the good news is it actually is for something kind of good that's going on here. Let me say that I'm actually going to make a slight change over. Oh crap! What did I just click? Oh fuck you! What is this? With all of your advertisements, Discord. I'm making a slight change to the recent post that I did over inside of Discord, since it was never posted onto.
so now Lost Initiative's not live?
Yes, that one. Since never got posted onto the World Anvil anyways because of my crying baby. Small update over there. All right, so the 8th member that's going to be at this table with you guys is going to be one of the other counselors. Now, you have heard rumor of this counselor before, but you hadn't, you've never actually met her beyond seeing her in one of the council, maybe 2 of the council meetings before. But overall, you've, not really interacted with her. So it's actually Councilor Vintree. First name is Giselle. So what you guys know of Councilor Vintree is that she is a quiet, stern woman. Nickname is Matriarch of the Docks, but she predominantly oversees the comings and goings down to the lower pier, which is one of the what's the word I'm looking for here? Segments, neighborhoods in Loshev. So Councilor Vintree is the other council member that happens to be here. The only really noteworthy things here, aside from the fact that she's worked the docks her whole life, she's born and raised in Loshev and knows it very well. She, didn't come from a very wealthy background, but worked herself up to earn the rights to be one of the counselors that are on the thing here. Beyond that, it's also kind of rumored that her and Counselor Naval have kind of like an unspoken alliance, and that the two of them tend to work together. So usually when one makes a decision, they can convince the other one to make the same decision because it's mutually beneficial for their goals. That is where I'm going to go with this. Thank you, everybody, for the support. It looks like we're on Hype Train level 3, which is exciting. Completed 2 on 3.
I didn't even pay to win today.
Exciting. And then we can also sidestep the stupid conversation you guys were having about pronunciation.
Not yet, because your description of the
I know.
counselor
I'm
still
going to
has
update it.
Ma Erla.
I'm going to update it. All right. So let's kind of get back to where we had left off. You had just been handed the sword that you had asked for from Hinta, and Hinta gave it to you, and you were excited to see it. The craftsmanship was incredible. You had noticed the notch down by the crossguard of the piece that was inside there, and just as you had kind of taken that into account and lifted and really felt it, I think you even did 1 or 2 swings at the sword. Then you had Gemsmith step into the room. Tipsy as he is, kind-hearted as he is, he did get a bit stern in his tone about maybe this isn't the time or the place. And you're like, of course, your character's not disrespectful, and you immediately would have given the sword back to Hinta to put back in whatever wrapping she had, brought it to you with, and then placed it by where you have your boots, travel cloaks, and other belongings by the door. When you guys travel through Loshev, typically speaking, you're not walking around fully armed and armored. Obviously when you first arrive, when you're first leaving, and certain times in between, it might make sense to do so. But for the most part, your characters aren't walking around fully armed and armored. Well, there's exceptions to that this far into the game. Your character is one of the free folk, and it's pretty common for the free folk to walk around with their sword at their back. It's just kind of like one of their telltale signs that they're in their area. They're known to be sellswords. I mean, that's not all they're known for, but that's predominantly, like, when it comes to the culture of the free folk, that's Koa is young. He joined it later in life. He left there relatively young. He lived like kind of the boisterous life of the sellswords. So that's most of the culture he knows of them. So he walks around with a sword, and it's deemed acceptable. And then you have Mikhail. Mikhail has a very, very, very high quality rapier that's with him at all times. And so it's actually not considered strange for him to walk around with this rapier because of how he dresses, the quality of sword that he has with him. That's seen as, a quality thing to do. As for Aldo, he wouldn't be walking around with a sword or crossbow or anything like that. That'd be strange. But he probably has a dagger.
He keeps a 9-inch weapon between his thighs.
Aldo does not have a melee weapon. He doesn't own one, apart from that one thing that he has.
Yeah, your battle.
Yeah,
thing. Yep, makes sense.
Oh,
cool. Awesome. So your characters with the stern tone, and you putting the sword down, you can see that of course your apology that you had done, Koa.
Is it blunt
almost
or piercing? I was asking Keegan a question.
Almost immediately, your the face had dropped from the sternness from Councilor Gemsmith, and he says, please, if you'd come in, let's go sit at the table. I'm sure our hors d'oeuvres are and then as he's kind of like stumbling through his words, his son will chime in and say, meal's ready, let's go. And then we'll turn and head towards the dining area. Now, you guys had gone to the dining room in the Gemsmith home, I believe, once before. You sat there when you were there for a meal. But for the most part, you tend to go either you've been to his bedroom several times, you've been to his study, you've been to his front room. Almost every time you've gone to his front room or his waiting room. It's pretty rare you go to any of the other rooms. I know Aldo, of course, has gone to the kitchen once before, but I don't think that that's the situation this time round. So when your characters are making your way in, you're going over to where the dining room is. Now, the dining table itself is a large table, and it very comfortably seats 8. If you were to put more at the table, it grows more and more kind of clustered. 8 is like the perfect number to have a table this large with everybody having like a solid space around them, feeling like, you are at a fine dining experience. And moreover, you can see the cutlery that's there. You can see the dishware, the glasses, all the stuff is, well, the nice, the nice quality china and what have you have been brought out. I don't think we'd call it china though. The nice quality, Ascaria has been brought out. I don't know. I don't know what you would call it. Either way, dishware.
I don't know.
Tupperware.
So you guys completed level 2 hype train. Does that make sense? Looks like it was level 2 completed. And you guys go in to sit down. And it's probably at this point where you realize why the counselor was invited. Why Councilor Vintree was invited. Well, you have to have an 8th. The table would have felt lopsided or incomplete if you didn't have 8. So this just
could have been Curve Rock.
Hmm?
Could have been Curve Rock.
Oh yeah. Kurt, he's the best dinner guest. Mm-hmm.
Well, I could have invited that guy who bought that gem for too cheap.
Could have, but obviously you can imagine that this counselor was invited either last night or this morning or whenever it was that this it was plans to have to happen. So either way, the 8 of you are sitting there at the table. Just to describe the way this looks, there are 3 on one side of the table, broadside, 3 on the opposite broadside, and there are people at either ends. The people that are sitting at either end of the table are going to be the 2 Gemsmiths. So it's their home. They're sitting at either end of the table. You actually will have the 3 of you are lined up across each other. So sitting at Gemsmith's immediate side is going to be, Councilor Gemsmith's immediate side is going to be Koa. Sitting across from Koa is going to be the other counselor, which is Councilor Vintree. Sitting at the
So
far
the three
end of the
counselors are side by side then. Counselor Attila, Counselor Gemsmith, and
okay.
Counselor...
I was like, wait, there's a third one, but you're making a joke, and it went over my head. So
That's fair.
at the other end of the table, you have Cleven Gemsmith, and of course, sitting next to him is going to be Mikhail, because that just makes sense. That Mikhail would be there as well. And sitting on the opposite side of that would be now I just got confused about who the extra person was. Wade's joke threw me off. So hold on, you have the two of them, you have the three of you, you have the counselor, you have Hinta, and then you have
Leon?
Leon. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, I do apologize. So you have sitting opposite. So my apologies. So one side is going to be Mikhail. The other side of Mikhail is going to be Hinta. So sitting across from you, Mikhail, is Hinta. And then you have Aldo sitting in the middle, and across from Aldo is going to be Leon. So you two are kind of sitting in the middle seats, just so you have it in your mind's eye where people are set.
Mikhail's going to look up and see Hinta just looking at him, just judgmental eyes. He can't get a break.
Right.
So as you guys are sitting down, very shortly after you sit down, there is going to be, you have the man of the house and an additional servant at the house that's not usually here. You see a woman here as well. She's a middle-aged woman who's going around and helping to fill the beverages. You can see that over on the side table or wherever it is that they have the details set up, there are a few bottles of wine that have already been pulled up and prepared to be served. And so the bottles have been popped, the appropriate ones, and they're serving the drinks that are here. And almost immediately after the beverages are taken care of, you can see that two people come from the kitchen to bring trays, and the four of them are going to quickly start serving the what's what I'm looking for here, the soup for you guys to start off with, right? But one of the things that will absolutely catch Aldo's eye is looking a bit haggard around the eyes, though clean shaven of the face, and the uniform absolutely like pressed at the moment, is a very familiar looking chef. Is one of the two people that come from the kitchen to serve soups. So quietly and quickly, they will put out each two bowls, and then the two cooks will retreat to the kitchens. It's at this point that conversation kind of immediately falls into small talk with the people that are immediately around you. So you can imagine it's going to be difficult for those on the opposite ends or with somebody more than one person between them to speak, but you have the idea of what's here. I've laid the kind of the groundwork of the room that you guys are in, the fire that's burning, the warmth that's there, so on and so forth. There's no music or anything like that, but there's lots of conversation. For the areas of where your characters are sitting, and assuming you're paying attention to who's sitting immediately around you, are there any conversations that are worth you're trying to have with those immediately around you? Or should I just kind of like jump to the next narrative point?
Who recognized the cook?
Aldo absolutely did.
Okay.
You guys may have as well, but Aldo noticed without any check need be made.
God damn it.
I just read Roll20 chat. That's awesome.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right.
Look,
I don't know what you're talking
Mikhail,
about.
can you roll me a perception check? But you're gonna have hold on, where you guys are positioned? Aldo, you have a -2 because you have to look all the way to the side to see it.
Oh boy. Which is a 21. All right.
Nope.
No, nope.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you know what? It ain't my soup, so I ain't that worried about it.
Mine looks to be a bit different color than the rest of them, but I think I'll enjoy just the same. Why is my soup green?
Someone must like you. You got an extra topping. Wow.
I don't think there's too much conversation. Koa's just probably more concerned about trying to fit in, so he's watching how everyone's approaching. Like, do we eat right away? Do we wait?
Yeah. So when it comes to the just try to fit in part, this actually is a different check I'm going to have you roll.
Great.
So to understand the correct pomp or pleasantry that's here, you can actually, if you have it, you can roll knowledge, nobility, royalty, which is a check we very rarely use. that DC is 5 lower than if you choose to roll a diplomacy instead. So if you want to choose diplomacy, knowledge, nobility, royalty, the difference is a 5 on the DC.
Do you have to have the check mark to roll nobility?
You can't pass a 10 without without the check mark and a rank in
The
it.
check mark is just a class skill.
So if you don't have a rank in it, you can't roll past a 10.
Yeah.
Some say that
point.
surviving politics is harder than surviving in the wilderness. So
it's
would a
the same.
survival check count?
It would if you were in the wilderness.
Ride?
It's a difference
I
of
don't
5.
have an argument for it. Just hoping.
I mean, Giselle, for her age, is, looking mighty
I'll roll
sturdy.
diplomacy. Okay, I rolled a 3.
All right. Koa literally picks up the ball and slurps. This is good soup.
My boy doesn't know how to fit into culture.
Aldo, not only does he swap the soup with you, he does so while appraising the bowls that they're served in and drawing attention to them, and complimenting the homestead that he's in. So complimenting the host, complimenting the dishware that things are served in, but also is going to try the soup and properly spoon or whatever etiquette there is, and pay compliments there as well. And Mikhail, I assume your perform strings was supposed to be. It's so weird. I'm like, for your etiquette sitting and eating at a table, could you please roll for me X or Y? You're like, hold on, busts out a lute. Ding, 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 ding.
It's my diplomacy check.
How do you eat your soup?
Musically.
Campfire guitar guy. Put in Aurorum.
In perfect key.
We're having nice conversation. How about Wonderwall?
It's like traits like that are like, if the show ever got animated in any way, I would want like literally just your character, whenever I ask you to roll those dice, to literally just the animation as you busting out your lute and doing that instead of talking.
Right?
Anyways, so back to
It's like,
game.
don't break
Will
eye
you be in
contact.
Loshev long? I said maybe. Okay, you could have just said maybe.
All of your responses have to be well-known pop culture lyrics. Otherwise, the check doesn't work. Sorry, Keith.
Oh, that's weird. Coincidentally, I'm changing my class.
Cool. So back to the game. So my apologies. Koa is literally. Koa does not fit in. So Cleven, despite the fact that he clearly is lacking some degree of interpersonal skill, knows etiquette very well and sticks to the etiquette very well. And he's like a shining beacon of it. Very practiced despite intoxicated. You can see that there is strong etiquette coming off of both the counselor and off of Leon. That's there. Unfortunately for Koa, immediately to his side, you have Aldo, who is probably putting on the best etiquette that's there. Fortunately for Koa, across from him is Counselor Vintree. And for her, I mean, you pick up the bowl and start slurping from it, and you can see for who rolled the decent perception check earlier, Mikhail, you can see the twitch. Actually, Koa would probably notice too. A little twitch of a smile on her wrinkled face, suggesting like she feels more comfortable with the fact that you did that, because for her, pomp and pageantry are also just one of those things that she's just kind of like learned to do, but hates the fact that she has to do that bullshit. You know what I mean? So
I've got a good reputation with everyone else. I'm trying to win her over by behaving in a way that I think is fitting.
Oh yes, that's how
She will be my Urla by the end of the night.
No. All right, awesome. So Wade, you're not looking for any particular small talk aside from maybe getting to know Councilor Vintree.
This is very good.
How about Aldo and Mikhail, for those that are
Compliments to the chef.
around you?
No, I don't think Mikhail has anything specific.
No, Aldo doesn't either.
So then your characters are just kind of engaging in small talk, getting to, read the room, so on and so forth. At this point, then, I would just have all of you go ahead and roll me a sense motive check, please. Read this real quick. Are you doing that?
Aldo saw that chef and he's been like, ever since.
Wow. That's really good. Everybody happy with their rolls?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
For
Oh,
me,
don't
that's
forget,
great.
Hype Train is offering 2+2s with the current Hype Train. Okay. Cool. So with your 26 cents motive, actually, so two of you get a strong beat of the room. So I'll go for you first. You are kind of more focused on, as I said beforehand, you're more focused on the counselor that you don't know very well. So you can see that she is her rigidity, if you will, around the pomp or pageantry of this meal kind of makes her a little uncomfortable. Your crassness has allowed her to settle in a little bit nicer, which is nice. So she's opened up to you a little bit and you're having a little bit of, conversation. But it's still pretty surface level conversation. More, she already knows your name, but now you're becoming like first name basis understanding to her. Like she now is kind of like growing that degree of familiarity to you, but no real sparks happening yet in that budding, interaction. For the two of you, however, you're both, interacting with those that are around you, but really trying to take a beat of the room and see what's going on here and try to see, like, is there a greater purpose to what's happening? For you, Mikhail, what you're able to gather of the room is kind of what you, as, Keegan, already understand it to be. It's an overall pleasant vibe that's happening here. Cleven seems very uncomfortable. He occasionally looks to the door like, is it time for me to leave? I don't want to be here. There's too many people here. He usually likes to stick to smaller interactions. He doesn't mind the volume of taverns or what have you, but generally speaking, he likes to sit by himself or with only one or two others to interact with. There's just more people around. So with you sitting in the middle, it's Aldo in the middle. With you sitting to his side, you probably do things like keep his focus on you, occasionally pulling in Hinta to the conversation that's there so that you can, keep him distracted from the overall thing. Once again, building that relationship that you have before. Moreover, with Hinta herself, you can actually see she's relaxed. The opposite of Councilor Vintree, she seems to be like almost like long day of work. It's nice to have something like this that's here. Her understanding of, etiquette is not quite on point to say you or Aldo or anything like that. But she's also not rude. She knows how to hold a fucking fork and a spoon. She knows how to drape a napkin.
What are those?
It's just not practiced. But she seems to settle in. For you, Aldo, you're the one that's like really taking in the room. You're sitting in the middle of the conversations. You're able to see the side glances and whatnot that's going on here. You can see that there's a lot more happening. And so, Aldo, you're the one that realizes that Councilor Vintree wasn't brought here for no reason. You can see that occasionally when she says certain lines, or occasionally when one of you interacts with her in certain ways, you can see that the way that the intoxicated Councilor Gemsmith is just kind of like tossing these appraising looks or what have you, he's really just kind of judging the scenario. He has absolutely staged this meeting here for you guys to get to know her better. And like, it's almost, you can see from where you're sitting, it's like an open welcome mat. And so a little bit of prompting, because maybe he's too intoxicated to do so in a subtle or a graceful way. He might slather it on heavy, which could be counterbalanced. So you might want to kind of prompt him, if you will, to not be too heavy-handed. But you can see that clearly he's trying to get you guys familiar with who she is, probably because of your other conversations that you've had beforehand. And you're the one that found the rumor and brought to the others about her close relationship with the other counselor that was mentioned beforehand, Counselor Naval, who is another one of the people that kind of like oversees another district, the Silver Pier area of Loshev. So you're really getting that in. And just to finish off your bit there, Aldo, whereas Mikhail thinks that Cleven is uncomfortable because of the number of people that's here, he actually seems uncomfortable. He just doesn't want to be here. Like he has other better things to be doing. And so you can see he's constantly just trying to like, he wants this to be over. He's like waiting for the next serving. That's what I'm looking for here. Course to be served so that he can get up and go. He's just waiting for it. He's just, can this be over with?
Dirty
right.
frog fucker.
Ew. That'd be, now I just got an image in my head.
I just enjoy the alliteration.
Of like a frog themed pocket. Anyways, so wait. Bad
Rip
Wade.
it.
I don't think Wade imagined that. I think Wade was just saying words.
I just like the alliteration. Scott came up with the visuals.
All right, moving on.
Please.
Thank you, Snaga. Appreciate the switch there.
So back to the game. You can
There's
see
Ellie.
that conversation after the soup was served. You can see that a salad was served afterwards. Sometimes you would do it the other way around, but this is a very simple salad that's more meant to be a palate cleanser from the heavy flavors of the soup that you had beforehand. Then it moves on to kind of like another type of like hors d'oeuvre that's there, and you know that the lamb will be coming soon. So it's around after the tail end of eating the hors d'oeuvres before the lamb is served. The conversation starts going, and you can see, Aldo, that a lot of eyes darting back and forth, that Councilor Gemsmith is definitely kind of like looking for his opportunity of where he can like lay on that thick introduction or concepts that are there. And you think that maybe now is probably the best time for you to interject in any way that you can see fit, or you just purse your lips and wait to see if there's a time that you want to interrupt partway through. It's your call, Jake.
Yeah.
Delicious soup.
The soup's been long gone. You licked the
I
bowl.
kept my bowl. It was still too good.
You licked the rim.
I won't do that.
I guess Aldo will at some point, as that's all happening, he'll say, raise his voice a little bit, and just say, "So, counselor, I hear her business is her stuff's the docks or something, right?"
Yeah. She's one of her nicknames is matriarch of the docks. She predominantly oversees the lower part. My brain's not there for words, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah. Aldo says, "So, counselor, I hear they call you matriarch of the docks."
She will smile over to where you are. It's a mild smile over to where you are, and say, among other things, I imagine. And a little bit of a chuckle from
All of them pleasant, I'm sure. So you're on the lower docks then.
She nods and says, Yes, I am. Down by the lower pier area. It is warehouses down there aren't prestigious work, she says, as like a mild jab to Gemsmith, but it's important work.
Yeah, I can imagine. Lots of the trade goes through here. That's how Loshev has most of its wealth, if I'm correct.
She nods. Yep.
Aldo looks over at Koa and mentions nods towards her.
You know him well enough that this does not go over your head. You clearly are able to see his signs. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, well, trade is something we've recently been learning a bit about. A bit of my wheelhouse. Usually we have less prestigious work as well, but trying to make some amends between Dryastone and Loshev.
Amends? Wait. You mean because of the falling out that happens? That was a long while ago.
Oh, no, I apologize. Not amends between Loshev and Dryastone, between us and Dryastone. We kind of stopped them from trading in bird eggs.
She looks a little confused and says, like chicken and goose?
Giant birds that keep the wyvern population in check, actually.
Oh,
Giant
that's right.
eagles, in fact.
Yes, yeah. I'd seen, I'd heard that they are. You see them in the skies from time to time. When I was younger and more adventurous, I'd see them more if I head a bit to the west. But I had heard that they snatched those things. It's true then, and you stopped it.
Hopefully, that was the goal. when we found out that their population was thinning and that it may result in wyverns becoming more of a problem, as well as well, it's a long, boring story, but the long and the short of it is yes, we did try to interfere to stop it, but we know they were a very lucrative business. So as part of the deal, we agreed to at least try to rekindle the trade between Loshev and Drazstone, hoping that we could find a way for things to be beneficial for both places.
Kind of like interjecting heavily, you hear Gemsmith say, "A flame that's long since burned out. I think we both know that, don't we, Giselle?" And she goes, "Yes. It's been a while since we've had steady trade with Drazstone, but there's many reasons for that. Oh, you can blame the Plains Cats, but you can always hire guards." Yes. She says, kind of like letting it trail off, but not really taking bait or pushing any further. Go ahead.
You mentioned that there was some incident some time ago. I don't know that we're familiar with that one.
Oh, it's just, I honestly don't know it too well. It's politics that happened long before I sat in my seat and, well, before he moved here. And he looks at her and gives like a heavy, flat look. And he's like, "Seriously, we're on that again." And she's like, "What?" And you can see that there's some old jiving that's going on there. Kicking back to, again, your 26 cents motive, Aldo. You can tell that she has some opinion about her as somebody born and raised in Loshev of how many fucking counselors are on the council that aren't from here. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
Fox, however, is from here. So she didn't have an issue with him or so on. But either way. And so he's like, "We're on that again." And she says, "What? No. Anyways, it's old news. I wouldn't have all the details, but as far as I remember, there was a deal that was set up, and those that were in charge thought they could earn some extra coin, and those that were in Drazstone didn't like the changing of the contract. I don't remember if it was spirit or letter of or whatever the details may be." She shrugs and says, "But there's never been real positive trade between the two towns since, and that was decades ago. The hobgoblins may not be a very long-lived race, but they certainly can hold a grudge like one."
So it was, pardon for if I'm misunderstanding, you're saying it was the people of Loshev that were responsible for it falling through?
It's one of those things where, again, Aldo, to your 26 perception, you can see that there's like a moment where she pauses and assesses the table, for who's there, and then, and then decides maybe this isn't the right company to be super open or honest with. Nudging might be able to get her to kind of like break through that boundary, but like when you have opinions, you don't share them with every rung of social groups that you run in because it could be bad. I don't know if you would interject, Aldo.
I would not.
Okay. So she says, so you asked that question. She kind of like looks down the table and she says, I don't understand the details well enough to say one way or the other. Someone got into a tizzy and they would have pissed off the other side, and then it's just a game of back and forth with shit rolling.
I suppose it probably really doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me, but for the sake of getting the trade going, I wonder if they'll want some sort of olive branch if they think that Loshev was at fault in order to build that trust back up. I don't really care for what happened long ago or even shortly ago, I suppose, if it means that we can all move forward in a positive way.
She nods and says, "More trade is more, that's for certain, and certainly there's space in the warehouses to bring in, hold more things to be transported back and forth. I could use for more work for those that are under me." She says, "Well, did you have something in mind?" she kind of looks to Gemsmith and then back to the group of you. I mean, correct me if I'm mistaken, but it seems as though you already have deals in the works. If none of you jump in, Gemsmith will. Sorry.
None of us have anything in the works other than we know that Nathan wants iron. That's the only thing we currently know. Leon has contacts.
Leon is going. Yeah.
We don't actually know anything that we're offering or wanting to receive other than that Nathan wants iron.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or whatever it is they're mining.
So Cole will stay silent, like thinking about it, like if there is, I don't know.
Yeah.
Good, Keegan.
Mikhail probably doesn't say anything either. I was just thinking.
Okay. So if nobody interjects, you'll actually have Leon will chime in and say, well, there's the trade that I'm doing on behalf of the three gentlemen that are here. The Valiant Few in their previous, heroics were able to come across, goods of value, some proper luxurious items and other things that could be seen as valuable. We're looking to bring them there and to trade them for supplies needed to continue heroic deeds in the region. I'm sure you're familiar with, and that's a trail. And she says, of course. They weren't the heroes of Hardgwen before they were the heroes of Loshev, and all of Loshev's counselors, she says, and there's like a slight pause, and then continues, will appreciate, all of Loshev's counselors appreciate the work that you have done before, and continue to do inside the region. Leon continues and is, nodding along as she's giving flowers out, and says, well, I'm heading there on their behalf to make trade and to begin trading, hopefully on the behalf of anybody else who's interested. So if you do have trade in mind, perhaps backstock in your warehouses that you have taken stock of, a ledger perhaps you can pass with me, or your own merchants you want to send along for my journey, we can of course offer whatever goods that are there and see if there's interest. If there's goods that that you have frequent or easy access to that they might be interested in, again, I don't mind speaking on your behalf, or if you want to send a merchant of your own, and see if we can establish this trade route. The simple fact of the matter, he says, kind of like cutting through the pomp and pageantry, because he is also more of a down to brass tacks person. He says, the simple fact of the matter is, these gentlemen need supplies that Drazstone is the most adept at providing in all of this region, at least without us having to go into Paradel or beyond. And anything that we can do to help keep the cost of those supplies lower, as their resources are lower, will be beneficial for the Valiant Few as they continue their heroics. So again, anything you have in mind, and let's kind of trail off from there. And she thinks for a bit, and at this point in time, why don't you guys go ahead and roll me a fresh sense motive?
All of us, you said?
Yes. Oh, damn, I'm trying to get there for you. That's fine.
Oh.
You're good. Well, Jesus Christ, Aldo! Aldo, you
twice in a row.
Aldo, you have a bead on her for the rest of the conversation. So I'm actually going to give you two bits here. One that I was going to say later on. One I intend to say now. So first, the one for now. You can tell that as he's saying this, and continued heroic, so on and so forth, you can see that there's definitely like curiosity that's there. It's just like she has a tell. You know what I mean? Like it's one of those, like she almost like chews on her tongue. She has like or at least she, maybe it's grinding the back of her teeth, maybe it's chewing, whatever it is. She has like a tell that says that she's interested in inquiring further. But she's not going to do so unprompted, because obviously she's not as close to everybody else here. So stepping too deep into the rung might be a bad move. So you'd have to invite her. So that with that said, Aldo, the other thing I'm going to say is you did notice there are many times you didn't really notice it before because she was kind of watching the room in general. But now you definitely have a feeling after watching kind of conversation going on and, the hors d'oeuvres plates being picked up, meaning that the lamb plates will be getting served soon, that the she's definitely looked to you more than the others. Almost like she's trying to decide if she wants to say something to you, but with your 26, I will say not something publicly. Like, you won't be surprised if either she tries for or if it's a good idea for you to have like a private word with her later on. But putting that aside, going back to the tell, and she seems like she wants to inquire but isn't going to unprompted.
Yeah. I guess Aldo would say at that point, yes, while Leon is going to, mostly push our own trade there, there is the bigger goal of establishing trade with between Drazstone and Loshev. If you can think of anything that may help that, it's good to get in early and before those who may come later.
She says, early for... She kind of pauses for a second. Drazstone's known for metalwork. Drazstone's known for raw materials. Drazstone's known for their... When she looks across to Hinta, craftsmanship. And then looks to the group of you again and says, why do you need those supplies? What are you doing?
Well, I can assure you it's for the betterment of Adir. There's a lot of things. Specifically, he'll kind of like look to the other two as like, oh, should I spill the beans? Because he's about to spill the beans, but he's like, wait, they told me not to do that.
Aldo interject and say things like, well, out near Drazstone itself, there's mole ruins, and close by there is a rather large gnoll camp, and you've seen firsthand how they have been operating. So to have supplies and things that would help us to, one, reduce their numbers and overall threat that they pose, as well as, when we did our work for the council the first time, it took us deep into the forest, and there's also some dangerous things going on there. We would like to investigate and make sure everything is safe for everybody around.
It was kind of a lie. It wasn't entirely untrue, but you were skirting the why you need the supplies, which is to build up. So I do need a bluff check from you. I, of course, will roll on my side. For those of you that prefer the open rolls with the D6 on my side, anybody who gives daddy's dice during a stream, and I do not use them, I refund them after the stream is over. So I think like last week, the Sorry Girl and Roz gave daddy's dice, and I did refund those. So I don't actually have open daddy's dice. I refund them if they don't get used because it's maximum to a stream.
Are you
so
keeping that, Jake?
I'm
going to use the +2 as well as luck it, because I would like to keep this on the down low, and I don't really want to
sure.
That's smart. Yeah.
You take your time clicking luck. So that's a 17 total, sorry.
Yep.
I was just waiting to see if anybody got me a daddy's die to open roll, and it's a no, so I'm going to go ahead and roll over here. I was just seeing if I got the D6. That's all I cared about.
No.
All right, here we go. 17 DC. I literally, it's crooked between I didn't roll on my pad. It's crooked between the two pads, which is too bad because it looks like it could have been a 5, but oh well. I have to roll on the actual pad. And I got a 5 anyways. So I definitely did not beat your 17. God damn it.
Anybody want to give him that D6?
Who knows? If that 5 plus 6 is 11. If I have a +6, I could...
Yeah, you might.
All right.
You need to edit your thing some more?
All right, let's go to... so you say that, and she says... huh. Yeah. Some dog's got to get put down.
Well, we also think that the gnolls and Orsugo, or someone using the mythos of Orsugo, is the reason that Loshev was attacked, and other towns might be in danger as well. So the gnolls are more of a threat to the deer than just Drazstone.
True.
Yeah. Actually, she actually says, looking to Gemsmith, and says, Drazstone might be the most safe against them. and then looks
Okay.
down. Like I imagine some eyes go to Hinta, who's been there.
Mostly stonework, I'm guessing.
She doesn't offer an answer, but Leon does chime in and say, Dresstone's more than just in the mountainous region. It's an old ruins itself. The location was picked long ago and well. There are old walls. There are many safeguard points. There are lots of defenses in place. Somebody trying to storm or take Dresstone would have a very hard time of it. And
Was it
to your
established
point, it's not very flammable.
Do you know if it was established before or after the fall of the Empire?
He says, my assumption is Dresstone, as it's understood today, would have been well after the fall of the Mole Empire, but I do not know that answer. And he'll actually look to his side and say, do you have any insight to this, Hinta? And she says, I don't know.
Ko will give you two a look as like a probably not, but
It's like a shrug of just like agree, but who knows?
Trying to offer a bit more to fill the gap that because she didn't say anything. Leon will continue with the kind of like a taking a moment to assess, to think. Sorry, he says, if I were to assume, I imagine that whatever the original location was a part of the Empire. This is just shadows of what was left behind before.
That stands to reason. But I suppose to finish answering the initial question of why do we need the supplies, everything that has been said is accurate. And frankly, we just tend to keep finding new and more dangerous things as we travel. It'd be good to be prepared.
She nods and says, I'll check the books. And the lamb gets served. Once again, you have the lamb gets brought out and it's served to each one of you. The chef, of course, puts it down in front of Aldo, and they continue to put down for all the people. And once it's served, it looks absolutely fantastic. It smells fantastic. The herbs on it are great, so on and so forth. You guys are able to dig in. Koa, you notice, of course, like you look down at your meal, and at one point in time, let's just say because of the smell of the herbs kind of gives you a tickle. For a quick second, you like look away to sneeze into your elbow or whatever it is because you're not that without class. You survived COVID. You look away to sneeze into your elbow, and you look back. You can see that your plate is in one of what's his name, Aldo's hands, and another plate is in his other hand.
it was not cooked well enough.
Oh, you've got more meat on. I've got more meat on, and I'm not as hungry, So I thought I'd just switch them over.
Is that a bluff?
I mean,
Yeah.
it is a bluff. They look pretty much identical, but go ahead and roll if you guys want to try it that way.
What do I roll against bluff? Is it
Sense motive, your best.
If I've been watching this whole time,
Yes,
100%. Mikhail is just trying not to laugh. He's just eating.
You didn't see him switch the first time, but this time you did. And
Yeah, I'm just trying not to give it away.
up to you, Wade.
Well, I'm surprised, Aldo. You did all the work to bring the lamb here that you wouldn't want more of it, but you say so.
I do. You're just you're doing physical things all day, and you're running training tomorrow for Mikhail and possibly myself. You probably need all the meat you can get.
Right, well, again. Do I roll for decorum again, or am I eating this like a chicken wing?
I imagine your roll was for the whole meal.
All right.
So you just like
Yeah,
you grab-
nobody's corrected you.
they give
I'm
you
like
the leg.
trying, and it's like, this is frustrating.
Yep. It's like lamb. What is it? The lamb ribs? I forget what they're called. Or it's like the lamb leg or whatever, and you're literally just eating
A
it
shank
like
or whatever.
And
Well, Counselor, I'm surprised we haven't met before.
she says, I don't often attend the meetings. I'm there when when my opinion's needed. And Gemsmith goes, "Oh, come on, Giselle. Your opinion's always appreciated." She says, "You talk about things that don't really matter that much to me. I show up when the docket has important things." And he's like, "You could show up for, a criminal case every once in a while." And she shakes her head and says, "Perhaps." And kind of like looks down at her plate as she does so. Aldo notices that.
What sort of...
Aldo does interject at that point and goes, "I hear there's quite a lot on the docket for tomorrow."
She sits up and says, "I had heard some rumblings. I wasn't aware of why all these details were coming in, but I do have to say that I am interested in attending that meeting now." Because obviously, what you guys talking about now.
Typically, what sort of things would have gotten your attention before?
Trade. The repair, she says, trade coming through the docks, repair of the docks. Whether or not we can enforce any laws for how it is that dock workers are being treated or paid. Details like this.
Really passionate for your work. I respect that.
She looks at you and says, "As much as people like to sit around their fancy tables and enjoy their lamb dinners, the only way that this kind of enjoyment can be had is through the work of those that are doing the trade for them." And he's like, whoa. Listen, Giselle, my wealth came long before I was a counselor. And you can see like she has a sharp retort, but doesn't say anything and just cuts another piece and eats it.
Cole will look at the other two, clearly feeling like he just started something he didn't mean to start.
Mikhail just takes a long drink of whatever beverage was served.
Yeah, I'm gonna savor this lamb. Is it any good?
It is abso-fucking-lutely fantastic. Like, it's one of those things where you're like, you get it now because you've had lamb many times. You've never had it prepared like this. Like, it's one of those, like, I don't remember the exact temperature. If William's still in chat, he probably remembers because he's more in the restaurant.
He brought us with him to the shower, I think.
Oh, thanks, Will. I don't remember the exact temperature for cooking lamb too, but let's assume it's 145. It's like cooked to the exact temperature as needed, as opposed to the medieval style of cook the shit out of everything till it's dry. So it's juicy. It was packed full of all sorts of herbs and other flavors and so on. So it is fucking fantastic. It is so good. Anyways, continue, guys.
I'm just savoring this lamb.
Cool.
Whatever they've got going on between them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if
No
neither
more
of you
business.
guys, if nobody here interjects, then you are able to just kind of enjoy the food and the conversation at that point. He tries to prompt her a little bit, but you can actually see like as he goes to start saying the first couple words of a sentence, Leon just gives him a hard look from across the table and a slight shake of his head, like more or less, this is a battle you've lost. Perhaps retreat so you can come back to regroup and come back to win in a later day. And it's not even graceful that he handles this. He says like the first like 3 or 4 words, like, "Oh, come on, Giselle, you know them." And just kind of like drops off like that, leaving an awkward silence at the table for like a solid 3-4 seconds before, like, when the tension's building where somebody has to break the silence, you hear Cleven say, "I'm finished. I don't want dessert." And his chair scrapes as he pushes it back and stands up. "I'll retire for the evening. Good night." And then turns and walks out of the room.
Koa to that will... How could dessert possibly be as good as the lamb? Oh, I'm excited for it myself, even after eating the bigger portion.
All
I don't know.
I don't eat like this very often myself, but I'm not gonna lie, I do see enjoyment out of it. Much better than some of the things you eat in a cave.
And before Gemsmith can interject, Leon chimes in and says, "It was a wonderful gift provided to you by Aldo." And so,
just reparations, let's call it.
You just see like the Gemsmith taking the cue, raises his glass and says, "To Aldo, the valiant one."
I do that. I was gonna do that. Well, without the last part.
I believe I will start hunting lambs
raise my
instead of
glass.
plains cats.
If we learn how to raise them, we could retire.
I can't buy that many, he says after drinking his wine. Anyways, at this point, conversation kind of like peters off a little bit until eventually you guys finish eating your meal. And eventually dessert will be served. Dessert is going to be flan. I personally
Really?
hate flan. I think it's nasty, but people like it. So
I've had good ones and bad ones. Is this a good one?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's like what's that nasty thing that tapioca pudding? Like
It's like the
I'm not
rubbery
86.
custard.
I'm sorry.
It's like a real rubbery custard too.
Yeah, I
They
don't know.
set it down at like Jello.
Yes, yeah. Flan does do that. Yes. I don't even. I know that I've tried flan
prefer
many
the ones
times
that
and I
don't.
hate it. I don't remember what it's supposed to taste like or 100% its consistency. I just know the word is unappetizing.
It's
Flan
basically a
is
pudding.
very useful if there's a T-Rex stomping nearby because you could see the vibration.
Oh.
Mostly just supposed to taste like pudding for the most part.
Cool. So you guys are eating your flan or your pudding for the most part, and it's actually quite enjoyable. It's
Aldo swap flan with me as well.
Well, you caught him last time, so he swapped with Mikhail this time.
flan.
I watched you swim with him last time. I just didn't say anything.
Flan.
Yeah, well, I don't know that.
Flané. It's French. Ooh.
Hey, meets beats.
Meats does beat.
That's right.
I just pull mine further away from Aldo before he even goes for it. Like, no. I don't want whatever extra
okay.
topping you're getting.
Hey. Okay, so he
Aldo,
goes.
if you're not that hungry, I'll trade with you again.
No. This time, you had the bigger one.
Oh.
Just kidding. Go ahead, Wade.
Oh.
Aldo, if you know that.
Yes, Koa. That would be lovely. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Make sure you're getting enough to eat. We'd have quite a trek in front of us.
Yes, I will. Thank you, Koa. I'm just really feeling it tonight. You know that visit we made before this has just kind of affected my my stomach a little bit.
When you trade, there's already a bite out of Koa's. That's
all
now yours.
right. This is Aldo.
The way
dude.
I'm
It's
rolling
probably
my
eating way worse
decorum tonight.
things.
That's true.
Well, yeah, finished dessert and
Cool. So dessert is served, and kind of the details going there. At this point in time, what's her name? Vintree, Councilor Vintree. She will ask a couple of questions here and there about the kind of like the trade that you have, supplies that are going there, just so she has some details about what might be complimentary, and what have you. And you, again, going back to you, Aldo, you can see that she's getting a bit antsy, almost like as she has more details, she is getting prepared to leave with what you know. Like she probably won't stick around too late, so any opportunity you might want to have for a conversation with her, the window is going to grow very small. With what you know of her, the vibe check you're getting off of her, it's very likely she's going to not go directly home. but instead swing by the other counselor's home and speak with them about the situation, since the two of them tend to keep each other very informed, according to the rumors. So that's kind of like something you're very quickly becoming aware of. Either way, so the dessert was absolutely delicious, so on and so forth. And after your desserts kind of coming to a close, what's his name there? Councilor Gemsmith says, "Well, we still have a couple of bottles that have yet to been opened, and that includes the brandy. So why don't we go and make our way to my sitting room, and we can go there and, shall we say, try the good stuff."
Well, not only that, Counselor, I was hoping Mikhail might give us a bit of a performance as well.
His eyes light up and he looks over. Even Hinta looks up because she's not seen you perform yet. Even Hinta looks up in your direction.
You love assigning me work right after I relax, don't you?
You're so good at it.
Up for it. You're not wrong.
Leon chimes in.
He'll look over to the counselor. The I can't remember her name.
Vintree, Councilman Vintree, or Giselle.
Erla.
My Earl of Vintree.
And he'll say, "Oh, you must hear Mikhail play. You've never heard him play in person before?"
She shakes her head and says, "I tend to be in bed before he starts his performances."
Well, aren't you in luck?
She says, "I think I would be, but I didn't see a loot case by the door when I arrived."
Aldo looks to Mikhail.
I mean, I would have brought it
everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, I would have brought it.
That's fine. You absolutely could have brought it. Yes.
Just whip it out at the table, Mikhail.
Jesus Christ.
Right.
So she says, "I didn't see the loot case when arrived," and you say, "I would have brought it." No, you don't say that. You say, no, it's here or whatever. And then Gemsmith puts a hand heavier than he intends to on the table, like a slap down, and pushes himself up and says, "Then to the front room where we can be entertained by the Valiant Bard," he says, thinking like, I saved myself. That was a good one. And goes to walk away. At this point, before we do anything else, Wade, if I can have you please make me 2 Constitution saves.
Oh, yeah.
2 Fortitude saves.
Yep, here they are.
Thank
I assume
God.
you're happy with both those rolls?
Yeah.
Okay. So you got to stand up, and almost immediately after you stand up, you have you realize that your legs are feeling numb. And when your legs, like if your legs fall asleep, whatever it is, when your legs are feeling numb, when you have that paresthesia coming on, that you are very quickly going to get the pins and needles, and walking at best is going to look like a toddler, taking their first steps, but more likely you're going to want to just sit back down or whatever it is. It's your choice how you want to handle this. But when you stand up, we're talking within a second or two, you probably stand up, you're stretching, whatever it is you're doing, and all of a sudden you're like, oh no. And then you start to feel the pins and needles kicking in.
Oh no, he will stretch and be like, "Oh, we were sitting longer than I'm used to. I have to stretch this out a bit."
Others are leaving the room, making their way, maybe toss a glance your way, but you can see obviously Leon, Gemsmith, Vintree are leaving the room. Hinta would toss a glance your way just to make sure that an inquisitive glance your way. See if you wave her off or whatever it is. I don't know about these other two.
Yeah, Mikhail slow down and kind of give the "you good" look when he's falling behind.
Oh yes, just legs fell asleep a little bit. Do I feel anything other than the pins and needles in my legs, or just that?
Nope, it's just that you were sitting on the toilet for too long, or sitting on your legs for too long. That paresthesia, I think is how it's pronounced. Paresthesia, and that pins and needles, legs asleep kind of situation.
Getting more used to a half-course meal than a 4-course meal, or whatever it was we had tonight. Sitting for this amount of time, just body's used to being active, I think.
Fair enough. I mean, you did have 2 desserts. And he keeps walking after that.
And the bigger amounts. He John Wayne's over to Aldo, clap him on the back.
Oh, well, you deserve them. Aldo says. Aldo will catch up with the other counselor because he did have that feeling that she might have something to discuss.
So the two of them eventually walk out of the room or whatever, but you're legitimately having a hard time, standing up for a minute there. So Hinta, who had given you the inquisitive look or whatever, she actually stays by the doorway, and she looks back and she's like, "Koa, you good?"
I think so. Just my legs have that prickly feeling of numbness for some reason.
She comes over, sit at the side of the table, like more or less lean against the table kind of a thing.
All right.
She actually goes over and just starts giving you like little bits of rubbing and little bits of like a shiatsu almost style motion on your thighs and down by your calves, just to help get the blood flowing, to help it out. It's one of those things. It's like, oh no, you don't have, that little back and forth. But she's like, shut up, just to make sure it doesn't get awkward that she's trying to help you out. If you've ever had this feeling before, your legs fall asleep before, you know that if you leave it untreated, you just stand there uncomfortable or sit back down, whatever it is uncomfortable, it can go on for upwards, 30 seconds to a minute of, discomfort of growing, like, pins and needles, almost like pressure. And it can almost be like pain for a couple of seconds before it subsides. If you, rub it, or, if you're, can add water, it actually helps to alleviate the thing pretty quickly. But even with her rubbing your legs or giving like that shiatsu, almost like massage motion, like those little whacks, it still takes upwards 2 minutes for this to subside enough that you're good to start walking. And even when you're walking, your legs are still a little tingly, not like, not so bad that you have to walk funny. It just feels strange. It takes you like maybe a good dozen or so steps before you can feel confident that you're walking normally. Right. And as the evening goes on, it will subside completely, but certainly it kind of throws you off like, wow, I'm the only one that was really bad. But continue. Sorry.
Thank you. That helped a lot, though. Not sure if I'm just not used to these chairs. I've never really had this last this long.
She stands up, shrugs, and says, maybe your pants are too tight. Walks away.
Aldo's portion is really that much larger. He'll make his way over there, like, rubbing his own legs a bit as he walks, like... When he walks in, he probably looks a bit perplexed, and also, like slapping his own legs a little bit.
Mm-hmm. And then after a dozen or so steps and what you just described there, you can eventually make your way going. And you eventually make your way to the room. Little concerned, but nothing too throwing you off. Back to you, Aldo. You do kind of like go ahead, but she did walk out at the same time as the other two counselors, and I suppose just as and Leon. So the four of them. Sorry, so the four of them walked. Wait, hold on. Yeah, the three of them walked out together, more or less. So you catch up to the three of them, and
I don't know. Assuming they're engaged in conversation themselves.
Yeah. I mean, very. I would say Leon is the center of the conversation between the two of them at the moment.
Aldo will address Councillor DeSale and say, so you don't tend to go to most of the meetings, just things that concern you directly, or? And as he's getting her attention, he will just start to slow his walk just that little bit. Hopefully the others get in front.
Yeah. What you're trying to do is almost like an innuendo, like a slow down or pull her over there. That's actually a bluff check.
Yep. The 10.
Let's see if she gathers that. Did I get a DM's dice? I did get a DM's dice. This actually is probably for the better. This actually is one of the times where it actually works out for you. Let me go ahead and roll a /R 1d20 plus 1d6 plus, and then it's hold on, 1, 1, and 3 is 5. Huzzah! Absolutely crushed it. So you try to like grab this, slow her down or whatever it is, and she does understand that you're trying to have a conversation with her, and she will excuse herself from the other two, like from the conversation, but not like verbally, like fairly subtly, and then walk with you and go to join you and says, yes. Most of what they do is sit around and blather on or fall asleep as each other's blathering on, and there's more work to be done than that.
Yes, I kind of gathered that the first time I met the esteemed councillors. So, you had more to say, it seems.
She looks at you appraisingly and like with kind of like a hard look, like more or less you told her that you saw that she wanted to say something, so it's almost like embarrassing. And so like in that moment of embarrassment, she like looks at you upset, not angry, but edging towards anger, before the house of cards kind of collapses in on itself. And you can see she goes, actually, yes, I did want to talk to you. And then like looks back to where the other two are. And at this point in time, Michaela's walked by, walks by, and she kind of like tosses Michaela a look, and Michaela, you get that vibe of, oh, they're having a conversation. I should just keep going. And you go. She looks towards the door to see that the other two are still inside there, because Ko is getting the rub down. And she says, I did want to have a word with you about what had happened, at this point so many months ago. You gave a testimony about what you had encountered at the docks, and what inevitably led to your being arrested, probably my own brain here is struggling because of a long day of work. My apologies. It's the end of the night for me. So she says, you arrested, probably incorrectly arrested, and then you were sentenced and given a sentence that was too harsh even for the crime that you supposedly had committed. And at the end of the day, you were welcome, Raiders. You were right. Accusations against Dan, what it was that was going on, so on, and all of this happening literally under my nose. All of this happening down by the docks that I oversee. People being taken, transported. All of this happening where I should have been aware of it, and I wasn't. And I owe you an apology for that, and to personally thank you for having uncovered what you did. So, thank you. And if you're curious why I'm not too interested in going to those meetings, is every one of those counselors are going to follow after you, looking to kiss your back ends, or stand in front of you, looking to bed the road with flower petals before you step on it, because doing so is what's popular right now. Doing so is going to be what gains them favor for the other people in both Loshev and Deer overall. But shortly after everything came to pass and the heroes of Loshev were named as such and so on, a council meeting was pulled together where I had put forward to have more guards hired, paid, to oversee the docks. Because who knows? Maybe more of this shit is still happening. Maybe you didn't finish your job. I was voted down. So, that's why I don't go to those meetings. And that's why I wanted to talk to you.
If I could be so bold, who was your main opposition there? Who voted down the bill for more guards?
Pardon me, don't mind. Just had to stretch my legs a bit. I'll see you in the room.
She watching him like walk by because she's never really watched Koa before. Sees him go by, and she's giving like a really curious look to like I said, you think you're walking fine after the first 12 steps
he's
or so?
still like,
yeah. Curious. She says to like under her breath, shakes her head and looks back to you, and says, taking a moment to kind of gather her own thoughts after watching that. She says, your question is kind of poorly phrased. You're assuming that there was one or a person kind of sponsoring the opposite side. The default was no.
Aldo puts like his hand to his chin and kind of rubs it and he says, the default was no. After everything had been uncovered, it was... How?
Yellen had voted in favor. Of course. Of course he would. His own son. But what if his son wasn't involved? And she doesn't say it, but you can tell she doesn't think he would have done it. You know Yellen fairly well, where she has her own opinions of some hoity-toity fancy rich guy. You have separate opinions of him. You think that he probably would have voted in favor of it anyways, but she thinks it's only because, anyways. So she says Yellen voted in favor, and I think one other, but across the board.
Fox?
Uh-huh. She chuckles.
Well, interesting. Seems to show where some of these others' priorities lie. Wow. It can be difficult when the people we trust to keep us safe are the ones perpetrating the crimes. Did you know about the Keef smuggling that I reported as well? Was that reported to you?
She nods. She says, Keef smuggling is one of those things where it's, what's that old game? Where you keep hitting the thing that, it doesn't matter. It happens frequently. And you keep having to kind of pull the weed, if you will. We don't go after that too hard because a little Keef here and there isn't going to upend, society, but crackdowns need to happen.
No, I tend to agree. However, when once again the Keef smuggling is coming through guardsmen, it does kind of, show a little bit of a pattern there. So hiring some extra guards would be quite beneficial, but also might pose a bit more of a danger. Your thoughts on Tariq?
Oh, he's fantastic.
I got that opinion too.
Yeah, you say that. She says, well, if I'm going to be a little too honest, she says, kind of like feeling more comfortable with you at the moment. He's got the right heart, but perhaps a little too trusting of those that spend time with him. And shrugs and says, I've seen too many people turn sour, dangle the right amount of, coin or gems in front of anybody, then they'll do whatever you ask them to. So I just think he's a little too trusting.
Yeah, you're very intuitive. I quite agree with your assessment.
Not intuitive, old.
Well, with age comes wisdom, right?
She says, with wounds come scars.
You can see you have a fair few there, so I'll keep that in mind.
It looks back to the room because you guys have been absent from it for a bit and says,
yeah,
they're probably going to notice us.
Yeah. Thanks for letting me know that. No, I did notice some of the councillors do seem overeager, but I didn't think that they would have voted something like that, especially after what had happened. I need to talk with both Koa and Mikhail. We might approach things differently here, but I appreciate your honesty. and your integrity. And I'll thank you for your apology. Appreciate it.
She nods, faint smile. She doesn't smile very broad or very wide smiles very often. Old age, she doesn't have very many teeth left, so you can imagine there's a degree of self-confidence, self-consciousness about it. But she continues with, yeah, it needed to be said, but and who knows? The winds are changing. I might not even be on the council for much longer. Just know, just because someone tells you they're going to vote one way.
Understood.
And then we'll turn and kind of like, head back in that direction and go into the room where I imagine Mikhail has already been prompted, or just enjoying the attention on himself, has gone and gotten his loot and removed it from the case.
Yep. Probably be asking you, if there's any requests, anything like that. So, heck, he might be playing by now already.
Which is great. Walking into the music playing is great. I mean, you're in Loshev. There's only one song you open with or close with.
You start with the Valiant Few and we encore to Dan.
I mean, but you can also just do other music too.
Thank you, Gemsmith the State. We love you.
I mean, it's like I watch a lot of stand-up comedy. I love stand-up comedy, and listen to comedians like when they're on podcasts when I talk about all of their private venue sets. They all hate it. They all hate it so hard. And you go out, you're invited to some corporate event, and they hate it. And this is like that, So
I do. Oh. Yeah, no, he probably just starts with like just some other stuff that he's been wanting to play or whatever, and then puts in like a Valiant Few, and then of course he'll eventually play Dan because everybody wants him to play Dan. It's eventually gonna be that fucking the hit that the band hates, but not yet. It hasn't got there yet.
All the small things.
We killed 16 dragons in one fight and wrote a song, and you still want to hear about Dan? That was our first mission together.
Baby, bye.
I'm not playing Smells Like Teen Spirit again. I'm not doing it. Anyone asks, I'm walking off stage.
What was it? So can you roll for me?
I mean, yeah. Now?
Yeah. Yay! It's a good roll. Cool.
Yeah, I'll keep it.
For Giselle's first time seeing you perform, she's it's one of those, it's a treat. You're despite having some drinks and the ups and downs whatever of the evening, and the fact that honestly your mind might be a little concerned about how Cleven's been lately. He's a friend of yours and you're genuinely concerned about him. I mean, literally you went through hell and back again to save the man's life, and he seems to be in some sort of turmoil, so it is a bit distracting. You're able to put that aside and still put on a pretty solid performance this evening, and you can see that whereas she previously had her mind elsewhere and an eye on the door, she's a very present audience member here and appreciates what you've done. I don't think Leon has. No, he has, because inside of the cave system, he has seen you perform before, so he also gets to appreciate that. Everybody else has seen it, so there's nothing. Oh wait, Hinta has.
Hinta has not.
Oh, so Hinta can enjoy it as well. You can see that when you start playing music, you break through her crusty exterior. She's again a genuine audience member. So she if it's a song that's meant to have like funny lyrics to it, you'll actually get some chuckles or laughs out of her. If it's songs that are meant to be like sad or what have you, you can see that she grows somber as she's like on the edge of her seat listening to the next portions. She'll of course give like a proper clap. She doesn't do any. It's not like she's not particularly emotive, if you will.
Yeah.
But definitely has all the reactions that you would expect to get from somebody listening, which is nice. At the end of your performance, you realize that, okay, this was a good thing to do. You put in the effort and you got the reward that any, personality wants to get when they put in the effort. reaction, enjoyment. And so as you put your loot away, they thank you for it, or so on and so forth. Are there any other points or details that your characters want to hit as the evening is clearly coming to a close amongst those that are there? You have Leon Gemsmith is very intoxicated, and Leon is, with him. You can see Aldo with your 26 sense motive for the evening, that Leon definitely is waiting for like the evening to die down more, meaning unimportant ears to leave, not including yours. You're welcome to stay or go, as he continues with some more details with Yellen. Or any details you guys kind of want to get in here before people kind of go separate ways, or
I want to ask you about my crossbow.
Sure.
If that's possible.
Yeah.
I'm just curious how much Leon has partaken in the drink compared to Gemsmith.
Leon is actually quite intoxicated. So I don't mean schmammered, but definitely is rosy cheeked. Definitely has a bit of a slur to his words, but he is that like a reserved grandpa kind of slur, not.
Yeah, but this is still the most really like cut loose.
Grandpa slur is really bad. What were we saying, Wayne?
Yeah.
This is the most cut loose and like laid back we've seen him by far, I would say, right? Like
ever by and far, yes.
Yeah, okay.
But so rosy cheeked and definitely has a bit of like a slowness. So if normally he's speaking with very strong punctuation between his words and even potentially his syllables, he's speaking a bit more of a drawl, and there's a bit more of a pause, and sometimes his thoughts kind of run on a little extra. But if somebody were not to know who he was, you would probably just think that that's how he spoke normally. He doesn't come off as drunk.
So he's just kind of swaying a little bit, whereas Yellen's in the "I love you guys" phase. Got it.
Yeah, I love you guys and might not remember it phase.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So you ask about the crossbow. Go ahead, Aldo. Bring it up.
Counselor, has there been any word from Goldaria? The crossbow.
Because you say any word about Goldaria, and he full on squints at you like, why would I get word from Goldaria? And then you mention the crossbow, and like a full second passes, and then he lights up and says, yes, there was. Oh, I'd forgotten about that. It came sometime in the winter months that were there. Yes, it has returns. Would you like it now?
That's not a bother.
No, of course not. And he pushes himself up to go and get it himself. And he takes like, a step or two towards the direction before Leon says, perhaps you think that, and he says a name that you guys haven't heard before. And it is
Ma'urla.
Yeah, Ma'urla. Damn it, I was trying to find it. He says, perhaps you think Ma'urla can get it for you? And he goes, huh? Oh, yes, that's right. And he makes his way to the rest of the way to the doorway and calls out, Ma'urla! Could you get my crossbow? And
1 second, honey.
And you see that the middle-aged woman that I mentioned beforehand comes in and it's like, crossbow, and the gentleman of the house will quickly kind of like sweep by to get her and be like, this way. And leaves to go bring her to get the crossbow. Eventually she comes back and she walks into the room holding a crossbow. It's an okay looking crossbow, clearly based off the way that it's designed and whatnot. It's more meant to be a hunter's crossbow, but definitely not what you would expect to walk into the room. So she walks over and offers it to him and says, Councilor Gemsmith, your crossbow? And he gets up, walks over and goes, there it is. And he grabs the crossbow and turns to, offer it to Aldo. But again, that is not the crossbow you were expecting.
Aldo just says, you're mistaken, Counselor. This doesn't seem to be the right one.
Stepping in from outside the room, you can see the gentleman of the house quickly takes another crossbow where he was standing out around the corner just in case and gives it to Marla, who then says, my apologies. And then we'll offer to take that one and give the correct crossbow instead. Because when he asked for his crossbow, they weren't sure what he was asking for. And, kind of like switches them out in his hands. That is what you were looking to see. freshly oiled, well tuned, so on and so forth. Not strong,
Unfortunately,
of
the
course.
other one is worth like 500 gold that you said wasn't yours.
Yeah, seems it was magical. Yeah.
It's like gilded.
I said it looked okay. Like it looked
Plus
nice.
30
but not,
damage.
More of a hunter. Yeah.
Plus 16 to attack rolls. Yeah.
It was actually a magically shrunk ballista, but still did full damage.
Yeah.
So like 3
Yeah,
d8
the bolts go back to full size once you fire them.
Yeah.
So
no recoil either. So it's like, and then it was like I just did recoil. It's like,
If
and
that's the case, I really hope Gemsmith doesn't find out about Cleven's toad, because that thing will not exist.
there's a hole in the wall. Anyways, so
as Aldo does actually see the crossbow he's expecting, he does get a big smile that comes over his face. He'll reach forward to take it and kind of marvel at it. Yeah, give it a nice look over.
yeah, looks absolutely fantastic. It is in all the condition. He says, can you believe that they charged me? They charged me extra for what do you call it? Twine?
Well, it looks marvelous. So, yeah. So the extra cost seems to really have paid off here.
He nods and he turns, yelling, "Marin!" And she's like right there, and they like kind of quickly, "Marin! Did you get the strings?" Like the words kind of escaping him. Leon gives him the correct word. He goes, "Yes. Can you go and get those? They were sitting right next to where it was." And again, you can see that the gentleman of the house, kind of like from behind his back, offers it to her to give it. "Ah, thank you, Marina. You're so wonderful at your job. Beautiful name too. I truly love your name." And she blushes and then turns back and gives you like a small pack that has 5 strings or whatever to it, so you can string the bow when you want to. And he says, "No, you're not going to be testing that now, are you?"
I could be persuaded. He gives him a wink.
Leon will it's kind of like step in and say, perhaps when we have brighter skies and clearer minds."
I'm from Gold Area, Leon. Come on.
He does not say any counterpoints.
No. I guess we'll test it out tomorrow. But it looks great. Thank you, Councilor Gemsmith.
He smiles and says, "Of course. I believe everybody's favors have been fulfilled," he says, looking between the 3 of you, genuinely not remembering.
Yes, but we can go through it again if you'd like.
yeah, I'm sure we'd appreciate another round of gifts if you have them to spare. I could play another song.
he chuckles and says, No. I'm not the one." He goes, "I'm not the gemsmith that funds bardic deeds."
Which one is that?
He kind of like furrows his brow, being all upset. "My damn son, pissing away his," and kind of grumbles to himself. And conversation is getting sour to the point where, at this point, Giselle excuses herself and goes to leave, and even Hinta is going to go to leave, but then looks to the 3 of you and says, "Seems as though we might need to have conversations tomorrow before anybody heads out for any journeys west. Come by my shop."
Yes, and thank you
Certainly.
again for the lovely craftsmanship. I look forward to also looking at it under clearer skies and drier minds.
She says, "We can talk the details of what went into that sword later on," ignoring your last little bit there. And then we'll turn and walk out. And she goes to leave, leaving the 3 of you and the 2 of them behind. Anybody say anything, or?
What a lovely evening this has been. Thank you for having us.
Oh, of course. It was as my. I mean, uh, uh, old wounds healed. And sheep is delicious.
Yes, I've never had more than 2 courses before, usually spread apart by many hours.
He'll like laugh heartily at that, like it was meant to be a joke.
Koa laughs too, but like he's like, it is funny, isn't it? In a sad way.
And Leon says, "Well, since the evening is beginning to settle down, perhaps we should sit and talk. And besides, the good brandy bottle has yet to have been opened."
Well, I don't suppose we wish to intrude if you two have much to discuss, but if you care for our input, then he'll like lick his lips a little bit.
He says, "It's not my home," and looks to Gemsmith. Gemsmith says, "Come on, you're always welcome here. I just wish I could marry one of you to my son. Any takers?"
Koa like thinks to himself like, no, I'm engaged, and also no. He doesn't say it.
I don't think any of us are or know his type. That one's an enigma.
Me neither. I tried to marry him off to some young ladies. Wasn't interested. Tried to marry him off to some young gents. Wasn't interested. Anybody I try to introduce him to. Leon says, "The difficulties of parenthood. I wouldn't understand that. However, when it comes to battles," and he says, like walking over to grab the brandy. What was that, Wade?
Koa perks up when he mentions battles. He kind of flinched at the thought of kids because he's now engaged, and he's like, that's been a topic lately. But he says battles. He's like, oh, thank God, something I can relate to.
And he goes over, he pops the bottle of brandy, pours everybody a glass.
Oof.
Oh no.
To be fair, he's been sober all night and he's been rolling nat 20s all night.
Yeah.
Aldo, at this point, he's got his crossbow, like the brandy's out, and I don't know, anyone that's looking at him can just see like a smile creep from one side of his face to the other as he says to Mikhail, "Well, I still have I'm still in the right mind to do this. Would you mind taking care of this for me, Mikhail?" And he hands you the crossbow.
He'll take it and say, "Yeah, I'll take good care of her."
This has been a long night.
He kind of waves off the brandy though.
Leon watches that interaction.
Actually, wait, no, he doesn't, because it's supposed to be really good. He doesn't want to be rude, so but he only accepts like a tiny bit, like enough that he'll be able to taste it, but
yeah,
it's like a full glass.
When he gives you that look like you want, you're just like, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
So you ask for like a 2-finger pour, you get a 3. Like no. He of course would respect that, Leon. He watches the interaction there, and you can see like he finds it curious that the crossbow was given to Mikhail, who like out of the 3 of you, that's like the strangest person to you know, out of the 2 of you, the strangest person to give it to. But either way, so you can see like he watches that interaction, but either way, the drinks are poured, you guys sit down, conversation starts off kind of like recovering the details that you already know. But then Leon starts like laying in a little bit thicker, talking about like, you know, the significance of what needs to be done in the region. That from all the details that were gathered from his watching the, what's it called? The barracks, not the barracks, the garrison down there, the soldiers that were collected, the rumors of what's happening to the east of there, the rumors from your own eyes and accounts, and the interrogation you did of, you know, what's her name, Ashtara, that the you know, at least one member of the Greyhurst family was involved in this. All these details points to and suggests that the problem hasn't been truly resolved. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean there's going to be another slave trade, but the overall problem of them having a negative and evil impact on the region and continuing to expand their influence through now violent means as well as, you know, trade means or what have you, this is all a negative thing, in that even if some sort of combative outcome isn't the best approach for Gemsmith doesn't fully agree with that way of handling things, that by beginning trade deals with Drazstone, that should things continue to, because Leon talks about how in regions when there are small states like this, that if one of the states starts to get a little broad-shouldered and starts to acting up, that they can one at a time knock down all of the others around them. It may take a moment or two to recoil or regroup afterwards, but they just get stronger each time they're successful. And so if there's not early alliances that are made, that it just makes all of them easy victims to this continued expansion. And that with you guys identifying what you have, and the Grey RS is seeming to be at the helm, that right now is a great time to start bolstering up what it is that Loshev can do to defend itself by getting your hands on supplies of weapons or armor, or potentially mercenaries, or hired guard or whatever, by having a strong relationship with Drazstone, that pacts can be made in the future. This is all foundational things that need to be done today, so that later on when you fucking need it, it's not too late to go and get your hands on it, right? And so this is like how he's kind of like playing it out to Gemsmith. And Gemsmith is of course listening to this. One of the things that you can hear from Leon is he's actually pretty influential. Not because he knows how to flower, not because he knows how to compliment, not because he knows how to say the right words at the right time. Simply because he lays out the facts as they are in a layered format that suggests, here are the horrible things that are going to happen to you if you don't take action. Here are the positive things that could happen for you if you do take action. To put it in terms that we all can probably more easily understand, he lays it on thick like a Fox News fearmonger. And it works very well to his old age wealthy audience that he has in front of him. Probably a little too heavily on the sauce. And it works. And Gemsmith very quickly agrees that maybe we should start, prepping up for the worst that could happen. And so you guys are able to watch this, see it play out, so on and so forth. Roll me sense motives real quick for your kind of like overall opinions of this take. Though you PCs can choose your character's opinion, but your take on it.
Had an 18 twice and it flipped back.
Aldo once again. So Aldo, you get that strong vibe as what I was saying, like that like overly honest meta vibe that I was giving you there. That like Fox News fear mongering, so on and so forth. You can imagine he is a successful general, not just because of his battle plans that he can come up with and his tenacity to see them through, despite, where other people might cowtail, so on and so forth. But he can always kind of influence those in power around him to give him what he needs to succeed because of this kind of like fear mongering tactic. Useful,
Yeah.
but also can be dangerous, right?
Yeah.
Mikhail, you're no fool. Obviously, you can understand the baseline of this, so on and so forth, but maybe not the inner workings or what have you. For you, Koa, you're just swayed. What he's saying makes sense to you.
That's fair.
Cool. You're the 18-year-old cis white kid that grew up in a house that watched Fox News and like, yeah. Poor Wade. Doesn't like that. Doesn't appreciate that analogy. All right, cool. Back to game. So you can see that at the end of the 5 people sharing the bottle, even if it's only a little bit from Mikhail or Koa, heavily from Aldo. The bottle's near its end, and you can see that Gemsmith is fully in agreement for not just trade deals, so on and so forth, but wanting to support your effort overall, which is what you were trying to do here. Do your characters interject or wants to kind of like push this one way or the other, gleam any information, or do you for the most part kind of like hang back?
I just want Pat Robertson to come on. An old famous TV evangelical.
Oh,
Yeah.
Kind of looked like one of the Keebler elves to me.
Oh, is that the mega church guy?
probably. I don't know that much about
One
it.
of them, but from not like modern day. I don't think
Oh,
Mikhail would
okay.
interject.
I know who this guy is. Yeah,
You know his face. We see
Yeah.
him. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think Mikhail would interject. I think he'd mostly just be listening, because obviously Leon's doing a thing right now.
Yeah, Aldo's definitely doesn't care about anything anymore. He just is happy to drink and have more drinks, and he's going to try and get another bottle.
Koa is more focused probably on learning the approach. Leon fascinates him, so he's like, okay, figure out something someone likes, give it to them, and then just throw the facts at them. Interesting.
It's funny because that's what Koa does. Just throws the facts at them.
Yeah, but Leon's doing it, and now it's like, this is an impressive thing. I should do that.
Yeah, because he does it in a layered format, whereas you just kind of throw the facts at people. So, but yeah, I understand. It's just funny because the reason why I mentioned that, Wade, is agreeing with you that that it's impressive for Koa is because Koa is like, yeah, we are so alike, but wow, I need to learn his ways. Yeah, cool. So at the end of the day, you can see that he's agreeing, so on and so forth, and unless there's anything else you guys push for. It's late. By the time you guys are looking to leave there, by the time that he's looking to go to bed, it's probably after 1 a.m. Aldo does crack another bottle, and unless you guys, make some comment or some motion to stop him, he would be allowed to crack a third one, but I don't think anybody else would be drinking with him.
I think we'd probably discourage it because tomorrow's our potentially last day to get some stuff done around town. Then it's time to go. We don't really want to take more downtime to recover.
Yeah. I was gonna say, which would mostly for Mikhail would manifest as just like when he's on the second one, be like, hey, we got more to do tomorrow, remember? Work's not done.
Aldo, would you continue to drink? Would you stop or
subdued? So it's not like he's not saying to the whole room, just to Aldo.
Well, that's another will save for me. Yeah, he'll stop.
Okay. So it takes like 1 or 2 prompts from. So I imagine like Koa says something, Mikhail says something, and Mikhail either says something a second time or gives like a look or whatever it is. And he's like, yeah, fine, fuck, fine, mom, and eventually he'll you guys will agree to leave. So it seems as though you kind of like wrapped up everything you needed to do here, and we'll head out. Leon will also.
Do I spot the cook on the way out by any chance?
Well, so I was actually going to get to some of those details. Leon does not leave you. My apologies. He actually is going to stay here inside one of the guest rooms for the evening. So as for the hired help that's here, spotted the cook, because you guys stayed so long after dinner was completed, they had already had the opportunity to clean up the kitchen and kind of go their separate ways. So the cook is not going to be here when you leave. But one thing that I would imagine the most sober amongst you remaining would be Mikhail, because you kind of like slowed down, considerably, whereas Koa continued to drink, though not heavily. One of the things that Mikhail would notice is that Gemsmith's compliments to Mayerna continued on higher volume and frequency, and eventually, as you guys were leaving, they were definitely having like giggle looks back and forth with one another, and you think that he will not be spending his evening alone, and not because Leon is staying at his estate. So
okay, good for him, I guess. Hopefully his 8 constitution holds up.
With his Erna. E-R-N-A, Erna.
you guys will be able to make your way out and stumble your way back to your own estate, if you will. I don't know if there's any conversation you need to have about what you kind of experience there, or it's mostly introverted, quiet walk, and you'd talk about more in the morning.
Oh, geez. Joey, if you're going to have him roll for Yolen's ride check, you're going to need to give him a daddy's dice. That guy's going to need it.
We all know how counselors handle walls and different physical activity.
Aldo's definitely going to start spurting stuff out once they're outside. So they're probably walking away. The door's shut. Aldo's just looks around. I don't know if the street's empty or not, but he just turns and says, "So, you know what I heard tonight from the other councillor?"
My legs finally are feeling better. About time. What?
Oh, yeah, well, I'm glad they're feeling better. And Aldo like slaps at your thigh. And he says, the councillor was saying that after everything came to light and we, cleaned up the town and exposed what was going on, did you know that she proposed a bill to increase guards to stop things like this happening ever again? It's a pretty
Seems
good
like
bill, don't
pretty
you
good
think?
Idea.
What do you think, Mikhail? Good idea?
That'd be nice, yeah.
But
That's what I was waiting
guess
for.
what? It was nearly unanimously voted down. Only 2 for, the rest against. Even Fox, who, he said what he said, but it seems like these councillors have things that, they're doing and, that they just want to keep secret, apparently, and they don't want to increase the guard.
I mean,
Why?
Fox doesn't
Are
surprise
they
me
that-
too much. He seems to put his family a bit before Loshev.
Right. To be honest, I'm not too terribly surprised.
But
Maybe a touch disappointed, but it's not unexpected. It's just, are they that worried about the coffers? Are they that low on funds?
or do they all have something to hide?
I mean, the place.
That's what I'm thinking.
I feel like there's. How many times does it have to be proven that
How can you justify
the guard
that,
needs
though?
a reform? Right. It's
I'm assuming the people don't know about it either. I don't know if we've ever asked. Are council meetings secret or are they open to the public? I don't know.
I mean, I know their votes are anonymous to the public at the very least. So,
Oh yeah, she
without
did
talking
say
to the
too.
counselors,
She
but-
did tell me that all the counselors really want to be our friend, and they're going to all, because it's the in thing right now, and to be aware that they might be what was it she said? Oh yeah, that just because they say they'll vote for something, they probably won't vote for something. So they're just telling us what they want to hear, or what we want to hear.
Oh,
damn it!
Exactly.
I had almost started to like Loshev. It almost got me.
Well, this could still be an
almost got me.
opportunity of sorts. I mean, if we need help from Loshev and we continue to appeal to the people here, then perhaps the councils will feel pressured to aid our efforts. Now, every town we've been to that we've gotten to know, the more we get to know it, the more it seems that things need to be cleaned up quite a bit. But in Hardegwin, we don't really have friends in high places. Here we do, and here if we do have the favor of the people, and we've got Dan and so on and so forth, songs that appeal to them. Perhaps there's a way to use this, so where even if they are doing things under the table we don't like, we can pressure them to almost undo their own misdeeds by helping us figure out ways to clean things up to some extent.
You're not wrong. It can be used. It's not the biggest setback. It's just frustrating. It's frustrating that it comes down to the politics of it all. Which, yeah, it'd be naive to think it wouldn't, but
I don't know if it's the curse or just the way things are in a dear Mikhail, but I'm starting to get the feeling that most people who want or get power here are people that are willing to step where they have to step to get there, no matter what they step on or who they step on. And I want that to change as much as anyone, but right now, are you really surprised?
no.
Yeah,
I'm not surprised. It doesn't mean it's not upsetting, you know? You can expect the word, but when it happens, it doesn't make it okay. Ugh.
well, if
She
Vintree
seemed
was
genuine,
good.
though. Although she did say that Yulin was was in favor, but she thinks that's just because his son was taken. She thinks that he'd vote for himself. But I think that Yellen he's a good guy. Like, I think,
He
he
way
will back
overpaid
the
us
right thing.
for what we did. He was very, very generous with us and continues to be.
Yeah, we've seen the kind of person Ellen is when he's not at the best points. That's true. Yeah, I think we can still trust him at least as much as we can trust anyone.
So
Mm.
moving forward, then we know one or two counselors we can trust. Nathan is a businessman. He wants iron for his family, and he deals in information. He has all these books about letters and things, and I'm sure he keeps tabs on everyone the best he can, good and bad things. Even if he's not necessarily on our side, so to speak, we can at least understand ways to work around him, yes?
There are things about him, there are aspects of him that we can trust, just not as a whole.
I don't think he's bad. We've met bad people. I don't think Nathan's bad. I think Nathan's just out for Nathan and his family, his businesses and enterprises. But,
Right.
The others, I'm a bit more curious. What do we do? Do we write a song about Loshev to stir the people up even more, give them another reason to love the Valiant Few? Do we perhaps
I don't think we do too much now. It seems like right now we're in a really good position. If currently the popular thing is to get behind us,
yes,
we
but
ride
will that
that
last?
as long as we can.
They just got attacked by the Gnolls that we haven't stopped. And if the Gnolls and Norsugo come back and do more damage, and we don't do anything about it, then we're very quickly going to become history to them, and their current problems and issues will become forefront, and that can be used against us. Where were the Valiant Few, and so on and so forth.
But we're also a port of storm in a sense, right? If something bad happens, we're going to be who they look for. It's only if we actually fail, or if we're present and something bad happens and we do nothing.
Well, exactly.
That's when we lose face.
We were there helping
Not if
to
we
rebuild after the first attack, but if they are attacked again, then maybe they'll think we did do nothing. I mean, I don't know what we could do right now, but the truth of the matter is we haven't really, other than warn other towns.
We warned this one already. I don't know.
I'm just saying if the people are on our side right now, it would be best suited for us to keep it that way.
I mean, a song is only going to do so much. I mean, we can use this as something to maybe rally folks and get them to start taking action, but that kind of thing can do both harm and good. Usually there's a lot of harm before the good, and you have those kind of upheavals.
I don't disagree.
When I started this conversation, I expected it to be way more fun, but it's really not.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
You started a conversation about counselors being shit, and you expected it to be more fun?
Yeah, I thought you would, gossip with me, you know what I mean? But instead, you're, planning out all this stuff, and I just,
And did you even see Kovrak's clothing? Oh my god.
Exactly, right?
Accent was all wrong. He doesn't know his own people's tongue.
I've heard you talk Mole, and I didn't know what he was talking, but it definitely wasn't Mole.
It was Curve Rock.
Yes, it was.
He kept everything wrapped up. He had blankets. I don't know what he owned. Everything was covered in towels and blankets.
Yeah, what do you think he's waiting for? It's gonna what gets him to take the coverings off the couches? He's waiting for Hinta to visit, or who's he trying to impress?
I think so. I think he quite likes Hinta, actually.
Hinta showed more emotion during your song playing than I've seen from her even during my sparring.
Yeah, he's different outside of work.
It's a bit more fun. Yes.
Yeah, I got yelled at a lot less than I thought I would. was really ready for those judgmental stares. I was like, should I hold the fork the way that I know I'm supposed to, or pretend I don't know how? But it didn't matter.
Oh, and what about Gemsmith's kid leaving early? You know what I mean? I thought he might have stuck around because it was a big thing, but he didn't.
He has
He
this
didn't
whole
even have
secretive
dessert.
thing going on right now. What's he doing? What is the smell? What is going on at all?
Okay, I did find out about that. But here's the thing. He told me in confidence. Okay? That means he's expecting me not to tell anyone.
Or he was very confident about it, huh?
No, it means he's expecting me not to tell anyone.
All right, fine.
Which means that if I tell you,
Oh?
you can't
telling
go
you in
telling other
confidence.
people.
I
I'm
would
telling
never.
you in confidence. Seriously.
All
Okay?
right, fine.
It's
I
not
won't
even,
tell anyone. Is it? I mean, unless it's really bad.
It's not. Not from what I can tell. I didn't go see the thing or anything, but he told me.
The thing.
Apparently that smell is coming from a toad.
What?
Yeah.
A flowery toad.
Not flowery. The things we were smelling, aside from the odd sulfur scent, were trying to cover up the smell of the toad. The toad smells like sulfur.
Does that mean something else
Why?
in Loshev that I'm used to? Like a little toad hops around and licks flies.
Yeah, that's what he was describing.
I know what this is. Oh my god, I've heard about people that lick toads to alter their state of mind. I did not see him as being one of those people.
Well, he didn't
Licking
mention licking
toads?
it, but
They usually don't mention it. They just do it.
I
mean,
never
why
met
else
anyone
are they
that's been
keeping
into licking
toads?
it's a pet. He like looks around and says, I think he's still he's starting to feel the mental, emotional kind of effects of the stuff he's been through. You know, he was very flippant about it when we found him.
Mikhail, this
Yet-
just lines up even more with the fact that he's licking toads. He just wants to forget.
he is laughing again.
It's right in front of you.
Does licking a toad make it produce a worse odor? Is that why he has to cover it up?
I
Toads
don't know
have
if
a
he'd be able to
strong
stomach
odor.
it. I guess some can. This one's particularly powerful, but he said he found it down at, I think he said one of the warehouses or something. And he's been treating
He
it like
didn't
a
even
pet.
order this toad. He just found it.
Yeah. But he doesn't seem like the type that go look for a pet. He doesn't like cats
Oh
or
my
dogs. He thinks they're
God.
terrible.
If this got out, Gemsmith would be ruined.
Is
Ruined.
toad licking that? I've
I
never
don't
even
think
heard
so.
of this.
He'd be ruined, and I can't confirm there was any licking happening. He's just been
From what I
talking
can
to it.
gather,
You know how
only 2 councillors would vote against toad licking.
Which one?
which exactly?
Curve, Rock, and Fox. I don't know. It was a joke.
Fucking Curve Rock would be down, I'm sure.
I was supposed to get him a pet. What would a mole pet be? A
in
spiked
secret.
chain?
I don't know,
Oh.
if mushroom or something. Who knows? He doesn't know. I can guarantee you that.
Do you think he's faking being mole?
Maybe
Caring?
the sick up his ass is his pet. Oh, God damn it, Joey, shut up. I was gonna say that. Anyway, no, I don't know. I don't think he's faking it. I just don't think he knows as much as he lets on.
That was some
Well.
very interesting gossip.
It was.
You know what we should do now?
Go back to what we were talking about before the gossip.
I'm gonna steal this sign on the broken shield.
What?
Wait, hasn't...
What?
What?
Didn't you do that already?
Yeah, but they took it back. I'm gonna really steal it at this time. I think I've stole it like 3 times.
I think you've really stolen it already. You don't have to prove your prowess anymore.
Can we rewind to the part where I said we need to make better friends of the townspeople, and your first instinct is to steal from them?
Make
But
friends with some
I'm
types of people.
engaging in the local customs. This sign is supposed to be stolen.
Is that true, McKay?
I don't think it is. No,
It is. It's a game. You've been to the taverns.
So
That's
you're
all
gonna
anyone
steal it
talks
and
about.
then-
There's
then
like
take it
not
back.
much going on here.
I've never heard.
So you're gonna
anyone
steal
mention
it and then take it back.
No, I'm
Or-
not taking it back.
So you're actually stealing it.
Yes.
Then it's not a game. Then it's
It's a
stealing.
game.
Or get this, we could go sleep, get our tasks done tomorrow, not be wanted for thievery, and still have good reputations in the town.
True.
I'm
Plus,
definitely
although
going
your
to sleep.
reputation is getting pretty amazing here. I mean, you know how bad everyone feels about labeling you as a criminal now.
Oh,
Yeah, they've been telling you to your face.
yeah, that's true. Maybe I won't take it tonight.
That's probably a good idea. We can go paint each other's nails and talk about horseback riding or something.
Is that what you do it back, at home with the free folk?
You gotta-
No, the only paint that we had was face paint for fighting.
So you're gonna
Okay.
paint your face when we get back?
We don't paint our nails back where I come from either, so
I don't think I've ever really.
I
painted my face.
will do it for you, Cole, when we get back.
you're gonna paint his nails?
No, I'm gonna paint his face.
Oh,
Oh, we can talk about that when we get there. He looks to Mikhail, like, give you a look that says, "For the love of God, don't let him paint my face."
I hear that like different patterns mean different things. It might have like different, like social effects. Maybe you could give him a paint that says like
I'm gonna try and
I'm
make him
friendly
look
and not
like
scary.
Gemsmith or Curve Rock. Aldo starts laughing.
maybe not Curve Rock.
Maybe not either one. I'm a bit younger than both.
I don't think Hob face is a good thing to do these days. Whatever year this is.
All right, well, let's get back there.
When you get back to your state, Aldo, you want to roll me a stealth check?
Yeah.
Of course.
Stealth.
Yeah. I mean, it's unlikely, but they can try to roll a perception to see if they hear you sneak away to go steal the sign.
Oh.
Looks like Aldo got out of the house, no problem.
Damn it.
Do you go to steal the sign, Aldo?
No, I knock on the front door.
Of what? The inn or?
No, I
girlfriend
assume
door?
we went inside the house and then I escaped out of the house, but now I'm knocking on the house.
On the front door of your own house. Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah,
you guys hear a
yeah.
knock on the front door. It's like 2 a.m. and someone's knocking on your door.
To grab my rapier. Go to the front door. I don't open it right away. I say, hello?
Uh-oh.
Aldo just bangs louder.
Stand back, Mikhail, just in case.
Stands back.
Koa
hell
wearing
is
like
Aldo?
nothing but his underwear, like opens the door.
Aha! It's me. I could have stole the sign, but I'm letting you know that I didn't.
Why are you outside?
Fuck you, Aldo.
It's you.
I go back to
told
bed.
me I couldn't do something, and I'm just letting you know if I wanted to, I could do it.
That is big of you. I'm
No,
going
I
back
thought
to
so.
bed. He just like turns, leaves you with the door open, and just goes back up.
Your joke landed
Yeah.
perfectly. It was a big hit.
Thank you.
All right. Did you still
I'm
want
putting
to?
myself to sleep now.
I was gonna say, were you still gonna paint his face?
No, we forgot about that.
No. Okay. Good. So, anyways, you make your way to bed that evening. You go to sleep. Next morning, Aldo, you drank a lot last night.
Yeah.
Make me a wisdom check.
For Aldo,
Like a
that
will
wasn't really that
save or
much,
a
was
wisdom check.
What? A wisdom
it? For
check.
Aldo, was that a lot?
Okay.
Ooh.
Luckily for you, you did that whole thing where when you drink a bunch, but not so much that you're like blackout forever, that you don't sleep that much afterwards. You know, we drink a bunch after only like 4 hours. You just kind of like wake up and you can't go back to sleep. You know, it's like wake up with sweats or whatever. It's like right as your body starts to get sober, you just kind of like awaken. And it's great for you because it's early, like sunrise-ish when this is happening. And you're thinking, fuck, I don't want to be up this early. This is awful. And as you're doing your morning piss, you realize, oh shit, I got a meeting this morning. And luckily you have enough time to get ready and whatnot before you go heading back over to Curve Rock's estate to speak with him.
I have a meeting in the morning with Curve Rock.
Yeah?
Yeah, you were asking us to go, and I didn't want to.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't in the morning. It was after the council session.
Was it after the... I'm pretty sure it was in the morning because you had to talk to him about how it was he wanted to fund your expedition.
I
Wouldn't that make more sense?
I don't
after the
know.
council?
I assumed everything was going to be after, but if you want to do it this morning,
Dustin, did you just hide your camera so you could look at Toad?
Sure did. You sure did. Yeah,
It's unbelievable.
I can't talk now. So don't try to get it all down. We all know it's too late. It's too late.
I'm eating cinnamon sugar twists.
Is that what you keep the poor thing in?
And I was eating it from the bag, and I was turning off the camera rather than...
Scott, it was very thoughtful of you to not let us see you look at Toad. Thank you for being so kind.
Oh, yeah, TOS, right? Okay.
we can do it this morning if you want. But I was going to bring him the sword as well, Scott. So if I can go and collect it, I will.
Nope, that's fine. If it was, if you guys are remembering that it wasn't this morning, I will. Is more than one person remembering it wasn't this morning? Am I incorrect?
I have no recollection of when it was, to be honest.
Yeah, I just remember it was today. I think I assumed it was after the council session, but I don't think it got actually said specifically.
Yeah, I think it'd be the morning. But you can definitely, because you know Hinta is always up early and heading to her place, so you can head there first if you would like. If that's where you'd like to go.
Yeah. Yeah. Are the other two coming or not?
I want to go see Hinta, so I would go. Curve Rock, I told you I would go along, so if we're 1-1 or both, Carla would go.
And Mikhail would go.
Yeah. You guys get up nice and early. You go in, knock on the door. It's like, hey, I got a meeting we got to get to. You got to head to Hinta's early. And, you head over and get yourselves ready and, head over to Hinta's place. When you get there, she's only just because of how early it is. She's been there for a little bit, but her shop's not even properly open yet. But you guys come there and knock on the door, and she's pissed when she walks up to the front door. Then she realizes the three of you. As she unlocks it, she says, when I said come by today, I didn't mean this early. I'm gonna let you in.
Don't worry, I'm surprised we're up too.
Well, you wanted to talk about your sword? She says, looking to see if that is the sword that is with you.
It would be.
Right.
Actually, you'd have both. Yes. Well, one, work is extraordinary. I was looking it over and well above and beyond anything I expected. Two, I'm not sure this is something you would do, but I was hoping to get the old one mounted.
Yeah, something like that can be done. Now, still usable though. I'm not drilling through it, am I?
No. Potentially still usable. The weapon is meant to be used, but I've been with that blade for a long time, and I can't bring myself to part with it. Though I'd enjoy some extra coin, but I don't believe that was our only business with you. So I do want to talk about the sword. Perhaps it'd be rude of me to lead with that when we have other business.
She looks at the three of you and she's like, you know how early it is. I still have things to do. Why don't we play these out one at a time while I go about my tasks?
Oh, well, like motion.
Aldo will chime in at this point and say, all right, the first one is we've come to pick up one of the swords that you restored.
The ones I was restoring for you.
Yeah.
I'm not done with that yet.
Oh.
I told you I was making progress on it. It's not completed. You want to see it?
Yes.
She will lead you over to the back room, and she's like, if you're coming this way, carry that stuff. And she like gestures towards like some stuff that's on a counter or what have you for you to grab. It's like, it's more than one person could easily carry, but all three of you just, it's not much to carry to follow her up back. She, of course, grabs some stuff as well. And then goes up to like a back area and just points for you to put it down. And she goes and she has the all the items sitting inside of a box. And it's funny because like the box that it's sitting in is, let me make sure I get this correct. Sitting inside of a box, but the box that it's sitting in that has all the pieces inside of it, it's actually glass, like a thick glass box or some sort of maybe crystal. But this isn't small. Like, it is long enough to have the sword set inside there, as well as the other two pieces that you had got to, the dagger and the spearhead, are sitting inside this, you know, not particularly wide, not particularly deep, but longer box. And then inside of it has the three pieces, and with those three pieces, there's a couple of other like small rods that are inside there as well, like small like metal, almost like dowels, if you will, but made out of metal. So rod is the right word. And you can see that the metals themselves, they look slightly different from one another, and they also look like they're kind of rusted or what have you. Overall, though, the liquid, you don't really notice until you get too close. And certainly if you like lean over to look in, you get punched in the face by it. But there's like a strong foul odor. It's similar to a sulfuric smell, but not quite that.
She also has a toad?
It's different, but similar to like a sulfuric kind of smell. Kind of like a rotting eggs, but again, different.
Pungent. You just had to promise Curve Rock one of these, didn't you, Aldo?
You what?
Yeah.
Whenever she says you what, Cole will just look to Aldo.
Yeah, he has quite the collection. Doesn't have a sword.
Why did you promise him one of these? If you were going to give them away.
Curve Rock has a lot of books and knowledge and various other artifacts that may aid us on our expeditions, and getting him to crack or talk to us was very difficult. In the moment, I didn't fault Aldo for what he said, but now that I'm looking at this again, I hate the fact that it's been promised away.
Have you been to his house, Hinta?
She gives you a sharp look like there was some additional meaning to that, but almost immediately it falls away. She knows you didn't mean it that way. It's just instinctive.
Are you too fucking?
Mm-hmm. Almost immediately it falls away because it was just instinctive. And then she says, yes, I have.
You've seen how many relics
yes,
he has there?
I have.
Yeah. Okay.
Then you know his attitude towards all of it.
What did you say, Keegan? I'm sorry?
And you know his attitude towards all of them.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Listen, maybe it's a little confusing for you because you know how reverently I was interested in the artifacts that you found, how interested I am in the craftsmanship that they had and where it came from, the history behind it. So perhaps this is a little bit confusing for you. I'm interested in the quality of the craftsmanship. It has nothing to do with the fact of who crafted it. I don't care if this was crafted by a... And she takes a moment to think and says, as I myself, Scott, am also forgetting the word, which is really embarrassing because it's my race and my world of gnomes with dark eyes and all that.
So?
Sill, thank you, Keegan, very much so. She goes, I don't care if it was crafted by a Sill. Craftsmanship is craftsmanship. He doesn't care about the craftsmanship. He cares that it's mole. And that is just...
Based on the rest of his house, he'll likely throw a blanket or a towel over it, and we'll never see it again anyway.
She gives you like a kind of an exaggerated look, like exactly.
As I said, none of us are quite happy about it, but we needed an end with him.
There are worse hands, interrupting you. She says, there are worse hands that it could have gone into. They could have gone into the hands of an idiot that wouldn't go, look to take care of it, or they go swinging around like it's a club against God knows what. Fortunately, he'll see to it that it's taken care of, but people like him just sicken me.
Well, he's not a good
Mikhail
guy.
actually smiles a little bit, but it's not like a happy. It's like a yeah. But as well, won't be around too much longer, at least.
They're the ones that never die.
What do you think he'll do?
But
with
that
all
does
his
lead
stuff?
into the business we're here, right? Koa?
It does. But I am curious. What do you think he'll do with all this stuff? Think he'll give it to some random mole person? Does he have family?
I'm sure he has some third nephew that one time complimented his cane or something that is going to have this incredible windfall go his way, or perhaps he's made friends in some society of, secret meeting people that think that the Empire is going to rise up again or some shit. He'll
Although
have
these are all
something
ideas. We
arranged.
should approach him in the future.
What did you say?
Dress up a bit.
Sorry, Wade.
I was just saying, Aldo, this is the way you can approach him in the future. Just dress up a bit.
Yeah.
Ah.
Mikhail was saying, like, yeah, he damn near wanted to adopt you already, Aldo. I mean, I know what I said about Hobface earlier, but
I just
Time
looks
and place.
between the two of you.
This is somewhat relevant to our business with you. We're going to be going to a place called the Twisted Grove. Are you familiar with it?
She says, rumors and what you had told me before.
Well, we're going back there, and we lost a mule last time, and I
You're
nearly
changing the
lost my one.
conversation pretty sharp here. Let's stay on point for a second. You gave this away to him for him to keep it locked up instead of being properly appreciated, and you're already coming here to collect it. Am I going to have the correct time I need after I'm done restoring it to do any additional experimentation around it? Or am I going to have to take it out of my vat here and hand it to him still dripping?
Oh no, I think he'll definitely want your full restoration. I don't think he'll be in a rush for it, especially if he knows it's in your hands. He has a rather very high opinion of you.
She looks annoyed, almost insulted by your saying that, but you understand why, of course, so there's no reason to belabor the point any further. She goes, fine. And what did you get in exchange for this? Books?
Not thrown out of his house.
I got to go fetch a bottle of wine.
And I spoke with him in depth about going to the Twisted Grove and what we would need to go there. That's where what we traded the sword more or less for then comes to you. He's going to sponsor what we need equipment-wise.
We hope.
She looks annoyed, and she's like listening, but looking away from you and down at like where she has this reaction going on inside this glass container here. And you can see like she's just holding back just pure rage of this, because like the work's not even done yet. It's already been promised away. And after she takes like several long moments to kind of collect herself, she finally says, fine. Looks back to Koa and says, continue.
Sorry, just overcoming my own annoyance here. The grove, the vines seem to have some sentience to them, whether it's magical or something else. They attacked and followed us, and shredded me, mule, our horses, so on and so forth to pieces. Even a man who comes here made of rock, whose name is not Kuntilla.
Kithel.
Kithel. He himself was shredded a bit by these vines. So we were hoping to come up with some sort of barding or protection for at least our and some horses' legs, so we can make the trek through the grove without dying before we make it to the temple itself.
Barding for horses. That's what you need?
Against the magical human chasing vine, yes.
Yeah, really long, sharp thorns.
I don't know if there's any specific type of barding designed for that, but I might be able to help you out.
Yeah, the trouble is it needs to protect their legs, which I don't know how effective that's going to be with horses. Usually don't like anything on them like that.
She, doesn't react. You imagine she doesn't have a ton of experience with, working with horses or what have you. And she says, well, maybe we should trust in the gods and what they present before us. While some would think that your decision to trade this was one of the stupidest things that you could have done, at the same time, by sheer coincidence, I happened to trade a few days ago for some other supplies with the person that came through here. They actually had something similar to what you're describing. Horse barding. It was more than just a dress. It covered more of them as well. Like a head helm, covered their body, even had some leggings bits as well. It's possible this can do what you need it to. This wasn't a small amount either. The look of the person I traded from, if I had to guess, they probably combed through some battle site and collected the things that are left behind, since the items had a bit of rust to them, but I polished and treated and so on. So they're in good shape.
The gods do smile upon us then today. But I believe that is the extent of our knowledge and input and sad so far story.
I don't know. With what you're asking for, I feel like I should charge you triple for this. She bites it off in the middle of saying it. And doesn't even bring herself to look at Aldo because she's so annoyed. And then finally she just shakes her head and says, is this something that you're only going to be using temporarily, or is this a place that you intend to visit often?
Probably have to visit it at least more than once.
Yeah, it's hard to say. We haven't fully explored it, but there's a pretty good chance we'll have to go back at least one more time.
So you're going to want to buy the barding then?
Ideally, Curve Rock will buy it for us.
Oh. Willie.
Unless he has a different definition of sponsor than my understanding.
I have a feeling he has a different expectation as far as what the word sponsor and fund mean myself.
Yes, the word sponsor is going to be, he's going to argue down the price for absolutely anybody so that they're losing their goddamn hat on what he's purchasing. He's going to lean heavily in with that horrible curdled breath and just say that we should be taking care of each other, that we need to stick together. And he's going to want the best absolute price possible for acquiring this for you. This is a lose-lose for me.
Well, what can we do to sweeten the pot?
We know what we can do. We have more coin. Mole coin.
She looks at you. And you say mole coin? And she raises an eyebrow and say, oh, he didn't smell it on you?
No, he did. He took some of that too.
She looks at you sharply. These books better be rare.
You better give
He
us
has
some
a-
of them.
He has the entire Telvanix collection on his wall, effectively. It's a lot, even though I barely got to look at it.
Uh, Hundreds, if not thousands, of gold in value, most likely, if they're in good condition.
She
And
looks impressed by that because like she doesn't know the value of books, that kind of a thing. Not that she doesn't believe that exists, just it's out of her wheelhouse. Go ahead.
when I went into that cellar, there's I think his house is part of some ruins themselves. There's the correct stone, electrum, all of it.
That doesn't surprise me. Maybe his home is where they meet. Rolls her eyes. Anyways, and then she just kind of like looks very aggravated and says, "Does he know that you haven't found Barding yet? Does he know you're still looking for it?"
Did we even tell
He
him that
knows
we
we don't.
needed it?
Yeah, he knows we don't have it.
Yeah.
He
I don't
did
even know
go
if we
into
brought
all
it
of that.
Because we could have already negotiated a price.
We can already negotiate a price.
That's what I'm saying. If he doesn't know, if he doesn't know that you didn't know where Barding was until after that meeting, then we can pre-negotiate a price and you can bring that to him. And then as he talks me down, I can at least get some amount of profit off of it.
Okay.
Name your price. Who are we to argue?
And she just looks she looks to you and says, "No one. Right now, no one. Koa."
He nods.
Well, we don't need to get into nitty-gritty, but she goes over some details with you and comes up with some price that's absolutely ridiculous. The only reason why I'm not going into numbers is because while I do know the price of Barding in P1E, I don't know what it is at the top of my head in 2E. But because like in 1E, it's usually 3x whatever the cost of, or it's either 3 or 4x of the normal cost
I think
of
it's
armor
4.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
that
it's
makes
4.
sense because you're a large size creature.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, so if it's something that's usually 50 gold, then it's 100, it's 150, or as Keegan's suggestion, 200 gold, and then you have to convert it. So she comes up with some ridiculous price and goes over it with you guys, and so on and so on and so on. Once that's kind of settled, she says, and as you're talking, because talking doesn't require too much looking at what you're talking about, she has you guys help her get some things ready for the shop. And so when her apprentices coming in, you're already doing some of their like setup responsibility, and she sends them out to go take care of other stuff. But finally, once that's done, the shop's like set up, she goes, "Are there any other details we needed to go over, or can we at least turn to something pleasant?"
Other than getting to appreciate the sword a bit more, no more business.
She looks at Mikhail and Aldo just to confirm that that's true, because it sounded beforehand like there were going to be many different details, which you've already gone over two so far. So let's not pretend like it wasn't many.
No, nothing from me. I'm kind of anxious to hear more about the sword too, honestly.
Fine. She points to like a counter for you to put it down. It might already even be there because it's so it's not in your way as you're moving around the shop or whatever. But she goes over and she says, "I told you some details last time about how it is that they built things, how it is that they structured them, and I didn't understand how they went about it. I did some studying, did some research since I looked through what I could see inside the weapon itself, little reaction tests, all the things I mentioned, and I tried to emulate it. I'm going to be honest. I was not able to properly replicate what it is that they do. The way that they run the electrum through the metal that's in here, they run it through. You've seen the stone. You've seen how the electrum runs through the stone like veins under your flesh. Well, I can't do that. I lack the capacity to do so. But instead, what I did was I had rolled out a thin rod of electrum. I had taken some of the old mole electrum that I had, and I had formed it into a thin rod, and then had a couple of branches coming off of it in little areas where I thought I can get away with it. It's not going to hurt the structure of the weapon itself. And then I had the metal poured over it. I, of course, had to overpour way too much metal because I had to hammer it down. This isn't just a big hunk that I hammered into shape. This is something I had to have a frame to work with, and then just tempered it from there. Not tempered it, what's the word? I can't remember the word for when you smash metal to make it stronger. There's actually a word for it. I can't think of it.
Folding it?
No. It's a word for like, because I remember in jewelry there's multiple ways that you would do it. There was more or less you'd take like a hunk of metal and you'd hammer it into the shape, or you would like pour it into a mold, and then you could then do kind of like a combo between the two. Where you'd pour it into a mold bigger than you wanted, and then hammer it to be in like a reinforced version of that shape, and then still file it down to the shape that you want it to be in. Because obviously when you hammer it, it's more compact, it's more dense, it's stronger, it's more reinforced. Casting is when you're pouring it into a mold. I can't remember the word for when you're smashing it. It's escaping me. Either way, I'm years removed from jewelry at this point, so, and it might be a different word for swords. But moving on. So you she says that she poured it into an oversized mold and then hammered it down to reinforce and give it the strength. She says, but this is where it comes down to, Koa. This isn't the veins that are running through like underneath your flesh, right? It doesn't have that same kind of grace to it. It's a rod with a couple of branches coming off. More think like a simple tree, like a sapling. And beyond that, my hammering, electrum's not a strong metal. It was it was thin, it was okay formed rod. It had metal poured over it, but it is possible that the electrum beneath the steel here would have been affected by the hammering and the heat. It's possible I could have broken what's inside. But if it wasn't broken, if I was able to do it well enough, it might have some of the effect that a mole sword should have.
I don't even know what effect that would be, but just for the sake that it turned out looking so well and that you tried is amazing. That brings me back to our earlier discussions about the books. It's possible that among Kurvok's collection, some of the books in question or other works he may have could be useful to you in, well, military and alchemy and mole smithing and such. If we're able to get in with them, I'll try my best to get what we can for you.
I'd much rather get my... She says, the books... Sorry, let's take it back a step. She goes, I won't lie. What you're talking about interests me. And I'd much rather you, especially after you promising away one of those swords, I'd much rather you get the books for me to read rather than me having to do it on my own. Because you know damn well he has someone set up for you to marry for him.
Yeah.
Yes. Again, we'll do
I'd
what
be
we
baffled
can.
if he knew very many people.
She looks at you with like a genuine, like surprise almost.
But, no, I mean like that he has friends or people who would... Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sure he runs in circles.
I hope he tries.
She shakes her head. Well, anyway, I'm not going to be some breeder for him. And then just kind of like looks back down at the sword. And, gesturing to other details that are on it. She says, so I did that just to ensure that other details will go. Now, we discussed beforehand other aspects of these weapons. You know that the sword that you promised away had a unique characteristic in it. Well, I tried to emulate that here. I don't know exactly what size or shape or what have you goes in, so I did the best I could to emulate the empty space here for some gem or whatever it is that you would put in for design. I didn't want to choose for you and place some sapphire or emerald or whatever it is. I'm not exactly one for picking colors for other people. So you can talk to Yellen yourself and come up with what that is. You're pretty chummy with him. I saw he had you sitting at his side at the end of the table, and he sat me down with his son. And we all know what that means. I didn't realize he didn't like me that much.
Or
I sat on the other side of Cleven.
She doesn't say anything.
well, he is trying to find. I'm sure it didn't mean anything.
No. Cleven's a friend of mine.
Were you saying anything else, Wade?
No, he was starting to imply that he was looking for his son someone to marry, and he put Hinta next to Cleven. But he was like, I better not keep going down that line with Hinta right now.
Oh, okay. That's funny. You stopped short enough that I didn't understand that that's where you were going. That's funny. Okay.
That's because she had just thought about not wanting to be a breeder for Curve Rock, and he's like, you could be for Gemsmith. But wait, no.
Yeah. Anyways, so yeah. So you guys, the bit there, and then she just shakes her head and says, well, I'll let you decide what you're doing with that. And so that's why this is set here. As for the blade, and then she kind of like goes into like, some of the details around the metallurgy behind how it was that she, chose the steel that she used. And, she has her own recipe, if you will, for making her steel. We know that nowadays steel comes in like this steel, 1701, steel 11.5 or whatever it is. So we know how that works on the chemical level nowadays. Back then it was just, we have a recipe and we use that because it works. She kind of goes into some of the detail behind what she did there and kind of gets into the nitty gritty in ways that I imagine to some points your characters are feigning interest to not be disrespectful, and other points you're genuinely interested in what she has to say, but we don't need to get to the nitty for it. And she goes over all of it, and I believe at the end I did not say that there was an engraving onto it, right? So she said, I didn't put any markings on it, any engraving or what have you. You're free folk, so I imagine you don't have any house crest or any symbol that means anything to you or any phrases that are of great importance. But should that happen, I'd be more than happy to put something like that on here for you, something to mark that it's your own. I, of course, do have my mark on here, though, and she shows it to you.
That would be fine for now. No, I do not have anything quite like that.
Okay.
He'll just kind of keep looking over the blade, like, appreciatively.
Cool.
You mentioned the abilities that the mole blades have. Can you go into more detail about that?
Nope. It's just legend. We discussed last time. We know that the mole put their electrum here and there because it's supposed to have some effect, conductivity or connectivity or whatever it is. We understood that. We discussed it last time.
Right.
I don't know if that's true. I just hear legends and legacies and so on. So I did the best I could to emulate it. I know that my craftsmanship is shit. I know that you asked for a rocking chair and I gave you a squared off spoon. But it's a start.
I just asked for a good greatsword. This is spectacular compared to what I asked for. I asked for a rocking chair and you gave me a dark wood cart.
You say that exact line. She raises an eyebrow and says, that was specific. Oh, I heard Philippa was in town. How's she doing?
They're doing all right, all things considered.
Must be difficult raising a kid all by herself on the road alone.
Yes, one of my more regretful failures.
She furrows her brow at that and says, get over yourself.
Right. Well, I've been trying to do good since, so...
That's not getting over yourself. That's changing the subject.
How does one get over themselves?
I stopped thinking that you were the reason why this happened. It's a little egocentric, don't you think?
Why?
Did you know he was there?
No.
There you go.
I should have, though. It was my job to... Anyway, you're right. What's in the past is in the past.
You're human, right?
Mostly.
Well, until until your ears start pointing, until your face gets all nice and puckered in. Why don't you stop worrying about what you did or did not see in the dark?
It's just hard when Phil was a friend and it was my job to protect him, that's all. Seeing the family again just opened up fresh, or old wounds, I should say. It's good to see them, but I do see the pain of their loss. And I can't help but feel responsible when they were under my charge.
Well, I certainly hope that you feel that pain with the sword that you gave away. And looks down at the sword that you have in front of you and says, anyways, you're welcome, and thank you for the compliments. Is there anything else you guys need?
Actually, Hinta, so there is some, now that I'm thinking about it, I've seen a little more evidence of this this whole conductivity thing. Some of the ruins we looked in had a fucking, what the hell, it was a basin. now I can't find words. Got the aphasia. Whatever. I'm gonna tell her about the fucking thick water thing. How I found that the electrum was broken, and that's why it's not powered anymore. I told her about that whole discovery. So where the thick water is, whenever I went there and in Jurda's Crack, in the secret area in Jurda's Crack, where the base of the thick water is, the electrum going all through the room goes down like the pillars and stuff, but the pillars are broken. So it's essentially the circuit's broken. So whatever energy is supposed to come through there and go to this basin to like power it effectively is incomplete unless we could get the pillars repaired as well as the like electrum to run all the way through. So it's basically a big circuit kind of deal that's busted. Anyway, but what I'm getting at is I'm just telling her, like, hey, they dedicated a whole room to this, like, making that work. So there's definitely more to it than just legend.
I'm not a, damn, what's that word? The Arkan word. You know, I don't go studying
archaeologist.
That one, yeah. I'm not an archaeologist. Yeah. But that was her, not me. I'm not an archaeologist. But that is interesting. I've gotten halfway decent with working with this electrum. I bet I could reconnect it too. Except there's one small problem. You can't exactly chisel away stone and put it back.
Right.
Actually, electrum itself has a lower melting temperature than the stone that it's put in.
Wait, the potion I took allowed me to move through stone. Would that allow you to work on the electrum and then put the stone back?
Wait, what did you do?
Oh, jeez. We already used it.
Hold on. You have
had
magic to move through stone?
Yeah.
She actually looks like taken aback. Like, because, you know, people hear of magic. Like, it's a legend. It's a story. You know, yeah, people have seen you make lights or whatever, which is fantastic for some people, frightening for other people.
But it's different.
For others, it's light. Then you just said, I walked through a wall. And it's not like, oh, some legend. It's, no, me personally, I walked through a wall. And so it's like, what? so she's a little taken aback by it. Continue, Wade.
Yes, we got locked out of a place we needed to get back into badly, and we'd found this, and we discovered it would allow, for some amount of time, a person to move through stone or to break it off and almost wear it like an armor for a while or something. But for my purposes, I used it to pass through a stone doorway multiple times, and I discovered that the walls were different from the door. The door was solid stone. I was able to pass through it freely with this, but the walls with the electrum, there were electrum strands all over the place, and the electrum it was an impassable barrier. Even with this potion to move through stone, I couldn't move through the electrum, not even get my hand fully through it. There were just so many different strands of it that were going through the walls.
Yeah.
But I imagine if you knew what you were doing,
stone, but not the metal,
and you had tools in your hand to work on the electrum, you could probably do something with the electrum through the stone.
Yeah.
While having this potion, but I don't know how to make it. I don't know what this magic is. I just know that we found it, we needed it, and we used it.
we would need multiple. I mean, it lasts a while, but to work on that stuff would take hours, maybe multiple days.
Can you
We
get
need ready
more?
access to that magic.
Can you get more of that? She
I
looks
wish.
kind of excited about it.
Coin and context we have, I don't think so.
Oh.
It's possible. It definitely wouldn't be immediate. We have other ruins to go to. Others may have it, or we might find some kind of recipe for those types of potions. Anything. And I still haven't tapped the resource of my university.
Oh, that's right. You're an arcane wizard. Can't you just learn that magic?
Maybe. That one's pretty advanced. The troubling part is I don't have anything to go off of. You know, it's not written down onto a scroll or anything like that. It was a potion. It's gone now. So
I'm trying to learn how to run vines of electrum through steel. They have very different boiling temperatures. You pour one molten onto the other one, and it gets soft and bends as you do it. So you have to super chill it first, which makes it brittle. And you can only do it in the winter, because it's the only time that you can make it cold enough that it can take the heat long enough. And then you have to deal with the fact that you're pouring molten metal on top of something very cold, which has a different negative effect. And I'm learning to do that. I'm pretty sure you can start and pour your own molten metal onto a frozen electrum piece, or however you would call that in the magic world. It's advanced, but start somewhere. Maybe you can put your hand inside of paper.
I hate using this phrase, but it's not that simple.
She frowns.
Look,
if you didn't have that preface, she would have done more than frown. But your preface saved you.
Right. Just look, I'm not saying I won't try. I'm saying I can't make any promises. It would be a lot faster and more reliable if we could find something of the mole that alluded to it. Maybe
absolutely. If I can just go and dig up some mole craftsmen to go ahead and make me these weaponry.
I'm not asking you to do it. This is what we do. You make amazing pieces of weaponry so we don't die fighting gnolls.
And
That
you
make us
cast
archaeologists.
I cast spells, yes.
We're archaeologists.
Shanti's an archaeologist. We're the Valiant Few. I don't know.
The different keeps that we've gone into have showed us some different things. Perhaps there'll be some knowledge in there that will help us. Or, again, these encyclopedias that Kovrak has the full collection of, there might be something in their combined knowledge that would lead us there as well. Because we do know that they've done all kinds of things with stone and lavish traps and machinations and things beyond our understanding.
Yeah. You're right. I'm being a bit negative. I don't think it's unlikely that we find something else that helps us figure out this magic. It's not something I'd sign my name to. You know, a lot of these have been very different experiences. Maybe we find something better.
She listens and doesn't really have a response. She's just kind of like internalizing it, and then says, well, if you do get your hands on one of those potions again, they're safe to drink, right? She says, like, realizing that the idea of it is exciting, but then she's ingesting it.
Yeah, Ko was only sick for like 4 days afterwards. I patched him up.
What symptoms?
I don't recall.
I'm kidding. He's fine.
Oh.
Nothing happened except the magic.
Well, if you do find another one.
The only thing I don't have the answer to is what would have happened if I was in the stone when the effects wore off. So I'd imagine we need to know exactly how long they last, because that thought was in my mind.
You did feel when it was beginning to run out, didn't you? Usually how those work.
I don't recall that feeling, no. But we were also a bit busy dealing with really strong wind and things.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that can be figured out if we actually have one in hand.
We will keep this in mind though, and if we find something that we think could help, and you're interested in making the journey, with your skill and craftsmanship and knowledge, it would be our first choice for anything like this, of course.
She nods and says, "Well, if you find another sword, I might be willing to forgive you."
I don't know if I'll ever forgive myself, but that's good to know.
This whole time she's being like pissy about this. It wasn't even going to be hers. It was literally like you gave away your own thing. It belonged to you. That's like her
we gave
finding
it to
out that
him.
your car that you purchased with your own money,
Hey,
you gave
I
to
was
somebody
all
else.
team like, okay, we could give away the dagger, but Aldo over there was like, what about the big, nice, fancy sword?
He was going big.
We gave him.
Listen, I didn't even want to see Curve Rock, okay? I didn't want to go there.
Curve Rock walked away from that meeting with a gold, a copper mull coin, and a sword that now has Hinta up our ass.
Yeah, and someone he wants to adopt as his own son,
Which is the one that he didn't want in his house, who's the one that didn't want to go. That should be pointed down.
Well, either way. So she says, "Well, you've got your sword. Hopefully it works for you. And if it breaks, sorry, I was trying something new."
Well, if it breaks, then I'll just have two sharp things to work with for a while. I don't think it will break. I thank you for your craftsmanship.
And she, at that point, I imagine your characters leave to go elsewhere. Aldo, realizing he's probably running a bit late, he might have to jog across town to get to the Curve Rock just to not be late.
Koa will give her another gold mull coin. For the God, what was the word I used for the putting the sword on a plaque or whatever?
Mounting.
Yeah.
For the mounting, as well as an apology for all the Curve Rock involvement and things.
You're clearly overpaying, but she's appreciative.
Trying to keep her on our good side.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Rather her have him than him somehow get the other ones.
Cool. So anyways, yeah, when we're talking about the melting points here, fun fact, melting point of Electrum is about 960 C. Melting point of steel, depending on the steel, starts at about 2500 C. So you're talking.
If I get into a sword fight in a volcano, I'm fucked.
Well, I mean, hopefully you're not getting into a sword fight in a volcano, but 900 C is really fucking hot. You wouldn't want to be touching anything anywhere near 900 C anyway. 980 C.
I'm probably fine, chosen and all.
But
God would protect me.
So, 1d6 fire damage.
So you can imagine what the actual electrum looks like inside of the sword, as opposed to being like a rod with branches coming off of it. It kind of like pooled up in places, and so on and so forth. But she was able to make sure the balance wasn't off by compensating on where additional weight on the blade would have been in place and what have you. But yeah, the core of the blade with a thin rod or whatever inside there is. She did the best she could with what she had. Well, hopefully it functions. We'll see how that goes with time. What she really needs is a means to allow either steel to melt at a lower temperature, a much lower temperature, or to increase the melting point of Electrum, or give a much lower starting temp for the Electrum so it can withstand, So she needs to work beyond the means of what we have here, which, to put in layman's terms, is some type of magic or what have you. She's using mundane means of trying to accomplish these tasks, and trying to do something impossible is limited by physics if you don't have magic. So, but either way,
All she has to do is get the steel in an environment where the pressure is less, and then the melting point of the steel will go down.
increase the pressure on the one, and then decrease the pressure on the other one simultaneously while one is sitting inside. That's fun.
Sounds pretty simple.
Yeah, super simple.
She's good at it, so you know.
It was actually so when you talk about pressure,
paid her all this money.
It's literally one of those funny things because like when I was in Arizona, I think up in the mountains in Arizona, I think the boiling temperature of water went from 212 to 210. I think it was that big of a jump, I think. And it got me thinking, like, do they ever boil water? Let's say you want like ramen noodles while you're at one of those like deep sea, whether if you're inside of a what are they called? A submarine or inside like a deep sea
or whatever.
kind of like
Yeah, they just roll down the
whatever.
window and cook it out there.
I mean, like, what temperature do you have to get the water to make your ramen? Is that something that you could do, or do they just not boil water down there? I don't know. But either way, just interesting.
I've always wondered about submarine ramen.
Right?
It's gonna keep me up all night. Thanks, Scott.
You're welcome. Good. All right. Anyways, so, cool. The you guys are make your way out of her place. You've got the sword, and kind of like happy knowing what additional work came to it that you didn't know prior. And both meta but also in game a little bit excited about the fact that she had put that inlet inside of the base of the sword, because you're like, well, I know that something's being worked on by Gemsmith right now, so maybe potentially, maybe that color is my color, huh? But you can head from here, and I believe you imagine straight up to Curve Rocks. Aldo's gonna have to jog there if he wants to get there on time. Do you guys join him, or?
Yeah, we said we would.
Yeah.
We need some heels for Aldo to shine.
Yep. Kale said he'd think about it, but he's going.
Okay. So you guys are going, all three of you are going there, and when you show up, Aldo, of course, you show up and knock on the door, and he opens it. He opens the door, and he looks like he just smelled something foul. And he says, "Oh, come in."
That is the nicest he's ever sounded to us.
What was that?
Sounds so nice coming from him.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
He says, "Come in, and
Take
be
off our
quick.
shoes.
We don't have time."
Of course.
Go in.
Shuts the door behind you with a snap. No, that's not accurate. He doesn't hold the door open for you. He just walks away. Expects you to close it. I
close it way too hard.
No, the door literally rattles in the hinges.
That's lighter than I thought.
You guys make your way over to the sitting room that you're at beforehand, with him tossing like a agitated look over his shoulder at the fact that the door slammed. But you guys go over, and same as before, he doesn't remove the covers from the furniture that's there.
Well, we don't want to waste much of your time. Just to continue our conversation for last night about the keep.
Yeah, let's continue about last night. And he stares full on at Mikhail. Did you get lost?
Very briefly, but I found it eventually.
Were you snooping around?
At what? I went down a hall and into a cellar.
Oh,
I
is that
did
all you
notice
did?
that there are veins of electrum running through it, and I took note of it, but otherwise, I brought what I was asked.
But you were uncovering my furniture and snooping through it.
I tripped over your darn coverings, okay? It was hanging off slightly, and I tripped over it.
Bluff check. No first daddy's dice? Okay.
First I bust out my loot now, because that's how I roll.
Hey!
I didn't mean to mess up your furniture.
It's a really good roll. I think you still have a +2 left if you wanted to use it. Or you can luck it, or you can say, Scott, what's the likelihood you beat that?
I'm gonna just leave it.
Cool. Makes sense.
Yeah,
Go
if he beats it, I don't care.
I'm just seeing if somebody does it, and it looks like a no-go. 3, 2, 1. Okay, rolling. I rolled decent, but you beat me. So, you say that, and he looks you over and he says, "Yeah, you seem clumsy." And then just with the insult, just leaves it alone and looks back to Aldo and says, "Why are you here?"
You told us to come past today to discuss the sponsorship and what we would need.
Money, of course. And then it kind of like he remembers what you're doing, and it's like he looks like he's going to lighten up, like you can see it like starting to edge, but then his just like default pissy face settles back in, putting away the edginess of the genuine excitement that he would have otherwise had of where it is that you're going or what it is that he's funding. He goes, "Expedition into the woods. You're trying to find a keep out there that you claim that you've run into once before. Well, these are only going to be rumors, only going to be anecdotal evidence until we find actual evidence in there. So, what's the plan? When are you leaving? How long do you intend to be gone for?"
Well, we're not sure exactly on when we can leave. It's more of when are we able to, as we need the barding for the horses to be able to even make the trek out there. As for how long, not. He'll look to Koa as he says, "How long is it to there and back from here?"
What was it, like a day?
No, more.
Oh, it was like we spent like a week in the what we were tracking. We didn't have like an exact path. How long did it take us to get back out of the woods?
Yeah, I think it was 3 days coming back out of the woods.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think it was like 3 or 4 to get back out.
It'll take 3 or 4 days in good condition to get there. 3 or 4 days
So 3
back,
days.
and I would assume a day or two to figure things out there at least. So I would assume 2 weeks at the high end, hopefully.
That was on foot. You can move faster on a horse. You actually know that that's not necessarily true. Sometimes horses can be a hindrance.
Well, while usually true, the woods make things tricky with the horses. They will have the extra barding, which will slow them down to some extent, and we have to wade through these vines and figure out their source and go through them twice, which could add time, actually.
Fine. So a month.
I'm hoping 2 weeks, but if things are going really poorly, then yes.
Roll a sense motive.
Just him or all of us?
Oh, yeah, all of you, of course. Yeah.
I'm rolling so terribly all day today.
I'm so glad we're not fighting.
So how happens when you roll back to back now 20s, you roll poorly afterwards?
I've not rolled back-to-back 20s. That was Aldo
that was
2
Jake.
sessions in a row.
So Mikhail, you know he was actually testing. You realize he was testing you. Like, if you're trying to take him for all he's worth. But Koa immediately, because Koa was just so earnest and didn't realize it was a test, that he was just like, no, I'm hoping for 2 weeks. Like, if it goes longer, that's an inconvenience. Like no. And so when Koa like comes back at that so quickly, he was actually taken aback. Like, it was just so earnest, you know? So you notice that he was kind of taken aback by that. And he was like, but he doesn't want to show it. You just pick it up. And so he goes, fine then, 2 weeks. But you're not going alone. How do I know that this evidence that you come across isn't something you had planted or picked up beforehand? Fake. I'm sending somebody with you.
That is your prerogative. I would caution that these places are very dangerous, and if they can't fend for themselves well, then it would add some extra jeopardy to the mission.
That's fine. Since I'm funding it, it's your responsibility that they come back safe. Same as it was with Aldo here. Patty cake!
Hey, Pat.
So our duty to make this expedition is not the same as offering protection. They're 2 different skill sets with different focuses. Will you be providing their armor and other things needed to I'm sure that they'll be okay if a fight does break out.
Yeah, they'll be
Surely we're not expected to give up our lives for them.
they'll be adequately prepared.
Then there shouldn't be anything to worry about.
Do we know who this person is, or is this something you're keeping close to the vest?
I still have to decide them.
Very well. If that is the cost, then I'm not sure that we have too much of an objection to it,
Oh,
other than
that's
just
not
the
the
costs we've
cost.
given.
It's costing me. Fine. 2 weeks. You need the barding. I'll be more than happy to pick that up. I'm sure we can find it in Drazstone. We have, of course, you'll need food, and you'll need some
We
water.
spoke about the barding before, Counselor. We'd come to Hinta. Hinta would do the barding. So that
In
it
fact,
wouldn't
we
take as
already
long.
negotiated with her.
He thinks for a moment. I don't recall you saying that you've already negotiated with Hinta.
So she'd worked on some other things for us, and including the sword I wield, the sword that Mikhail here wields, and it saves us the time of having to go all the way to Drazstone just to work with her, and she has fine craftsmanship.
You guys can roll a diplomacy, or technically it can be bluff as well. Wait, you don't have to lead this. I know you're the worst at it. One of them can roll diplomacy or bluff.
Can we aid one another?
Yeah, of course.
One
With,
of you wanna
again,
aid
the
each
roll
other?
of your choice.
I imagine Aldo's still kind of in leading, so I'll be aiding him.
You'll be the primary aid, and we can be the secondary for half the effect.
Oh, I get to roll too?
So you're giving a +3 to Aldo's bluff. Yes, you do, sir.
Do I have to roll bluff if he's doing bluff?
No, you can roll. You can roll diplomacy or bluff. You're giving a +1, so he has a total of a +4. Does that include the +4?
Yep.
We still have the +2 or luck if you want to get over at 20.
I will definitely use the +2. Do you want me to luck it?
It's up to you. 21's decent.
Probably we don't want him to beat this one.
Alright.
Yeah, there we go.
25.
Fine.
Nice. So with your
Same roll
25,
as Mikhail.
with your 25 total, he, you kind of give your lines, and he says, "She does have fine craftsmanship." Fine, give me the details. And you say the amount of money it is, and he looks like he literally just grabbed a tablespoon, a heaping tablespoon of shit, and put it into his mouth when you tell him the price. Like, he looks very unhappy about that. And he's like, "That is ludicrous. That costs more than double the rest of the expedition itself. Absolutely not. I'll have a talking to that young lady."
I'm not hiding my smile very well when he's upset. I look
Luckily,
at my feet.
he's so angry he doesn't even notice.
Well, Hinta kind of knew that was going to happen anyway, so I think we'll just like let this go, because it's like, yeah, sure. I mean, that's between you two.
Yeah,
We're out of that
I
part
imagine.
now.
Yeah, she said it high because she knows he's gonna be like, he's gonna bring it way down. So
Yeah.
He just thinks to himself, "Well, your expedition very well may be waiting on these supplies coming from Drazstone. If she can't be reasonable, we'll see how quickly how quickly the taxes around buying her goods go up." So it's kind of like under his breath and maliciously.
Well, whatever you two need to work out, I suppose.
What else do you need aside from food, drink, and your barding? I suppose you need spelunking gear.
We have some amount of rope, but it's not the worst idea to have some extra pythons and such.
yeah, some tools, man. More rope would be helpful.
Oil.
Oil would be good. Oh, some medical supplies. Again, it's very dangerous.
It's only dangerous because you haven't burned them yet. Just burn the weeds.
Oh no,
I'm sorry, you understand there's an entire forest surrounding them.
Yes, but the ruins aren't going to burn. It's made out of
No
stone.
amount of valiance is going to save us from a forest fire.
The fire aside, the dangers and medical needs would still be there. You yourself have placed various traps and such in your own yard, so you understand that the keeps themselves have traps that go beyond our knowledge and ability to find. We've hurt ourselves on them already.
Much like how if you burns the grasses of my yard, the traps would become more visible. You would make your entire expedition significantly safer if you just burned it down. I'll leave it to your choice to what you want to do, or perhaps a cask of oil would be the best approach to the situation. So traps. You need medical supplies to survive traps.
And whatever else that might be within. Every one we've gone to so far has been a little different, so there could be fights, there could be elementals, there could be nothing. It's hard to really say.
Yes,
we're in
so
there.
far we've encountered gnolls, slithering pits, elementals. We don't know what's in this one, but they can cause quite a bit of pain.
You know, when it comes to traps, one of the oldest and best ways to disarm them is to throw a rock. I suppose I don't have to supply you with rocks since you'll be out in nature.
I think we can come across rocks. A few of them are a bit more subtle, but for a couple, a rock probably would have helped.
Good, because it feels like you're trying to get me to pay for everything.
Just the essentials, I assure you. I don't wish to fleece you in any way. Otherwise, I would have told you the expedition would have taken a month or two, but I believe 2 weeks is adequate. I believe what we've told you so far would be adequate.
Fine. I'll see to it that the supplies are gathered for you. I will have them gathered for you. I don't know what deals you might have with the local merchants. Them kissing up to you, or you splitting the extra profits because you're overcharging me. Oh, I've got a receipt. No, I'll have them gathered for you. I'll let you know when they're ready.
That seems more than fair. I will say, in our discussions with Hinta, we did not discuss having a fourth member of our team with us, so, for their protection through the vines, you may need to bring that up.
Well, it's getting late. I need to get to the council. I've already missed likely one ruling or two. And there are important ones coming up. You are not welcome to stay here without my presence, so it's time for you to leave.
Thank you for your time.
And perhaps you don't slam the door this way.
I will personally close it myself this time.
And then he doesn't get up to, like, respectfully, walk you to the door and like that. Same as last time, he just sits there and glowers at you.
Yeah,
Okay, will you leave?
Okay. As you go to leave, he says, Aldo.
Yes, Counselor.
He gives a look to them in case they look back too, to suggest, yeah, you weren't invited to stay.
Nope.
I don't think we want to.
Once they walk
Nope,
out of earshot, he looks back
Mikhail's
to,
walking fast as shit.
he looks back to Aldo and he says, I understand what kind of riffraff you have to hang around with to accomplish your tasks, but you don't have to have them traipsing mud all over my floors.
We took our shoes off.
My apologies, Counselor. I will not bring them next time.
And he, like, you can see under his breath, he's like mumbling to himself, like, you're necessarily invited back next time either. And then, but he gives you like a nod, like he understands or whatever, and then you know to take your leave.
Yep.
We were invited last time. Like he literally is like, and you too, I suppose.
And you gotta leave. It's one of those things that you go walk up to the other two, and Mikhail does that whole like gesturing between him and Koa, like was it us? And Aldo's like, yeah.
Good.
You
Fuck 'em.
leave. Koa shuts the door so gently it's still ajar.
Well, he's strong enough to not leave it ajar, but he
Yeah.
definitely takes his time.
That's awesome. All right. When you guys leave there, any words you have amongst yourselves before you head over to the council?
Nah. I think about doing something petty, but nah, I don't feel like it.
Cool.
I don't think we're going to the council. We're finding out what happens later on. We're not actually going.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. This isn't an open meeting. They're having like their own decisions or what have you. That's right. Cool. And just to tally, before you move on to go do something else, you had spoken to Curve Rock, that douchebag, and tried to get him convinced to want to do trading with Drazstone. You'd spoken to Gemsmith and got him convinced to try to do trading with Drazstone. You'd spoken to what's her name? Vintree, and got her convinced to want to trade with Drazstone. Out of the 9 counselors, it's 9, too. Right? Or is it 11?
Yeah, and Fox.
Oh, sorry, and Fox is 4. So I think it's 11 counselors. So 4 out of the 11 counselors you personally spoke to and got convinced to go that way. That's pretty solid. That's a third of the counselors that are there.
And we know Vintree was going to go talk to someone too.
And I was just saying, Vintree tends to convince if it's going to be beneficial for them. Naval will go that way. So there's 5. Getting you almost to the majority vote. Now, you don't understand how it works, if it's a simple majority or some sort of like a greater number than that. But feeling confident that you have 4, maybe 5 in your pocket walking in, like in your corner, I should say, not your pocket, walking in, others are going to potentially see opportunity here. It's very unlikely all of the others are unanimously going to say no, right? Especially with how Rook tends to be a little bit more practical and so on and so forth. Crestborn, I think that's her name, or their name, I should say, because it's a husband and wife. Crestborn, I don't think you spoke to them directly to convince them, did you? No. Okay.
But we did. Fox has incentive to make this happen too. So
yes,
I assume he is doing his own behind the scenes things on other people.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
wasn't somebody talking to the Crestborns though?
Yeah. But so I was specifically referencing.
But...
I was specifically referencing the voting to have the trading done because that's beneficial for you directly. Now, beneficial for your namesake and a cause that you care in is Karen, like Karen, is the transference or the attempt to transfer the prisoners from Forvin out this way. And that's where Curve Rock was convinced. Fox was convinced. Gemsmith was convinced. You did not speak to what's her name about it. But on the flip side, theoretically, Crestborn and Crestborn will be convinced. So there's 1, 2, 3, 5 counselors there that are also believingly. So you'd have to convince. You don't know exactly how it works.
We also don't know what Leon and Gemsmith talked to her about before we got there.
That's true. And you also know that when it comes to finally the detail of the trade, Leon is going to be in there making the case. It's a private case to make. He's going to be in there making the case. Awesome. Were there any other open counselor votes that you guys had a strong opinion on? I don't think so. Cool.
No.
Now let's go back to what else are your characters doing for the rest of the day while you're waiting to hear this? Or is it kind of like, nah, we mellow?
Break into Curve Rocks, take all of his books and replace them.
He is going to be out of the house for the day. Go in there and steal that ring and leave.
No, probably not.
Cool.
You guys don't think we should break into Curve Rock's place and take some of his stuff, do you?
It's like Robert the Bed.
I must have misheard you, Mikhail. What?
Well, I mean, he's not there.
Oh, it's a good reason.
I hate him. I hate him. Some of his stuff could be really useful. There's that other ring in the cellar.
Oh, there's a ring in the cellar. There's also the entire tome of encyclopedias we're trying to get our hands on, but
yeah, we could get as many of those as we can carry.
If that was going to be our method, then why go through all the trouble of giving him what we've given him and trying to make this
just humor me. I'm not gonna go do it, but just humor me.
3 of us walk into a bar.
Is that a suggestion?
I was
guess
trying
we
to
could do
humor him.
that. Thank you,
It was a
Koa.
pun on the word humor.
Yeah, I guess we could do that. Oh shit! Wait, I should probably go find Trinity. Someone did say she was looking for me.
Aldo, I have
Days
something
ago.
for you and I to look at. I was thinking to myself, whenever you were going through the different pieces of furniture, you mentioned finding those scrolls. And I was thinking, the estate itself that we're in, that we own. What if there's hidden compartments around there where things were hidden as well? Because I mean, if he would hide stuff in his furniture, why not a loose board or a wall panel or something?
Yeah, I can take a look. I mean, we've got a. If you're offering to help, Koa, I suppose there's no reason not to.
Either that or literally nothing. So yes.
All right.
Anything else? Okay. So you guys
Technically, Aldo has a coin to look at, but Koa doesn't know that. But they might
Aldo
know.
knows what his coin does.
it buys things.
That's true.
Like if you put it on a counter at a bar, you get alcohol and you drink it.
It may or may not have already been spent.
It may. It's a good point. Character has been drunk a couple of times. No. You stay pretty sober recently.
It definitely hasn't been spent,
Gotcha.
but it, for all intents and purposes, might have been spent.
All right. Anyways, anything else your character's doing? Or are we jump cutting to the next bit here?
Oh, I was gonna go find Trinity since they're looking at the place.
We're searching the estate. He's going to find Trinity.
So let's go do Trinity first. You know what time of day it is. You know when she typically works. You're going to her house and knocking on the door.
Yep.
A gentle knock at first, unfortunately, does not get a response. So a slightly heavier knock and a bit guilt, knowing what it means. Eventually, you do get a response at the door. She comes down in her nightgown, or I guess in her case, day gown, and opens the door. And looks like takes like a second to realize who it is, and she goes, "Oh, Mikhail," and then he opens the door wider.
Yep, it's me.
I heard.
Sorry,
you were
I
in town.
know. Yeah, someone told me that you were looking around for me and such, and I was very busy. Sorry. He goes in.
She thinks for a few moments. She's like, "I don't remember why I was looking around for you. Are you busy?"
Not right this second, no.
Good, because I'm tired. And she like gestures for you to follow her.
Okay, yeah, he follows.
Cool. So a few hours later, when she wakes up and starts getting ready for work, and you guys are still together, she says, "That's right. I was looking for you. I was trying to tell you about some. Sorry, I can't remember earlier. Guess I needed my memory jogged. Anyways, so there's been kind of rumors that have been going on lately about the gnolls that attacked the area.
Yeah.
There's been a bunch of rumors that have kind of happened lately. People claiming that they've started to see them again, and so on and so forth. And because the rumors are pretty infrequent, and they're from people that tend to be cry wolf, or in this case cry gnoll, we haven't really raised too many alarms on the situation. But I was just kind of curious if you had any insights. I mean, you and your crew had known some stuff beforehand, if you'd seen or known anything, or...
Well, not specifically about the gnolls again. We haven't went back into them. But we did learn that there was a vote that went up to the council about getting more guards funding the guard a bit more and hiring more people, and it did not pass. 2-4, everyone else against.
Well, I'm glad to know that you don't have any insight suggesting that there are more, but yeah, what you're saying makes sense. Then it was also, you heard that we recovered one of the bodies, right?
Did we hear that? That sounds like news to me.
I think we
No, we
did
heard
hear
it.
it, but we
Yeah.
haven't looked into it.
From the
Oh wait,
boys that
yeah,
make
somebody
yeah.
somebody like cut it up and stuff too. Yeah, that's right. I remember now. Yeah. The those two brewer boys. I remember hearing about that. Somebody did a whole dissection or something on them.
Well, we still have the body, and I thought you might want to take a look. Before, when everything happens, I know things were crazy and you ran out of here, but you had said words about it could be magic or something that they were doing because of how it was described from those that had seen it and what you described from you had seen beforehand. So I don't know how your thing works, but if you have the ability to see that kind of stuff or markings, the body's a bit turned, but if you wanted to check it out.
Oh. Yeah, I probably should. I mean, I guess I know a bit more about this sort of thing now. Yeah, let's take a look, I guess.
My
It's gonna be
second or
gross,
third date
isn't
with
it?
Gwen was bringing a body to her shop too. I get it. Now you know things are on the right track.
That one wasn't rotten, no.
Well, he was. He became less rotten though over time.
Yeah. It's gonna be gross.
Yep.
But he goes.
Scott, my microphone just got flaccid. It just went from here, and then it went.
I have that experience around you too, man.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, moving on. So, either way, you are able to follow her. As she goes into work that evening and goes to where the, kind of checking at the guard station. Which, when you're there, the person at the front is chuckling about your having, air quotes, tortured Dan a couple nights ago. They're just going down there and singing. You know what I mean? Just the performance you guys put on there. Again, air quotes, because it's not literal torture, right? You guys are actually good at putting on music.
We're antagonizing him.
Yeah, antagonizing, exactly. So they're chuckling about that, and she actually will give you kind of a bit of a cross look and say, I forgot about that. Could you not?
What, antagonize Dan?
Listen, he's an ass, and he deserves pretty much anything he gets. But then we have to deal with him afterwards.
Okay, you can... But you're not behind bars.
Hey, I thought I'd ask. And she just drops it at that.
Yeah, okay.
And leaves it alone. So you make your way to the with her from there. She lets them know like where it is that she's bringing you, and they bring you over to where the to use the word morgue is a very, very gross overstatement. This is the building that is the guard area, the guard station. It has what's effectively like a potato pantry down below. So it's exterior access to the foundation as opposed to interior access where the jail is. And so when you go down there and the door opens up and you go in, one, the smell is gross. But two, it's vaguely familiar. You knew that you smelled something faint but off when you were with Dan before, and you thought maybe he was just in a funk because he hadn't bathed in a while. You know, like what's his name? Aldo during his session 0, between his, coming down from, his sobering up from all of his time of drinking. But no. Apparently it was the smell of this eeping through the walls downstairs. Either way, so when you're brought over to the body, it's unfortunate because like They have all sorts of different, flowers of, lots and lots of what's it called, honeysuckle. Now that it's, starting to come into season, they have like young but still sprouted flowers of honeysuckle like all around this body, trying to mask the smell, but it's pretty nasty. And they've done what they could to act as like pesticides, if you will, things to try to keep bugs away. But when she pulls back the cloth that's over it, which kind of sticks to it a little bit, there are unfortunately bugs crawling into the body itself. And don't forget the body, when it was recovered, because they literally threw like effectively Molotovs, but they were throwing liquor at it, and then it was making fire, so it caught up and burned to death. So you're dealing with a charred body with bugs crawling through it that has been rotting for a few months.
They used fire against a fire type. They're terrible Pokemon trainers.
This isn't Pokemon. This is Monster Hunter World or whatever it's called. Is that what it's called?
Still terrible.
What's the one? What's the one that's like the Pokemon knockoff? Is that Monster Hunter World?
No.
I
There's a
think
Power
so.
World?
What is it called? Pal World.
Pal
World.
Pal World. Yeah.
Yeah.
Monster Hunter World is a game, but it's not like Pokemon.
Sorry.
Right?
I'm saying Pokemon. God,
Listen.
now you got me saying it wrong. Pokemon.
My days are spent, training an infant and changing diapers, not playing Monster Hunter. All right, moving on. So you are, so you go down there. You said the smell is putrid. Make me a fortitude save, please.
Okay. I was going to say, I am going to do something as soon as that smell hits, but I imagine the save comes first.
We'll never know. He's reading.
I got a 12.
Okay. 12 is fine. I assume you're happy with that?
Yeah.
Cool. And
Wish it was higher, but it's fine.
So yeah, when you are there, you're gagging, and so unfortunately, occasionally because of the smell, there's little gags that you're. No, I don't mean full blown I mean those little ones that are deep in your throat and you can feel inside of your chest. One of those, you can keep it to yourself, but if anybody else around you makes a gross noise or reaction, or if anything's particularly goopy or whatever, it might be so far that it pushes you over the edge and you end up hurling. So you're as long as everybody around you stays calm, you've got it. I'm okay. I am okay. That's where you're at. So she goes over and she starts looking over steps back and allows you to look at the body. And she says, do you need me to point anything out, or you got this?
Just give me a second. Are you, God's forbid, are you staying down here?
Do you need me to point anything out, or do you got this?
I got it. I got it. You can go.
She
I'm
says,
pulling a cloth out of my pocket.
She says, I understand if I don't see you later. And then walks out.
Prestidigitation, throw it at her as she walks in.
No! Just slop up all of the charred flesh and bugs into one ball of filth.
Damn.
I choose you.
So guys, I'm single. We were never official, but I know for sure now.
All of Aldo's plans undone.
Oh, that's nasty.
No, I am going to cast prestidigitation though on this cloth and give it a really strong mint smell, and then wrap around my face because ew.
What happened with you and your ex? I used magic to throw a rotten corpse at her ass as she left.
Shit, it's a joke. Not my fault it hit her foot and she slipped and fell in it. That's on her. That part was on her.
Oh.
Okay. So you put prestidigitation to try to clean up the smell inside here a bit, and unfortunately the smell is just so fucking overpowering.
No. I put it on I made a cloth.
Yeah.
Smell strongly of mint and then tied it around my face.
No. Yeah. That's what I mean. But it's so overpowering that you can still get some of it through the mint. Don't get me wrong, the mint is doing the trick. Mm-hmm. It's making this more tolerable. You don't feel like you have vomit literally choking your throat at the moment, which is nice. Gives you that second to really settle yourself down. But oh boy, it is just so pungent in here. The mint will work for a while, but eventually, once you monkey cage to the mint, you hope that you're monkey caged to the rest of the smell in here. But God, maybe not. Anyways, so you immediately get to work. Unless there's something that you want to prompt from me, I'll gladly toss to you. Any questions, Keegan?
No, I'll get the initial stuff first. I might have some after I get any info.
Sure.
Don't put the null in your mouth.
Start off with a perception check, and unfortunately, you can't just take a 20.
Okay. Solid. I'll keep it. I'll have a ton of luck.
Cool. So, and you are using luck or no? Sorry.
Nah, I'm
Okay.
keeping it.
So with your 18 total perception check, you're looking over the body, and there's not much that you can see here because, unfortunately, they really are just fucking charred through. So like they don't have any fur left. Maybe a tiny clump here or there, and it even is curled up a bit from where like heat or fire had gotten to it. The flesh is all either charred up or rotted away or whatever it is. Some areas you try to investigate it, but again, like you go to touch, but again, your finger almost like punctures through in a spot. Like, ooh, it's a good thing I have that mint. It's a good thing I have that mint. It's a good thing I have that mint. It saved me from vomiting, and I definitely didn't want to vomit while I have a cloth over my face. Anyways, so it's just pretty gross. And as you're looking the thing over, trying to see if there's any details here, you do not see any telltale signs or markers around their head, their eyes, anywhere like that. I will say this. While you had seen the hyenas before, let me take this back a step, the gnolls before, because they attacked you and you killed some to save yourself, you didn't really stop to regard them or search over them beyond to see if they had any belongings. Taking a moment to like really regard a corpse of them, you're like, wow, their teeth are bigger than I expected. And there's more of them than I expected. Their mouth is larger than I remember. We fought these things like in our faces, attacking us, trying to bite at us in the middle of the goddamn like mountain pass. These are genuinely scary. Like it's one of those things where you take like a moment to like think about an experience you went through and you just got through it. And you're like looking back and you're like, Koa got bit like 3 times or some shit. How is he alive? Like that motherfucker's walking. He's lucky his legs only got tingly the other night. Oh my God. So it's just like taking that moment to regard like the dangers you've gone through from seeing this. But putting that aside, nothing here is really standing out for you. Looking over the whole body, so on and so forth. And you're about to move on when actually one of their hands is so shriveled and ruined and destroyed from like but the other one, some of the flesh is still on the palm of the hand, and there are markings in it that it's not that they're arcane runes or anything like that. It's that it looks like intentional markings on the palm of their hand. It looks like maybe carved by a knife or something. Intentional markings. This isn't a crease from the fold of the skin or anything like that. It looks like it's markings. It's just the hand is so destroyed. You don't have enough to work off of there to try to extrapolate what it was or what it was meant to be. But there's very obviously a few knife marks in there for the bit of flesh that remains where you can read it.
But I can't. I can't really examine that much closer. It's too ruined.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Mending.
Which hand is it?
Yeah, great question. We'll say it's the right hand.
It's the right
It was
hand.
literally the one I was gesturing on in the camera. So
Can you
Okay.
mend a corpse?
you can mend any object that is you have the materials around for, and corpses are objects.
Yeah.
Materials around for you, like a bucket of skin.
You would have to have
bucket.
you would have to have its own flesh. But you balled that you put that into a ball and threw it at your girlfriend. Oh. It was just playing. Come on.
X. Anyway, so yeah, also it's 1 pound per level that you can mend. So I'd have to like fucking like cut its hand off. So it should be a separate object.
So you're saying that you'd have the hand and then a whole bunch of flesh to work with.
Oh.
But then does it then mend the stupid cuts that I'm trying to examine?
I don't know.
Actually,
Trinity walks down,
uh,
just sees you like fucking up this corpse, and is like,
chanting magic words while like pieces of it slough off into the hand I'm holding.
two-part answer. One, it wouldn't mend the old scar, wounds, whatever they are. They're too healed, or if you
Yeah, so
will.
they're
So
like
that
scars.
definitely wouldn't happen. But it also wouldn't mend the hand well enough for you to see that better because you literally have to have the flesh that belongs there to be able to mend it. It's not gonna regrow flesh that you don't have the materials of. That would be make whole could do that. But or there's I think there's actually a necromancy spell that allows
all
you
the
to like
pieces.
to fix
Yeah,
corpses.
there's some necromancy spells that are specific for corpses that restore them. I
I
think
think
it's
it's
like
like
restore
level
corpse.
0 or level 1 spells too. They're pretty low level,
Uh,
but they're necromancy specific.
yeah, they're like 1 and 2. I think there's a few of them.
Yeah, I don't think your character would be going down
I
that
don't have
rabbit
them.
hole of dark magic.
talk to Cleven.
I
I'm
don't
pretty
have
sure
them.
his toad is like a necromancer, undead, or
Or
something.
a devil. It's a fiendish toad. No, yeah. Well, I'm not gonna cut the hand off and get sprayed with maggots or whatever the fuck is living in it.
Jesus, rocket propelled maggots.
I wouldn't put
Like
it
a
past
thousand
you.
little Scots flying at you.
What the fuck?
I'm just trying to think of something maggot sized.
Okay. So they obviously had some kind of thing carved into their hands. The other one was super shriveled. Okay, well, now that I've kind of got that piece of information, is there any other parts on that look like they've been intentionally like scarred with a design? Obviously checking, like chest area. Don't want to have to flip this thing over.
Yeah, that 18 covered looking everywhere and finding that at the end of it.
Everywhere.
And I assume you did roll it this way and that way as part of the investigation.
Okay, good. Yeah, there's not much else I can figure out on it then.
No, this
So
is some
I'll
other
have-
checks or what have you that you can think to do.
I mean, I am trained in heal now, but I think I can just figure out how it died, which I already know.
Roll a heal check. That's a really good point. Thank you, Keegan.
So-
I forgot about that.
I rolled my favorite number,
Died of old age.
Yeah.
and unfortunately, there's no rerolls available, so it is a 6.
That is awesome. You're like, I wonder if age got him.
Right? It's probably the flu.
Obviously, what happened was somebody told him die in a fire, and he did.
Yeah, he died out of sheer force of will.
What
Someone
about, like,
roasted the shit out of this.
Are you good at knowledge nature? Because you're the one I think who knew about gnolls and gnoll biology to begin with.
I can do any knowledge, but yes, I am also trained in knowledge nature.
I don't know if that would help. But I
Um,
mean, maybe something's different about its biology or something than from what we already know from gnolls.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, like maybe is there any because it's so fucked up.
Sorry,
But these are
I'm
different.
trying to tell you what to do. It's your character. Just thinking.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm drawing blanks too. I've been doing anyway. Is there anything else I can find on this thing to show how it's different from what I know about gnolls? Because I already know they're like in the wrong region. So I don't know. Maybe they're. I don't fucking know.
I mean, you're
I was
welcome
just thinking if I could
you're
like
welcome to
get some other
try.
details about them.
The issue is your character doesn't know Knowles very well, so it's like you have two side by side and you're trying to compare them. You're going based off
Yeah.
of very limited knowledge that you have, but you're welcome to try and see if anything stands out.
Yeah. Would that be nature?
Yeah.
Okay. That's much
Pretty
better.
good roll. Are you happy with the 22?
Yeah, I'll keep that.
Okay. So one of the things that you are going to notice about these gnolls that maybe wasn't super obvious before. So I mentioned before that the gnolls came from the north. They don't usually come this far south where it's just like cold or what have you down there. They tend to come from the north, and they tend to come from the areas where there's like it's a lot more plush and so on and so forth, right? because this one it could just be this particular knoll, or maybe it's this breed of knolls. It'd be hard to tell without, looking at others, what have you. But now they have time to like properly investigate them. And one of the cool things too is because they've been air quotes autopsied, they've been kind of cut open a bit, so you can see more than it's not like you were cutting open dead bodies before. And because they've rotted so much that enough of their flesh on their face or whatever it is kind of like either sunken in or rotted away, you're able to see more of like their the structure beneath than you otherwise would have. You realize the snout of this thing is more narrow and smaller than a typical knoll. More or less smaller, what's the word I'm looking for here? Sinuses than a typical knoll would have in that area, smaller glands. You think that maybe these aren't quite as effective for their sensibility as a typical knoll would be. So don't get me wrong, they can sniff you out, but maybe being downwind from them is even more effective than you would hope for it to be. Maybe you can mask your smell from them a little bit easier than you otherwise would. So whereas a typical knoll will have like the scent of, say, like a bloodhound or what have you, this might have the scent of a pug. I'm drawing kind of like broad strokes here, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of a pug, hey Doxy.
Wow.
I know that. It's literally the last thing I said, but God, that sounded mean. I'm wounded. Yeah, that's fair. Doxies. Oh.
I would never.
I know you would never.
Jesus.
I know. You're
not to someone nice.
You're a better person than me. Oh, I'm sorry, Doxy.
Yeah, you don't even have to be a gentleman, Doxy. You just have to not be Scott. He's a class of his own.
Doxy, the problem is he's a gentleman and you like it rough. So, God, that also just feels so sad. It'd be one thing if she was on the call with me so she could retaliate, but because it's like me talking to text, I feel so bad. Like if Doxy was in the room with me, I would absolutely say, because then if she whacked me, I would deserve it and we would be even. Violence being the answer. But now it's like borderline defenseless, so it just feels bad. Of the canine variety. Oh, that's Doxy. All right. You're yiffing up the right tree right there. All right. Anyways.
So what is the... Can I figure out what made the marks on the hand? If it's like cuts or burns or acid or whatever.
I was going to tell you that answer with some pretty nice detail, but you rolled a 6 on your heal check, so the answer is no.
Well, that's great.
Yeah, I'm
Can
sorry.
I roll again since I'm specifically looking at that?
No, that was part of the looking over the body and whatnot. Yeah. I did not mute him. It's a lie.
He's muted right now.
Yes, he muted himself. I did not mute him.
And now it comes back.
Oh, yeah, bullshit.
That's kind of funny that I'm gone and all of a sudden I come back. Jake's muted, I'm muted, and Scott's like, I didn't do it. And all of a sudden we can both talk.
Fuck you. You muted yourself before you left too. And you're lucky you left. Wait, some pretty cringe shit.
So you were yourself while I was gone. That is disappointing.
But to poor Doxy.
Dogs.
Yeah, and all
Dogs
she did was
doesn't
raid
deserve
in,
that.
say hi.
Hi, dogs. I'm so sorry that I wasn't here.
You just call her dogs? Is that what?
Stop talking about dogs, Scott. Nobody's talking about dogs except you.
Play the footage.
No. So I think I'm done with this fucking corpse. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm definitely done with it. It's gross. And I rolled a fucking 6.
All right, so you absolutely the smell of mint is not doing as much of an effect that you wanted to. You found out what you could, maybe some marking on the hands. Maybe that's noteworthy. You have to find another corpse to verify if you can get your hands on one. But unfortunately, this is the only one that was dragged in. You did what you could, but eventually you come upstairs. You eventually make your way up. When you make your way up, I don't know if you continue to choke it down or if you just take a moment while nobody's around to run your way over to a spot where you can just vomit and get it out of there. Ugh.
You better use a
No, he has
prestidigitation
too much.
yourself.
He has too much pride to vomit, but he is definitely going to prestidigitation to like clean himself off.
Yeah, you're not welcome back in the estate if you don't. We don't need two people smelling like Aldo.
Stands in the hallway and just breathes for a second, because even though like if somebody hadn't walked in there and stood there, they'd be like, "Oh God, what is that?" But like him on the other side of the door, it's so much less that it feels like fresh air. So he's like, "Ugh. Okay, all right. Yep. Eyes are watering. All right, I'm good." Then he'll walk back out.
Okay. And you're going to go head back to your estate to join up with the boys. Boys, you were searching your estate to see if there were any secret areas, since you found secret areas inside the things that were taken from your estate. Go ahead and roll perception checks.
We'll just take 20s.
You don't have enough time. Ew. Come on, Jake, let's go. Is that a 28? Did Wade assist you? It's a 28. So you guys want to luck die your 28?
I mean, without being biased in how the rolls turned out, the whole RP was that Ko was going to help Aldo. So Aldo was the one taking lead on looking.
Obviously. Yeah. Because Aldo's the one that's
do you want
like
me to roll luck on it though? I don't
Um,
know if we need to be honest.
I don't remember how hard it was to find the compartments on the furniture, so that I'll leave that up to you. I don't remember. I don't know what number we can hit that you think would be the next tier of thing. So
30, 31.
I don't know how we're gonna hit that with a 1 to 4. 30, sure, but a 31, no.
You have a 28 because you gave him a +2.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I said it earlier, but
Sorry, I must have. You said it, and it didn't click.
All good.
I mean, you do have a 50% chance then of hitting 30 if you think. I don't know what we might find.
20's pretty damn high, so
You
I don't think you need to use it, but
75%
I'm not gonna be
chance of
mad if you do. I'm not gonna. Won't bother.
We should. Yeah, I think there's better things to use a lock on, so we won't use it.
Cool.
There's 100 gold pieces we just didn't find.
Probably.
Only because we decided not to use it.
Maybe you should ask. Maybe you should ask Doxy if you should use a luck.
Here goes the pandering now.
No. I didn't say to give you a luck. You guys already have luck.
No,
I
you're
see.
pandering to her, but being like, look, see, you have choices.
I mean, no. Wait, Jake has choices. She wouldn't. There you go. Well,
There you go. In agreement.
I'm trying to remember who on that team was like the really big user of luck. Actually, I think they were all pretty even with one another. Anyways, back to you. So you were with your 28 perception, looking throughout the estate, trying to see if there was anything of value anywhere. Unfortunately, you're looking and you don't find anything. Loose floorboards. I mean, sure, there are some, but only because they need to be repaired. Nothing that comes up particularly easily. Checking for walls, see if there's any like false spots inside the walls. Nope, nothing there. Ooh. A step. Maybe one of the stairs comes up, or like the kick plate to a stair. That's a good spot. Nope, nothing like that there. Come on. Oh, the banister at the bottom of the stairs. Is that hollow? Oh, it is hollow. Cool. What do you find inside there? A really old rotted piece of parchment with the original architectural designs for the house. You can use that to see if it helps you with your check. Nope. Doesn't help you find anything that you need to inside the house. But, maybe worth holding on to. If Mikhail does mending on this, maybe you guys can frame it and have the architectural design of your house, framed somewhere. That'd be cool. Anyways, and that's a good hiding spot. But there's nothing inside there. Searching throughout the house, even going downstairs, there's not a proper... Wait, no, this house would have a proper foundation. Going downstairs into the basement, you don't find anything in there. It's unfortunate. After spending this whole time of searching around, there's no hidden compartments you get to. So instead, It's still cold because it's early spring. You say, fuck it. Let's just go and, add another log to the dying down fire, since it was just unfortunately a failure. It was like so much time, so much detail. You don't find anything there. And as you throw another, log onto the fire, Koa, you see I have Aldo sitting there. And Aldo's like, wait a second. And he goes over to the fireplace and picks up the poker. And he's like looking at one particular brick that's inside there, or one particular stone inside the hearth. And he hits it. Nothing. Hits it again. And he like tells Koa to hit it because it's a bit stronger. And when Koa puts enough force against it, because of how this rock just seems to be slightly out of place for him, the soot that had gathered into this thing, over the years since potentially the last time it was opened, it actually does knock a block loose. That's in the hearth, so potentially could be difficult. So you can either stomp out the fire first, wait until the fire is out, or you can go ahead and make a reflex save. Wait if you want to try to open it while the fire is going.
Well, we want to put the fire out. What if it's the natural gas line? Yeah, I don't think I want to reach my hand through fire right now. I think I'd put the fire out.
Okay. So you put the fire out and you knock the thing open and pull out the stone, which is hot at first, but cools pretty quickly. Cools enough pretty quickly. Throw a glove on, whatever you need to do, and you pull it away. Let it go to the side, and there is a small compartment inside there. And inside that small compartment, you do in fact find a small little old, but a coin purse that's inside. You pull it out and you hear clanking. You reach in, you pull out a single coin, a silver piece. You pull out a few more. There's gold in there too. Spilling it out onto the floor, carefully to not lose any, and counting through it, you're going to find 29 gold pieces and 11 silver inside there.
Imagine if you'd taken the fucking 31. God damn it. 29 gold and what was it?
11?
11,
Silver?
Yep. So 40 coins total.
Damn.
Koa just stares at it because they're so fucking broke.
Aldo's like, you reckon all the councillors have this kind of stuff in their house?
I mean, if they're skeptical of the banks as we are now, then yes.
Put it in the bank for interest.
Well,
The bank's in a recession right now, okay? Because of a Terra 4.
Have to be in a fucking recession.
Maybe an eye twitch.
well, someone's looking out for us, because, man, Koa, I'm glad you told me to look. It's taken so long too. I was almost annoyed that I'd spend my day just looking around, but it's 29 gold here.
30's worth if you count the silver. Yes. Quite the quite the find compared to where our finances were looking before.
Yeah.
Do we split it between you, me, and Mikhail?
Yep. That's probably a good idea.
Take 10 gold and then at least 1 silver. I mean, if anyone deserves more, you found it.
Oh, well. Appreciate that. I won't turn that down.
What if? I thought I'd wasted our time too. I was like, oh, stupid that it was in the furniture. Why would they also need it in the floor? But, fireplace. Good thinking.
Yeah, well, wasn't the first place I thought to look, but something just looked a bit odd. I'm glad we decided to throw a log on the fire.
At least winter was good for something then, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, great. We can afford things again.
Yeah.
Let's not spend it all immediately as fast as we spent the big chunk from the gem before. I think we hold on to some this time.
Agreed.
Mikhail, you come walking into your home after what you were just dealing with and the fact that it was nasty over there and whatnot. And, you at least want to go and get away from the cold room that you were in, the cold outside that you're in, that nasty smell, so on and so forth, and just go hang out. You don't have any furniture in your place, but at least you can stay warm by the fire. And so when you walk into the front door and you see that these two idiots are sitting in front of the hearth without even a fire lit, it's just like, Jesus Christ, the fuck are you doing? Like there's literally charred wood and whatnot there, but yet here they are sitting in front of in a cold house and unlit fire, when all you wanted to do was come in after all that shit and to sit. I mean, you had to go to the, you got scolded out by what's her face, you had to go deal with what's his name, and then you had to go and dig your hands around and whatchamacallit, and you come walking through the cold.
Yeah. So as he comes in, it's like, well, I got to look at one of these null bodies that they got cut up, and what are you guys doing? Why the fire out? And he comes walking over. It's cold as shit.
Pull out your hands.
He does.
He'll drop 10 gold into your hand. Surprise!
Oh, what the hell? I'm confused.
Us too.
Where did you find this? Did somebody come by and drop it off? Like,
Let's just say Westwood's still paying his debts.
I imagine if you look at the fireplace, we probably still haven't put the stone back because we've just been like counting the coins.
you found something. Now he's like looking at the other bricks and he goes, "Oh shit! Wait, there's just money hidden. Should we start pulling stuff up?"
We've been doing that all day.
Speaking of, can you fix it, Mikhail? Just like points over in the fireplace.
Yeah, I can actually. That's not bad. 10 fucking gold.
Oh no,
You found 10 gold in there?
No, we found 29 gold and 11 silver. Think we give it all to you? Come on, Mikhail.
I thought you were just showing it to me. Okay, this is my share. Okay. I gotta say no to that.
Happy birthday, Mikhail.
Yeah, it's in a few more months, but all right. I'll take it.
Oh, he holds his hand back out and looks at you.
It's like already going in the pouch. Oh, no worries. Yeah, this is just an advance. You know how it is.
Yeah, we'd about given up. We searched the house pretty thoroughly. Aldo found all kinds of floorboards and different things that lifted up and nothing. And then we put a fire on the log and Aldo was like, "What about there?" And we pushed it open and lo and behold, we can afford dinner tomorrow again.
You don't think most of the counselors have something like this hidden away, do they?
That's what I said.
Exactly what Aldo
Great
said.
minds think alike.
Well, just think about it, right?
And I said to him, and I'll say it to you, with the distrust of the banks, I imagine they would.
Huh. Did the rock have a fireplace?
Yeah, a couple of them.
I'm pretty sure that man has nothing but ice boxes in his house. There's no warmth in it.
Does really seem like the type to squirrel away money, doesn't he?
He has at least one mull coin, well, two, hidden in there somewhere.
No, don't remember me. No, this is great news. So that means I still had three-ish left over from selling the sapphire and paying for the auction stuff. So I've got 13 on me, just gold.
Well, if there's anything that Curve Rock tries to screw us over with on our next expedition, then at least we can afford to fund some things ourselves.
Yeah, it's about time. I'm worried how quickly it might disappear.
Who do you think he's going to send with us? Who's close enough to him in this town that he would trust?
I don't
Right?
know. That's
Hinta's not
interesting.
going. She's got her own business to attend to. All I know is they better be able to take care of themselves.
I'm more worried that they will take care of themselves at our expense if it means getting Curve Rock more of his collection.
Then he won't
They
get
likely
him back.
won't even know what they're looking for. So, you know,
Depends
if
on who we
you
select.
words placed in the right way, you know.
Just after we almost took Elliot to the mountains, I'm just a bit concerned about someone that at least Elliot, we know what his contribution would be. This is someone whose contribution is to make sure that Curve Rock gets something out of this, despite us and our efforts.
Hey, listen, if they become a liability,
If they become a liability,
I'm just saying I'm not going to be responsible for their safety. Okay? I'm fine with making sure they understand the danger they're going into, but I'm not going to risk my life for them. And if they start doing things that put us in danger, you know, they need to leave. Or, well, look, they're not going to get to keep putting us in danger.
well, that much I agree with, but even if I don't like it, I still won't let some fool die if I can help it.
A fool? I'd let a fool die.
I thought you said a mule.
That too.
You will not let another mule die. I will teach you how to feed an animal an apple if that's what it takes.
It didn't die because I didn't feed it. It walked
I have
through
never
thorns.
seen you have a successful interaction with any animal yet.
That's not true. Well, there was.
We all walked by a
Nightstorm
fountain,
hasn't
and you
bitten
were
me.
the only one to be attacked by the snake. No, Nightstorm would not bite you.
The horses have been kind. Okay, Daisy hasn't been an issue. Neither
one
Simon
animal.
nor Simone.
I'll be watching.
I have seen you bullying Jacobo.
You've
I
done
didn't
what?
bully Jacobo. I stayed away from Jacobo specifically.
I seen you offering him food, and then when he come close, you would just snatch it away from him.
Why would I offer it food? Why would I want him close?
You have a vendetta against mules. I don't know what it is, especially just.
You're
I don't
taking
know.
their food
I
away.
wasn't going to say anything, but
I am
Mikhail, this is a real problem.
concerned about the fact that how am I the bad guy here? I tried to comfort the mule in its last moments and it bit me. Okay? I have trauma. I'm traumatized.
It was wounded,
and you guys
feeling
are
trapped
both
in a corner in pain, and it lashed out. It wasn't personal. Things like that happen. Doesn't justify taking food away from other mules.
I wouldn't risk my life for a mule. And that makes me a bad person, then so be it.
Poor mules, they deserve better. Throw all the crap on them, run them around ragged, running through dangerous areas.
Just sad because it died. All right? Look, if you want to be mourned in death, then be better in life. Okay? All it did was try to bite me. It did scary stuff.
How do you write such inspirational songs and good lyrics, then when you speak, this kind of shit comes out of your mouth?
Thank you for the gold. I've had a rough evening. You know, I guess I have to fix this stupid thing now. Hold on, let me do that first. Starts casting mending. Won't be able to talk to you because I'm going to be chanting magic words.
I'll just pretend I'm a mule. You won't want to talk to me anyway.
Oh, you're all so bad at it too. uh, 10 minutes later, as soon as he finishes casting it, it's like, one of the Valiant Few. I'm not a fucking mule tender, okay? I've done, like, heroic stuff. What's the best thing a mule has ever done? What's the best thing a mule has done?
Perhaps this is why you struggle with some new magics, Mikhail. Your entire time casting, you still had this on your mind. We'd moved on 10 minutes ago.
You've moved on, but I was busy, okay? I didn't get to engage.
I forgot all about this conversation.
Being forgetful wouldn't help me with magic. And there's a lot of memory involved.
Maybe a little bit more focus and discipline.
I have plenty of discipline, just because it's not physical or whatever.
You failed to put me to sleep, which shows that my discipline might be a little bit more intense than yours. Which is why we need to get back to our training regimen.
Maybe I should try again.
Yeah, Mikhail, try again. Aldo
Mikhail
steps away
lays
from
down and,
Mikhail,
looks
like
you
it's
in the eye.
far away.
Damn, now you're challenging him. Okay, fuck it. He's casting sleep. DC 14 will save that I know you're going to somehow beat anyway.
I didn't.
Holy shit. Fuck.
So you pass out.
So, Mikhail's clearly not expecting Go to actually fall asleep.
Sense motive. See if you believe
I'm
he actually
sleeping,
fell
so I'm
asleep.
assuming it's not me.
Wait, who's sense motive?
You.
Oh, me. Okay.
Yeah, see if you believe he fell asleep.
Oh, okay. It is 14.
That's fair. You're like, wait, did he? Okay, no, he actually fell asleep. That's legit.
You like catch him for a second. What the hell? He did actually pass out.
Aldo walks over to where the fire was, grabs some charcoal, and just walks over to go. And
he was messing with me. Go ahead.
How are we the Valiant?
And we do.
Whenever we do this shit to each other. You poisoned
Aldo
me
looks
twice last night.
I didn't actually think it was poison, though.
I don't even know what it was poisoned with. Thank God I rolled a high and all I got was prickly legs. What the fuck was
Right?
Scott gonna do to you?
All sorts of things.
Yeah.
All right, so I guess a minute later I wake up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or sorry, 2 minutes. Since I'm second.
Definitely enough time that you now
Unless-
have a mustache.
I was gonna say unless you choose to wake him up sooner.
Well, yeah, I'd have to go wake him up, but I'm not gonna.
Go ahead, Mikhail, do it.
Are you wondering why you're on the floor?
Shit. You've gotten better. Good.
Or you've gotten worse? Could be either.
I'll up both of our training just in case.
That's not
Good idea.
I was wanting. No.
Something smells funny.
No. I mean, I already cleaned myself off from all that crap with the Knoll body. I went and
Perhaps-
examined.
So Koa's got
Ugh.
a beard. Do you just have charcoal curling up or something?
Yeah.
Well, Mikhail, you may want
Maybe if you already got a beard, maybe you've got glasses now or something. Yeah.
Just the full raccoon.
Well, Mikhail, perhaps you need to do a bit more practice with the smells, because I definitely smell something a bit off.
I mean, you guys were messing with the fireplace. It's probably just that. Speaking of which, though,
Probably.
one thing I did notice as I was examining it, well, a couple of things. One, their snouts seems more narrow than what I've heard about gnolls. So they can't have the most acute olfactory senses, sense of smell. Obviously, it's still going to be really good compared to a human or something, but it may be easier to cloak your scent from them than maybe other gnolls. And also, on its right hand, on the palm, it looked like there was something intentionally scarred, some kind of symbol had been scarred into its palm. Remember how they were saying they were starting fires with just their hands, with no tools? I'm wondering if maybe there was some kind of magic sigil, or something like that
All right.
that was put in a ritual.
So the
Echo,
narrow
you must have
snout,
rested well. You look sharp.
glasses around his eyes. How long was I out for?
Only a couple of minutes. Maybe it was like a power nap or something. Sorry, we're getting distracted. But
Does your spells maybe have the ability to like revitalize after you've had a good sleep? Should you be doing this often?
oh, that's what I was studying. Maybe I got to be more careful with the sleep spell, because then if I put enemies to sleep, maybe they come back more revitalized. Oh shit!
Well,
I'm gonna
perhaps
have
late
to
at night you should cast this
reformulate
on us to
that.
help us get a better night's sleep.
But I wouldn't want you to wake up after 2 minutes. You know,
We
then
have to wake
then
up
you'd be
after 2
not
minutes.
as
We
restful.
choose to sleep more.
When the spell wears off, yeah. So what I'm working on should just augment your natural sleep, and you'll rest much better and naturally heal much faster. That's what I'm working on. But
It's nice to hear you're
hasn't
working on
been
more
going
useful things during combat. That sounds nice.
well,
The
I already
light and
have some
smelly good
useful
things
things
are
in
great,
combat.
but yes, you do that thing where you open your mouth and things hurt or something.
Yeah. What it does for enemies is they would hear an ear-piercing scream, which is the name of the spell. Does a pretty good job of dazing them sometimes. It kind of robs them of their faculties for a while.
Well, and your
Useful.
sleep has been useful on pretty much everyone but me. I mean, not to pat myself on the back too much, but good as crack. That obviously was a pretty crucial moment. All jokes aside.
Yeah.
Do you remember when Casper tried to run away, and then you put him to sleep?
Yeah, you did that too.
Oof.
Yeah. I'm
Just keep
glad
bits of
he
charcoal
didn't
everywhere.
notice that.
I need to find some water and rinse
Charcoal.
my hands.
No, you probably should. You guys were messing around in here. Probably be dirty.
But what's it for the rest of the night? Going to the tavern or get some food?
We should check in with the counselors after the meeting, right? That's all we've got left to do.
I think that's it.
Well, who should we speak with? Gemsmith.
Gemsmith,
I'd rather
of
not,
course.
Thank God. I'd not go back to Curve Rock again.
Oh no.
Yeah. Let's talk to Gemsmith. I'm not sure how much I'll trust most of the others anyway.
Well, shall we?
Guess we shall.
So he's got like one smeared charcoal glasses frame on this side, and the rest are still charcoaled up.
All right, I guess we're going back to Gemsmith.
You put the stone back in the hearth, yeah?
He cast
Yeah, and then I cast mending.
on
Cool.
it. Yeah.
When you cast mending before, I thought you were doing it on the document they found, not on that. But either way, cool.
No.
Oh yeah, we would
Totally
have told you about the
document.
architectural document as well. I guess.
Then yeah, I would have cast it a second time.
Cool. So,
This document's good.
hey, you rolled a 4 this time. Last time, what did you roll? A 1, I think.
A 1. Yeah.
Cool. So actually,
just
the
the seal
document's in
work back in
pretty
there.
good shape because it's one of those things too. When you cast mending, you have to be within 10 feet of it. So you have an inkling because again, for mending to work, you have to have the materials around that you're mending, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so instead of taking the thing out and just like casting it randomly in the house, you actually put it back inside of the post where it came from and cast mending there. Because if any of the ink had kind of like dried or crumbled off or any of the detail, it's an encapsulated area that they had to pop off. If you know what I'm talking about, the post at the base of like a stair of a staircase, the railing. It's not uncommon that that's hollow and that you put details inside there. So you put it back in there to cast a spell to capture everything because it was kind of like sealed off, and it comes out in way better shape. Like it was one of those. Is 10 minutes very well spent? This is probably the best mending you've ever cast, to the point where like it might confuse Kobo why the rest of the time it comes out so poorly comparatively. But it comes out in like great shape, like borderline new. You didn't get rid of stains. You just mend it, so any like aging by way of staining or whatever would still be there. And otherwise it comes out in great shape. Again, like you can frame this or keep it or whatever you want to do with it. Just put it back where you got it from. Whatever you want to do. So
yeah, I just hand it back to him. I'm not sure what we're gonna do with it.
Are there
Guess
any
we
like details we can see on it now that it's cleaned up that we couldn't see before?
Great question. Roll me a. You guys can choose to roll. Each of you looking it over can choose to roll a perception or a linguistics check. Technically, or architecture engineering is what it'd be. Architecture.
Yeah, it'd be knowledge engineering,
is going to
right?
be a lower DC. What's up?
I just was saying the same thing. It'd be knowledge engineering, right?
You are correct. It would be knowledge engineering. It's a lower DC than perception.
I don't have it, so I'm on perception.
Well, not good. you guys think I should like it? It's pretty bad, but I could get over 10.
I mean, if you think the DC
It's
is a
pretty
10.
low. It's probably not, because then you guys wouldn't be able to roll. Yeah, I think it's just bad.
Well,
Good.
yeah, unless you want to look it, I'm not going to, obviously.
No, I'm not gonna either.
Cool. So he has 25 total with the aid, and one. Now that you have that there, you can actually see marked on the plans that you have, whereas beforehand it kind of like faded off because it was put on there, and more or less, if you imagine, you don't know exactly what materials they used, right? But if you more or less assume that this thing was written in ink, then the markings for where the secret compartment was more or less written in graphite, like a pencil, right? Or lead, whatever pencils were made out of before. So either way, you can tell that it's was marked differently. But where the secret compartment was actually is on there. You can see it. You're like, holy shit! Had he cast that beforehand, we could have actually found this sooner. And it's really, wait a second. Could there potentially be anywhere else on here where there's another secret compartment? Holy shit! Let's look. And you guys are looking around to see if that happens to be the case, and there is another spot where you can go look.
Okay.
So out of excitement, you go over to see where this other secret compartment area is. So you're going to go downstairs into the basement, and when you're inside the basement, it's a similar thing where you're going over to the basement area. You're going over to where the hearth is, as it was before, and you're going over and down there. So down in the basement, where the stone continues down, any additional ash that may have fallen. There's kind of like an ash collection at the bottom down there. There's another area down below, so you like open up a little door and you can like clean out any ashes as they would fall. Opening that up and realizing, oh, we should probably clean the shit out of this. Searching around in there, you do find another compartment that happens to be inside there. You open it up, and inside, you think at one point in time it was some sort of a leather bag, but it has been here so long. It is now just rotted away entirely to the point where you're like, I think it's a bag, and you go to grab it and it literally kind of like falls apart, crumbles in your hand for whatever bag residue it was before. As I literally just sat here rotting over the course of many more days. Honestly, probably so long. It clearly wasn't whoever it was, Westwood. that lived here before that put whatever's inside of here in here. It must have been some previous owner. Who knows who that was or how long ago that was. But you do grab the thing to see what's inside there, and you find some more coin. It's just older coin. Not necessarily mull, just other mints, but not, older coin. And otherwise, sorry, you find another 15 gold pieces inside there.
Oh, okay. At this point, Aldo says, Mikhail, I'm gonna need you to get your loot out.
What the fuck is happening? Did I put myself to sleep? We're just finding money?
Don't hear any loot playing, Mikhail.
I'm taking the loot out. What do you want me to play? I'm still flummoxed.
I don't know. Something real upbeat.
Okay, yeah, I can do that. Just start playing something really jovial and up-tempo.
Aldo just links his arm in colors and gonna dance around this gold on the ground. There you go.
Still got his goddamn glasses.
Oh!
It's a good damn dance.
You really are rolling well since Doxy got here.
That's true.
I
did
not.
Yeah, Wayne is
Now
rolling
I roll
poorly.
shit.
That's because when Doxy rated us, you weren't here.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, look at this. You put
I
on
didn't
quite the
even
flute dude performance.
That would
My
be really
legs are
bad.
still tingly, and I've got charcoal in my eyes.
Oh. All right,
At
cool.
least you try.
You rolled a
I'm
Very
putting it
natural.
all into it. It's just really bad and off tune.
All right, another 15. Hey.
Yep, the 5 each.
just
Yep.
Is there anything like
Dance
if
in
we
a
look at the
circle around
coins? Is there
the
anything
gold.
special about the coins themselves other than them just being old?
History check.
Is that a thing?
the knowledge.
Knowledge history.
Happy with your 15?
Yep.
I don't think anybody else can break a 10, but they can give you a +2 if they roll high enough.
I can't today, man. Don't make me roll anything else today.
Nope.
Damn.
Nobody even assists you. So, cool. With your 15, you notice that they all seem like a parallel coin, but older mint of it. It's probably not worth anything more because it's just parallel coin, but an older mint. You don't know exactly how many years ago this is. Could be a little over 100 years old. But so a collector, might care, but it's probably easier to spend than it is holding on to and trying to find a collector where you might turn the value of 15 gold pieces into, 20. You know what I mean? So it's up to you how you want to handle it. But
We do know someone who collects gems. Maybe.
unfortunately, it's the coins. It's too far out my wheelhouse. I told you I
Yeah,
collect
they're,
Yu-Gi-Oh cards. None of that pokey
Oh
crap.
God. Yeah, these are old. A collect might know something about them, or maybe if Ashanti was around, then she might know someone who's interested just from her line of work, but not worth going that far south just to hawk them.
Oh, we can keep them together and then spend them if we need them, but try to keep them if that's worth something more.
I could ask that one guy I sold the gem to. Maybe he knows somebody who collects coins.
I mean, we've come out of
Nah,
the
it
day
sounds
a lot
like too much
richer than we
trouble.
started.
Bro,
Yeah, we
don't
could just
need
spend
them.
it. We could just spend it. They are still gold.
Up to you too. I'm already feeling a lot better than I did before.
Right?
0 gold to 15.
That's 5 each on this pile.
I'm gonna try not to spend this particular 5 though, just in case.
Yeah, I'll do the same. You got me paranoid about it now.
I mean, if we can turn it into 20, like you said, then
Spawn for it.
Snaga, please buy furniture.
us, we're gonna be responsible. We might need this for some of these important missions we have. But also, that bed would look so cute in my room.
I mean, anything would look cute in your room.
Thank you.
Your room's empty. It's got nothing. Like if you invited your fiance to come to your estate, you'd be like, "All right, so this is the estate. Oh, it's open." Like, yeah, I know. We're still working on it, so on and so forth. Let me show you my room. Oh, there's a window. That's nice.
We had sex in a broken cart outside in winter. Don't complain about this.
Right?
There's a difference between working with. Well, I suppose it's the same. She'd be like, "So we're gonna stay at my place, right? That's like 100 miles away." Yeah.
It has a bed.
You know how important the mission is. You sent me on the mission. I spend money on the mission. I'm supposed to have some, I don't know, furniture brands.
Hey, when you get married, does your wife like live at this estate with you as well, or do you give up like your third of the estate to the other two? Like they buy you out and you move in with her, or are you married and have your own separate places? Like how are you or is that just more complicated than you care to handle?
I'm not sure 18-year-old Co is the one to talk about that kind of stuff. or think of through.
Right?
All right.
Well, we got money somehow.
Right, a
That's
prenup.
pretty
Gwen's
crazy.
probably still worth more than Koa. What do you mean? She's the one that wants the prenup.
Right? She's got her own business.
She's got one shelf of potions worth more than all of us combined.
we were so broke until we literally had to find gold in our fucking walls.
Please, Gemsmith, can we have some bread?
Broken shit.
I mean, to be fair though, she did build herself up from nothing. The fact that her father was an influential, wealthy member of a high court has nothing to do with with what she was able to build with her own two
I'm not
hands.
saying she came from money. I'm saying she's worth something.
You got it. Yeah.
But also she came from money.
Koa, you're marrying up. Like, people call you hero, but you know what I mean? Like,
Isn't she like a 17 out of 20 or something? Yes, of course I'm marrying up.
it's-
Financially and looks, talents.
Who started Roll for Hot? That was Doxy, wasn't it? Doxy started
remember.
Roll for Hot back on Thronekeeper, I think. That's literally where it came from. So,
That's
or at
I
least
was just
in
thought it
my
was some
campaigns.
vain ass thing you did.
No, God, no. I'm almost positive it was Doxy that did it. Yeah, even Snoggus.
I'd be very glad if it was Doxy that did it, because I was like, that is such a bro thing for us poor dudes to be here like, how hot is she, dude? Oh, she's a 17 on a dice. Oh.
I mean, we do make the
Thank
joke
God.
every time saying ride check.
We are still stupid dudes. We can't help that.
yeah, we are.
I'll take the -5 for bareback. Heyo. Like, okay.
Why'd the viewers go down? Probably
Viewers were
underrated.
the only thing that went down.
It's dropping even faster now. That's what she said. Oh, it's at 0. Holy crap. We did it.
Oh.
I will say, speaking of Doxy, one of my favorite moments in all the campaigns we've done is whenever she slept with the enemy and had to fight him naked the next day.
Yep.
That will forever be a
remember watching
highlight
that
in my mind.
episode.
Yep.
I remember watching that episode.
Yep.
Just like, it was just such a ridiculous moment, but I absolutely loved it. Anyway,
My favorite part of Doxy's character was she was supposed to bring inspiration to every character in the campaign, and she always failed the skill check. And so literally, like, consistently, she would just inspire no one. Like, she would go to roll inspiration, and instead Mike would make bad things happen.
yeah, literally stressed. She'd roll stress. Yeah,
Right.
She'd like tweaking out over
You hurt
trying to
yourself.
inspire people. I mean, no
Yeah.
shade, Doxy. I was
All right.
I was a pilot that failed all my pilot checks.
you're
And-
like our first episode together. You had to hit something the size of the wall, a warehouse wall, and you
It
got
was-
2 shots at it, and you missed.
It was supposed to be more or less like a Mack truck, or what do you call it, like a 18-wheeler or whatever.
Semi. Yeah.
Semi, that's what you call it. So it was like a semi with a heavy blaster, like repeater, mounted onto the ground, and more or less just like point and press button. And I have the most dice. I was rolling like 5 or 6 dice. Everybody else was rolling like 2 or 3, and I consistently missed, and other people consistently hit. And I'm like, okay, at least this character can't have anything worse happen to him, right?
I
Right?
remember when you finally rolled good and you chose to like nearly kill, I think it was Doxy's character. You like flung him out of the ship or whatever, trying to get him to whatever the fucking thing you guys were trying to land on.
Oh yeah. I was trying.
Yeah.
I remember that bullshit. I don't remember exactly who it was, but I do remember the whole scenario. Yeah,
Ah, the old days. The Gemsmith.
Gemsmith.
Yeah.
So you guys
Yeah.
got to head back to Gemsmith's estate.
I still have the goddamn
yeah, it was
charcoal
cool.
glasses on my face.
What
Mhm.
was that?
I love the stupid charcoal glasses on
Oh,
my
okay,
face.
yeah. So you knock
Yep.
on the door, and you go over, and the gentleman of the house opens the door and says, "Oh, good evening. I imagine you've come here to speak with the counselor."
Yes,
Yes.
we're hoping to see with how things went with the council meetings today.
Unfortunately, the counselor is going to be indisposed this evening. he, as you might imagine, a little bit worse for where to begin his day, and then it was a long and, from what I understand, difficult one. I'm sure he'd be more than happy to hear that you came calling, and likely would be willing to meet with you tomorrow, but this evening is probably not a good time for him. I do apologize.
Honestly,
He was
understandable.
pretty far gone. Yeah.
Well, apologies for taking your time then. Give him our well wishes.
They say, he says, of course, I'd be more than happy to do so. If anything I can assist you with in the meanwhile, or?
Just hoping to hear how things went, I believe.
Then tomorrow, or the next. Good day. And he shuts the door.
Really wish there was a way we could know when we were going to get turned away before we got someplace. Save us the walk.
I guess we could like send a porter or something to check, but I guess the walk is good for us.
Glad to hear you say that, Mikhail. We should jog back.
That's not walking.
Exactly.
What's everything I say get turned around on me? What's wrong with it's the curse? It's what it is.
Training.
Is it only Gemsmith that you would go visit, or is there another counselor you would try to speak with instead?
Desperately trying to think of a different counselor.
I mean, Fox,
Uh,
Vintree. I don't know that we'd go see any of them tonight. Definitely not Curve Rock. But probably not.
Definitely not Curve.
I imagine we would just take
yeah.
the L.
Yeah, we'll just talk to him in the morning. We're going to be staying here another day anyway.
Okay.
Oh, we could have asked for Leon too, but we already left. I don't want to disturb. Leon might also need some time.
Sure.
He didn't drink as much, but he still might be a little bit worse for wear.
Don't forget, this is
Right, he is
the week where they work all week except for that one day, right? So the counselor will only be available in the evenings, including obviously today. So you will not be able to see him during the day. Tomorrow would be tomorrow evening. You would go calling his way. Otherwise, if you guys are just heading back, we just flash forward to the next morning. There's no reason to dilly-dally around it. Flash forward to the next morning, and again, you would specifically want to meet with Gemsmith, yes?
Does Mikhail go see Trinity again today?
Oh, that evening.
Yeah, that's probably where he'd go that evening.
That's fair.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Go was just chilling.
She's happy to see you. Asks you if you'd seen anything. Kind of, you guys have like a little bit of chatter or whatever it is, and go over the details. You explain it to her, and she says, kind of like, "Oh, I wish we had kind of noticed that beforehand. I didn't investigate it myself, but I wish we had noticed that beforehand when it was still in a better state. If there's any more that are encountered, which I really hope all the rumors are false and we don't encounter any more, I'll make sure that somebody checks the hands next time."
Yeah, definitely. I couldn't quite figure out what it was, what the mark was made with either. So maybe someone else could find out. Would be good to know.
Yep. She says, "I'll see if anybody has that kind of expertise, or at least I'll speak to Captain and see if or Constable. I think it is. I'll speak to the Constable and see if he has any thoughts on the matter. But thanks for looking. Thought you might be interested."
Yeah, you're welcome. That was enlightening, I suppose.
Yeah, I didn't know if because you're a wizard that if you had the ability to like see magic or something like that, in case there was magic there.
I mean, no, not really. Sometimes I can sense it, and there is a spell for that, which I do have a scroll of, but the scroll is one use. Once I use it, it's gone. So, unfortunately, I have to save it.
Wait, what? It's just text, isn't it?
No, it's not just you just write a thing down and someone reads it and the magic comes off. There's a lot more to the process. You in fact have to have the magical energy and the spell itself prepared to cast and infuse it into that text. So
can you copy the
someone
scroll?
has to know it.
like the words are on the scroll and you have magic. Can't you just copy the scroll?
Some can. I didn't study that particular type of magic.
Calligraphy?
Not calligraphy. No. There's a few different styles. Mine was more, a little less structured, I guess you could say.
She just looks confused. She might ask one or two more questions that just come out of a place of complete ignorance, but wanting to understand, but it's just so strange. It's like, it's words. It's more than words. It's magic. But it's words. You say words and magic happens. There's written words that you can say. Yeah, but if you read those words, it won't happen. Oh, so can I try? Oh, God, don't. Why not?
Yeah.
Because something might happen. But I thought you just said, just trust me.
Yeah.
Just leaves it alone at that point, you know? Like,
Yeah, he got to get to that point of he's like, look, if you want to start learning, I can start telling you things, but it's not a simple process. And jury at work, but he will also make sure to tell her that that Koa is engaged, since she hasn't been told that.
It's not that Trinity is lacking femininity by any stretch of the imagination, but this is the most girly I think you've seen her behave when you tell her that. She's like, wait, what? Give me all the details. Like, and it's one of those.
I wanted to get married to him.
What was that?
Everyone wants to have someone marry Koa, so she's like, I had a cousin I was hoping to marry him off to.
Right?
Oh, that's funny. Anyways, so she gets like very girly, if you will, about the situations you explain it to her. You guys end up staying up way later, with cutting into her sleep through the morning. End up staying way later. It's like talk. I hear the details. Like, wait, how did they meet? How did it's like, wait, and then he gave her what? Where did you get that from? And then asks like question, and that ends up being more than just questions about Koa and Gwen. Exciting as that is, it also then ties into, because it's like a growing web of events, ends up asking all these other questions. And I don't know how much your character would share with her, because there's degrees of secrecy and there's degrees of keep it close to the chest, and there's degrees of we don't really care that much.
Yeah, he shares everything except the like all the secret details of the curse, the old man, young man ghost, that stuff. He like obviously still stays away from that, but
Beltran?
No, he'll talk about Beltran. He would. I imagine it would be one of those things where it would kind of slip, just because not even that Kale forgets who all does and doesn't know. It's just one of those things that like he's so emotionally invested with, he has to like consciously kind of keep his mouth closed about it. And he's at this point, he's just kind of on a roll, and he's like thinking about, okay, don't talk about the crazy ass destiny we've got. Don't, let's not get into like the people goo. He's like keeping those things, but the Beltran thing slips because he gets like mad talking about it and how he like closed their accounts and shit like that. So he will get into that stuff too. But yeah, other than those, the main things we keep secret and the Beltran thing, I think he'd otherwise be forthcoming.
Yeah, I like the idea that because there's so many layers of different like tidbits here and there of like lies and truths and so on, it's almost like maybe even realizing this, or being upset with himself afterwards for how much he's let go, and kind of like analyzing out after like she passes out because she has to sleep, she worked all day, and you're kind of like lying there thinking about it. You're realizing like maybe we should come up with like a category system, like we have like the green, the yellow, the orange, and the red, caliber items, and every time we come up with a new bit of information, if we just throw it into the bucket where it belongs, then it might be easier to keep track of, because we have buckets that we know it goes into, rather than a story and wait, which one does people know? You know what I mean? So Either way, so imagine Mikhail, but she's as stated beforehand when you've talked about other things with her, she's an invested listener, engaging, asks questions, so on and so forth, gives opinions or judgments, not an idiot, but either way, you get the idea. And so you kind of like go over all that. Morning time, you guys will eventually end up sending word, either swinging by the council itself or, sending a porter over, whatever it might be, to check that Gemsmith is willing to entertain you for this evening. And you will either hear back directly or indirectly, yes, he is willing to have you guys come by. So now the whole day spent, if you will, relaxing in Loshev. I imagine not directly relaxing. Keegan, did you have access to any new books while you were here?
Yeah.
This is an actual legitimate full day you can spend looking into a book. You haven't had a full day prior to this, but this is a full day that you could have spent looking at a book if you wanted to.
Oh, yeah.
Takes 3 days
Which
to
one
make a
should I
check,
look
so
at?
You can decide that afterwards.
Yeah.
It takes 3 days, so you're 1 day out of 3, 1/3 the way down with the book.
Oh God! I just opened a tab and Pat Robertson's face was just right there. I forgot we Googled him earlier.
Nice. But yeah, he
the
would
only
definitely
ones we
research
don't
one.
have with us right now is it just Elliot's book we don't have? 16?
No, you leave everything behind except for what you got from the auction. Everything
we
else is
left
going to be
all
the
of it
others.
behind.
Yeah, it's the auction we grabbed.
And that was all orange books, I think.
The auction was 10 and 12. We did not take
Yeah.
27 because that was a duplicate. So we
No,
have purple 10 and purple 12.
You took it. You bought it.
Oh, the auction. I meant the ones we borrowed
Yeah.
from Nathan are 10 and 12.
Oh,
I don't know
yeah.
which ones we got from the auction. I don't remember those numbers. I don't have those marks.
so I guess you have
specifically.
5 books with you then.
Yeah, because we borrowed
that's-
2 from
there's a
Nathan.
total
I
of
do not
5.
remember what we got from the auction. I think they were all orange. It was like 3, 7, and 18 from the auction or something like that.
3, we have 2 of already.
2 purple books from Nathan because we didn't take the third.
7.
And then we have 3 oranges from auction, I believe.
Yeah. 7's a single. 15's a single. 18's a single. Okay, yeah, I'd probably look. I'd probably start with the ones we're borrowing from Nathan.
I don't think they brought
'Cause
the
those have to go
duplicates with
back.
them, Joey, because carrying those books are multiple pounds each. So if they're carrying around 7 books and they're like, say, 3-4 pounds each, a 4-pound book times 7, that's what, 28 pounds of books, just that. I mean,
Don't we have the fuck cart?
you do have a cart. I don't know how much you want to keep those on there, but again, you guys get weighed down pretty
Well, no, I mean,
easily.
like, we could keep them in the estate once we got here.
Yeah. And
But,
I think
I
I think
don't
we
know
would have
if
brought one of the duplicates because we didn't know if we were going to need to trade it to Curve Rock.
Oh, fair.
So it probably would have been. I think 3 is the one I already read.
One of
that's
the
a duplicate.
duplicates we got from the auction, one of them we already had, and then Nathan technically had a duplicate.
Yeah.
That's his, not ours.
We have a 3 in poor condition, and then the other one I don't remember the condition it was in.
The chat suggesting selling the duplicates. My personal opinion, I wouldn't sell a duplicate yet. I would
Not
keep.
yet.
I would keep duplicates with your. So I would keep 1 copy with your research team for when they have time to meet and look things over, and I would keep 1 duplicate at your estate / on your person, depending on the situation. A 3rd copy, then that could either stay on person / estate or be sold. But if you could eventually have 2 copies of the entire thing, 1 where it needs to be and 1 backup, God forbid something happened, that's way better than, I have 1, that's good enough. It's like, what if it got destroyed? Well, I got mending. I said destroyed. Oh,
Yeah.
God, I forbid something from happening.
I mean, then Flute Dude comes along and literally pisses fire on the books.
You are Flute Dude.
I am Flute Dude. I am Jeribald.
In game and in real life.
My
yeah.
real name is Jeribald. None of you guys knew that.
Yeah.
Not Wade is
Wow.
bald. Jeribald.
Also true.
Others in good condition. Okay.
So yeah, the ones we have on us right now would be 3 yellow, 2 purple. I think we did agree to leave the rest with Elliot for the time being.
Does Keegan have to roll? Or
4?
To get the first study day in.
You have to go 3 days to get the to do the
3
check.
days then.
Cool. So this is
Okay.
one of the 3 days. Cool. You meet with Gemsmith that evening. So when you meet with them and you know, you got knock, 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 knock. Oh, yeah, please come in. He meets you inside the front sitting room, so on and so forth. Refreshments are offered, but they're actually, because you know it's springtime. There's like, you know, new green tea, if you will, like fresh teas or whatever that could be, or fresh flowers that could be dried out and turned into like a fresh tea. Like that's what he's offering, not anything alcoholic.
Feeling better today?
No.
I'd imagine not. You put Aldo to shame with the amount I think you drank the other night. It was very impressive.
He winces from that, almost like he remembers a liver punch.
Sorry, didn't mean to bring it up.
No, it wasn't you that brought it up. I think 8, 9 times. It was 11, sir. I didn't ask you to keep count.
Oh, you really got busy with what's her name?
He
It seems like you may have enjoyed your evening quite a bit, at least.
he blushes because that's not something like, while drunk, absolutely would have made those jokes. But when you guys bring it up, he absolutely blushes. And he's like, it was an evening to remember. And just kind of like that tone of giving you what you want, but at the same time, let's drop it here, you know?
Yeah.
So he says, it was an evening to remember. So you, I imagine we were hoping to hear the outcome of the meeting yesterday.
On top of
Yes,
checking
sir.
up on you to make sure you were well after the great feast that you invited us to, yes.
I mean, there were some good sides to the feast, food and whatnot. And there were the bad sides, like I had to hire the same chef back just to make sure it was cooked right.
Well, you did a tremendous job. It was delicious.
Did. It was delicious. I'm glad you enjoyed it as well. I think Aldo, you understands now, he says.
Oh yes, I've seen the error of my ways.
He will, you know, get kind of like smile because obviously that was way more joking than it was an apology, but had a hint of an apology
Yeah.
in there too. So he appreciated the comment. And he says, well, all bygones and all that, or water under the bridge, as we say here in Loshev. Anyways, you are, I'm sure curious of the results. So let's, not keep you in suspense. As for looking to have some trading done with Drazstone, overall there was an interest into it. Almost all counselors have voted in favor of, and we're even going so far as to see what's we can offer in trade as well, both in the immediate and in the mid to long term. We're even going to be sending a merchant over with your friends there, Leon.
There were counselors opposed, though.
What would you say?
There were counselors opposed, though.
It's one of those, he realized that he maybe gave away too much. He said, well, that's always the case.
Curious. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No. It's fair. So voted in favor of, and we're putting together the details. I understand that for your benefits, Leon is chomping to get onto the road, but if he leaves too soon, then unfortunately there could be missed opportunity. So he's going to have to move at a bit more of a relaxed pace. There was the other matter of whether or not we'd be willing to gather the or make an offer to take the prisoners from Forvin. I do have to say this was a bit of a contentious one. It was a back and forth. The results were fairly mixed and not easy one way or the other. The answer is yes. We are willing to make an offer, but there's a ceiling to where it is that we're willing to pay to have this transfer happen. There's a cost in keeping them here, and we have to assume that they're going to be staying in our cells for the long term. and there's a cost to have them gathered over. This is all has to come from the taxes. So unless your group is willing to make some large donation, a hefty sum of gold, you're willing to donate to this task here, then perhaps in your travels, because I imagine you're not staying here for long, you can speak to Forvin and convince them that they don't have to charge top coin for it.
We've already spoken with the captain there, and she was definitely more so leaning toward either dealing with you or keeping them herself, as opposed to working with Hot Gwen. So hopefully that limits the amount of offers they would have. If we do pass back through there, though, I'm happy to try to push them that direction. Obviously, that would be the best outcome rather than risk them being released.
Absolutely.
One of the counselors had mentioned that you had said this before, that they would be fighting for this end for their own reasons. But unfortunately, some captain of guard, whether they be official or unappointed, only has so much influence. For instance, Tariq, I cherish the man myself, but he can't exactly sway the hearts or minds of the other counselors on the in the meetings. So, any influence you have could be beneficial.
We'll do what we can, but I'm afraid that of all the places we've been, Forvin, we have probably the least friends or allies. We don't really know many people there.
It's unfortunate. I suppose you need some massive travesty to happen in that town when you're nearby.
I prefer
it was
not,
actually
but,
darker than I wanted it to be.
Did you
Well,
get
if we're
much
gonna be making
pushback from Curve Rock?
About?
Usually you two are on opposite ends of the thing. I was just curious.
Depending on the subject, we disagree. There's other subjects where we agree wholeheartedly. He tends to disagree with pretty much everything Crestborn says. Though he thinks for a couple moments, then looks at you and it looks at you pointedly, kind of like realizing the root of the question you asked, and says, though they agreed fairly well on a few of the subject matters that you have interest in, I imagine you were laying seed.
Well, as someone who knows Curve Rock, that's sometimes easier said than done.
It's not easily said either, says rubbing a temple.
No. And
That's good to hear, at least.
as far as making any big contributions of coin, I'm afraid we'll have to get some other counselors to want to do us as favors like you did before we have that. We've got a little bit of coin to our name, but not nearly enough to, I'm afraid, influence cities or nations.
Yeah. It's not a small amount that would be to do this transfer either. They could be charging as... I don't think it's, it would be crazy for them to, at least for the two of lesser interest, 50 gold apiece for the transfer. And then for the captain of the guard.
We should just get ourselves arrested. We'd be worth more arrested than we are free.
He chuckles. He says, it's about influence and letting people in the region know who has... he just kind of waves his hand away. It's council stuff. Nothing that's you would care too much to hear about.
I suppose not. But we'll see what we can do, but I'm afraid worried enough about affording taxes on our estate, much less prisoner transfers at the moment.
Well, your first year's taxes were covered for you, so you still have several months before you'd have the next bit due.
Oh, of course, and we'll find a way to make it happen. I just, in all of our glorious deeds, we don't exactly take a lot of paying jobs.
Yeah. He shrugs. He says, well, I'm no tax collector. You take that up with them for how much you owe and when it's due. I am more interested in where it's spent.
Fair enough. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I believe that concludes my business, and I believe you might want some more rest, it seems. But we appreciate your time, Counselor, as always, and good to see you in better health.
Not my business, though. Thank you. Health is well after, months ago. Uneasy, as you know from evenings ago, but I have a question, especially with what you had just said there a little bit earlier, Aldo. Curve Rock seemed extra devious these past couple days. Like he's got something up his sleeve, like he's scheming something. Should I be concerned?
Possibly. He is funding an expedition for us to go into the forest. I can only imagine what he's thinking. He's sending someone with us too. You haven't happened to hear anything about who Kerfrock's been talking to or anything like that? Is he close with anyone here?
I try not to get involved in his business. It's good to keep your ear to certain situations, but some things you just don't want to listen to.
How did you get onto the council?
He's been on the council since before I even came to Loshev. He was one of the youngest members ever inducted. Younger even, I think, than... I could be wrong on this, but I think he was even younger than Fox is.
Was he?
Maybe he
nicer
was different
back
then.
What, Wade?
Was he nicer back then?
Okay, so both of you said more or less the same thing.
Mhm.
He shrugs and says, like I said, before I even came to town.
He's definitely less pleasant company than our present one.
He chuckles and says, that's almost an insult.
Not directed at you, no.
Yeah. He chuckles again. Well, I'm glad things were going well for the three of you. This dealings that Leon was talking about with me. Not a big fan of some of what it is that you're choosing to get involved in, but I understand why you feel it's necessary to be prepared for it. And I don't disagree with Leon that having preparations in advance for should Loshev need to go that direction, it's probably a good idea that we rekindle old allegiances anyways. It's just, Adir's been strange. Even since I've come here, some of the old towns have fallen apart and abandoned over the years. Just small towns here and there crop up occasionally. They try their hands in the wilds outside of where the established places are, and after so long, a hard winter or whatever it might be, they end up becoming abandoned. You can probably still find some of these spotted here and there on the countryside. A few dilapidated, remaining buildings or what have you. With Hod Gwen always seeming to grow and sustain and grow and sustain. And then what is suggested by all of you about who it is that's in charge there. Again, there's only so many of us. And we're lined up like, what's that game? We knock the pieces over. Whatever. We're lined up in a row so they can remove each one of us. I suppose the hardest one for them to take would be Varen, but them at their horses. They're having a bit of a cavalry. Or cavalry if you're outside the United States. But they're the opposite direction. They're cut off from the rest of us. It's probably good that we do this now.
We do enjoy Jack and a lot of the people of Harad, and I'm a bit worried since they're the other way from Ostrad, I believe it was. Obviously, Westwood's down there, and hopefully Loshev and Forvin being on the other side of the lake and such wouldn't be in their sights. But with this recent aggression, who knows what they might be trying to do.
Well, again, let's prepare and hopefully don't have to take action.
A bit concerning though, with the gnolls and fire and them banding together and coming here, and then Alt Gwyn picking up arms. It seems that violence is in the air, dear.
It does, unfortunately. Well, it is getting late. And I think I need another night's rest to finish recovering. I'm not as young as I once was, when I could drink with my friends late into the evening and cut stones in the morning. It now takes multiple evenings to recover from one night.
Scott, I didn't want to interrupt before, but while that last bit of conversation was going, I did want to just get up and just have a quick look, like around, just to see if anybody is, listening in, if there's anybody close by, any of his staff or anything like that.
The gentleman of the house will occasionally like hover nearby in case he's being called for arrest for something, but he also has other things to attend to, so he also tends to like leave. So there's times where people are nearby, and there's times where he's gone, and he usually doesn't have a second or third member there unless there's like extra things that are being taken care of.
Okay.
So why are you you to see if somebody's like listening in on this conversation. I understand.
Yep.
Gotcha. So occasionally the guy might go by, but he doesn't seem to be listening in, just walking by. So
yeah, no worries.
Okay.
It's fun.
Anyways, so he more or less says like he's growing tired, so he should probably take the evening. Unless there's anything else you guys want to try to squeeze in before he goes. And you go.
I hope you night ends as pleasantly as the one a few nights ago did. Have a good night, counselor. I like smile.
But maybe a bit calmer.
Yeah, he chuckles and says, "Yes, vomiting into a bucket off the side of my bed. That's what
I don't believe that's what I was referring to."
Again, he says, "Well, good evening."
Oh, just laugh on the way out.
Kids, teenager. I'm talking about sex. And the old guy being like, "You're a child. I don't know if I want to talk about this with you." It's like 76-year-old being like, "I got me some."
Why'd you use your normal voice for that, Scott? The fuck? That kind of made it weird. Sheesh.
You've been holding on to that because chat
Like
asked
a
for
Gargamel from the Smurfs or whatever.
No, I didn't have anything till you did it. I was like, there we go.
All right, we leave.
You guys leave. Anything else you want to do this evening? Even if it's to go grab a pint at the tavern?
I mean, no, not really. I mean, taking it easy. I think Koa's got nothing. He's just biding time.
Mm-hmm.
We're waiting to hear about the barding. And is that the only thing we're waiting on?
And whoever the fuck Curve Rock is sitting with us.
Cool.
Yeah.
So this evening, as you guys are walking through town, you guys notice there's people walking around. Evening time, different people walk, whatever. It's still early spring, so it's still cold at night. So people are still wearing travel cloaks at night to stay warm. So on and so forth. Which isn't unusual that you walk by several people with travel cloaks here and there, not like necessarily together, but here and there. What's unusual is that all of them are wearing like the same kind of travel cloak, like this, heavier style travel cloak that is this kind of like simple green, or like a simple brown, just very earthy tone, simple. It doesn't look like it's anything fancy, just heavy and functional. Again, none of those details stand out aside from like the similarity between the number of them to the point where like you're looking at them for any other details, and you can see that again, even the clothes they wear are simple with simple earthy tone colors that kind of like stands out for just the number of people that you've seen. Maybe a dozen or more that all have the same style of clothes, and maybe take a glance at a face. They don't seem familiar to you, but also you don't fucking know everybody in Loshev. So people look like people.
I don't know. We spend a lot of time here.
Not that much.
That much.
We know all 2,500 people.
Well, they know us.
Sure enough. They don't give you. Oh, that's a good point, Wade. Maybe as you guys internally bring it up, talking to each other, so on and so forth, your character's like, yeah, and you notice how not one of them is giving us like the smile or nod that we typically get when we walk through the chef. What's up with those people? Like, they don't even recognize me.
What direction are they going?
Not any particular direction, moving about.
Oh, okay.
Attending their own business here in the chef.
Yeah.
You don't think those are the forest folks, do you?
I don't know. Do you recognize their dress? You two are more well-traveled than I am as far as culture and civilization go.
I've never seen them before. Just heard they were kind of mysterious and wore cloaks, and apparently like to break mages' fingers.
Well, I just mean the people here. You don't recognize the way they look, their outfits. But it could
Not
be
really.
in the same group. Hopefully they're not
Huh.
spies or something from like Hardcoin or something, you know?
Who knows? I mean, the people did say they occasionally come through, and maybe they have business.
Should we ask someone?
Nah. I feel like if we ask
Alright.
someone, we're going to find out a bunch of stuff, and then we're going to be involved, and let's just let this one go.
What if it's a paid job?
Shit. No, they didn't pay anything. Nobody said anything about them throwing gold around.
Nobody has information on people like Nathan Fox.
Let's just handle our business. Most of the things we run into aren't paying jobs. Odds are this isn't either. We really got to start pricing things, you know? 80 gold for a rescue. Something else. I don't know. I've never tried to put a price on these things.
Yes, welcome to the Valiant Few. We are heroes. 80 gold for a rescue. It is to go into some old temple ruins and bring you back a sword. Oh, 120 gold. Need us to end a slave trade? 10 gold. Need us to... How do we price these things?
Hey, nobody said Valiance comes cheap. I mean, you don't have to do it for free.
Does Valiant's not... I think it does. I'm all about paid gigs, but I'm so sorry you only have 59 gold. We can't save your daughter. Come back another day.
We'd have to deliver that message a little more tactfully than that.
We couldn't possibly save your daughter for such a paltry amount of money. Stop being poor and we'll reconsider. I better?
No. I mean, we'd still... I don't know. We gotta start making money, though.
Yes.
Can't keep depending on finding it in the floor.
Well, you have any other ideas? I suppose we'll just hope all these mysterious strangers are harmless in the meantime.
Or that they don't want anything to do with us, because I don't want my fingers broken. I need them for lots of things, including spellcasting.
Yes, we all need our fingers for various things, Mikhail.
Yeah. I mean, you could make your way in the world if your fingers were broken.
Yes, it's very easy to wield a giant sword with no fingers.
I mean,
Very easy to punch
no,
a
I'm
man
just...
with broken fingers.
You could, like, kick them or something, but also you're strong enough to do, like, manual labor.
With what? My teeth?
No, you'd still have hands. Your fingers would just be broken. And besides, when they heal, you could still wield a sword, right? If mine break, even when they heal again, the dexterity is going to change. You need fine manipulation to strum a lute, to cast spells. You don't need that as much for swordplay.
Are you saying I don't need dexterous fine manipulation to do what I do?
Not with your fingertips, no.
Why do you think I drum so well during your performances?
Are you
Got you
moving your
there.
fingers a lot when you drum? Like you're wiggling your fingers? magic drum?
He'll
Is
like
that
tap.
what that noise is?
He'll tap, realize he doesn't, and then he'll do this as he taps. Sometimes.
Ah, try it without.
I need my fingers, Mikhail, is the point. Maybe I don't need it for spells or playing the lute. But fingers do come in handy for other things. What are we talking about fingers for? Where did this come from?
I was just thinking that. Oh, did you notice we argue about really dumb stuff sometimes?
Yes. I don't know why you do such things. I simply asked if we should inquire about these hooded figures, and then all of a sudden you go on this whole tangent about breaking my fingers.
No. I answer the question, and you don't like how I answered it, and we end up in this whole thing. Hopefully, not drawing attention to ourselves.
We are definitely drawing attention to ourselves.
Stop.
Yeah, I'll stop.
I already
I'm
made
clearly
a
the
big deal
prankster.
about not wanting them to break my fingers.
How many of you two woke up with charcoal all over your pillows the other day? Oh, that's right, just me.
How did you get charcoal?
You woke
all
up
over
with
your pillows?
charcoal all over your pillow?
Wait a minute.
I know
Tell that.
one of you
What
broke into my
happened?
room and put charcoal all over my pillow. It was all over my face, smeared when I woke up.
I wasn't even there. I didn't sleep at the manor.
Yeah, neither does Aldo. That's why he
sounds like
knocks on the door in the middle of the night.
Exactly.
I don't know why one of you broke into my room to put charcoal on my pillow, but I know you did.
Why am I still in the running? You think I got out of bed with someone I like, ran all the way back to the manor just to break into your room to smear charcoal on your face? Koa, I could have just put you to sleep and then put charcoal on your face at any time of day. It could have happened.
You did
Earlier
put me to
than
sleep
that.
that day.
I may have. I didn't put charcoal on your face, though.
Aldo, did you put charcoal on my face while Mikhail knocked me out?
No, I didn't.
Maybe you fell on it.
All right, then one of you broke into my room. I know one of you did something with charcoal, my pillow, my face, something. Anyway, point being, we don't know who these people are. It might be good to know. If you don't want to know, fine. I guess we'll just sit around and do nothing and fuck ourselves while we wait for Curve Rock to find his man and get these things we need to go into the woods.
Do you really want to
can
know
ask
who they
around
are?
if you
Why don't you
want to.
just yell out to one of them and just say, "Who are you?"
Yes, and then Beltran reveals the hood and I get shanked in the side.
Ugh, if it's Beltran revealing the hood and he pulls out a weapon, do you know how good of a scenario that is for us? We could kill him in self-defense.
Oh, let me guess. I don't need fingers or a kidney.
Well, Koa, do you think so lowly of yourself that if Beltran throws a cloak off and attacks you, that you think you're just going to be stabbed? No, we'd beat the shit out of him.
I feel like I've nearly lost my feet to vines and my thighs get carved up every time I blink. Yes, I think a trained man could probably shank me if I wasn't expecting it.
What would be
So
able to
you
kill him
don't
in
want to ask them
self-defense?
who they are.
I want to ask somebody else who they are.
Okay. Well, let's
Maybe
do that.
Leo
then.
knows. You know what? Maybe I can ask Leo. We have to talk to him anyway before we
Maybe,
go.
yeah.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
We can ask around. Let's do that.
Could just ask Leo, no, one of our friends. But sure, who do you want to go ask? You want to post a sign?
Well, I don't think he knows a ton
10
either. I think
copper
we
to the
already
first
asked
person
him.
to identify the hooded figures.
Hey, you could try that.
I don't have that kind of money, even after what we found. I'm keeping it all very preciously close to me at the moment.
Yeah, it's Loshev. The signs are going to cost like 20 gold.
Mm.
And it's probably a crime.
They don't include writing. And they charge you for like the chalk or whatever, the charcoal you're going to write on them with.
Charcoal, another charcoal.
Well, Leon is staying at a tavern, right?
He was staying with Gemsmith, at least for a couple of nights. He might be back at the tavern. I'm not sure now.
Well, we could go to the tavern where he was staying at, see if he's there. If he's not, it's a good idea to ask people, you know.
Oh, let's go to the tavern.
That
I
kind
could
of business?
Use, bite to eat or something as well.
Yeah.
Been a bit.
You guys go to the tavern to go see what's going on, and in the tavern, you can see that there are, typical people there, servers happening, and actually, one of those people with the same kind of cloaks is there, not a small individual, maybe standing a little bit taller than Koa, fairly, broad-shouldered, not necessarily like bulk, like Koa is like a strong person as you're able to see them moving around, more of like a husk. So a bit taller than Koa, but more of like a husky individual. Either way, they're standing over by the bar, seemingly like waiting to talk to the bartender or maybe ordering something, who knows. But as you guys come in, I don't know if you go to sit at the bar, grab a table, et cetera, et cetera.
We're gonna check and see if Leon was here because he was staying at this place.
Yeah, sure. So you go there to check and see if he's there, and as you go over, like, oh, is Leon sitting here? Like, finally ask the person, like, who's asking? Da, da, da. And it's one of those. Just to cut it short, you can see that if you're just simply trying to grab some information, they're giving you that like money vibe. But then once you don't recognize like who you are, and just some random, it's like, oh, sorry. Let's say,
don't you know who I am?
It's one of those like, oh, he came in with us, and it's like, oh, Mikhail, oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Like almost apologetic. They were trying to like, scalp you for cash. And they were like, yeah, no, there's, he still has the room with us and he's still paying for it, but I've not seen him come and go. So I don't think he's staying here.
Right. Oh, worth a shot.
Yeah, it's probably back at Noel.
But curious, since we have your attention, we've noticed a bunch of people dressed up from out of town, looking kind of similar. Is there something going on in town? New visitors or traders or something?
You ask that, to the person that's here.
I did, yeah.
And the individual that I mentioned beforehand looks over in your direction, like a half look over in your direction, like clearly they heard
them not hearing me. All right.
Like clearly they heard what you said. Like it's like a half look, like you were trying to be discreet, and so they're discreetly trying to, either way. So there's like an understanding that's there from your side, and he says, oh yeah, just a bunch of travelers just came wandering in, and they actually were originally going to just post up at the edge of town, but then Tariq went over and just informed them that they're going to be staying at the town. They should be staying in the town and properly renting rooms and whatnot, and not just pitching tents up at the edge of it. So at first we thought maybe it was free folk, because you know how well, anyway, so they were we thought that might be the case, but it turns out they're not. Just some passers-by, farmers or merchants or something. I don't know. They have a bit of a strange kind of feeling coming off of them.
Koa looks to Mikhail and like gives you a look, looks back at the other dude and like nods like he knows that we asked.
Mm-hmm.
And say, okay. These are travelers. Did you know if they know anything about the gnolls? At least to watch out for them, right?
Shrugs and says, maybe they do. I'd have to. I can check with them. And then looks and says, yeah. I mean, word's pretty widespread, but yeah, I'm not familiar. Of course, I'll make sure word is sent to, him over there. He says, also trying to be discreet. The person doesn't.
Mikhail he kind of looks and like points at the guy, then looks at the dude we're talking to, like him, kind of like questioning.
Yes, like super discreet, and he says,
not being discreet.
Yeah,
I just don't say that.
Yeah. He says, yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know about him. I'll go tell him. He just steps off and starts walking over there.
Okay.
Cole will follow suit, knowing that the guy was listening anyway.
So I'm gonna step around and say, excuse me, just a moment of your time.
Turns around and goes, oh, good. I wasn't sure if you were just whispering about me or if you were going to be a little bit more upfront.
Yeah, upfront's easier, right? No, we just noticed the group of you kind of wandering around and stuff.
Is that a problem?
Figured it was... No, not at all. I mean, hell, we're travelers, but there was an issue up here a few months ago there were some gnolls starting fires. You know what those are?
He says, heard rumor about it. I have some details. You buying drinks?
Sense motive. It says you actually have some details.
Sure. To describe him while you're rolling. Human chap.
Yeah.
Tall, as I said beforehand, human gentleman. He's got red hair, green eyes. Looks to be definitely older than Koa, like a good bit older than Koa. Probably close to Aldo's age, truth be told. And like I said, like a tall dude, broad-shouldered, got a bit of a husk to him. Honestly, he smells like he came off the road. I don't mean that in like a he's foul kind of way, but like just has that smell of somebody who's just been on the road traveling for a while. There's a bit of a musk to it, I suppose, but not Elon, Either way, so with your sense motive of 13, you get the idea that there's he's probably has information, or at least can verify information that you already know. But likely he's just like, well, I mean, if you're going to talk to me, buy some beers and I'll sit down and chat back. It's not a
first round's on me. How's that?
He says we can start there, and gives you like a joyful, like hard clasp on the shoulder. Honestly, not saying this man is strong, like not anywhere near as strong as fucking Koa, but a bit more of a strength than maybe you would have expected. Either way, so you guys can go over and sit down at a table.
Okay.
Wait, do you do any like lean over at the bartender, keep his cheap, or like that, or?
No, at this point, it's like, I already caught us kind of gossiping about him. Let's just be friendly.
Sure. You just kind of buy around or whatever it is and go over.
Because we have no idea who they are, where they're from. It's like we don't necessarily want to piss anybody off.
Yeah. So while you're like ordering that round or whatever, well, he goes over the other two. He sits down and he's like, "So you heard about the gnolls, huh? Come around this area too?"
More than heard about them.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're the ones who discovered them off in the mountains, first of all. And we were helping as part of the cleanup before we left town after the fires. We've fought them more than just seen them.
Discovered them? Oh, you're older than you look.
Yes, in this region. Discovered their whereabouts, to be more specific.
He shrugs and says, I've heard they've been up in those mountains for a long while. I only recently saw them myself, but that's because I don't usually travel through this area. But others have, comings and goings through. But yeah, no, I heard that they came down this way and they were just spreading fire everywhere they went. It's a little frightening. Did you hear the other rumors?
They were frightening before they had fire. They're terrifying now that they have fire as well. Their numbers, their bites and weapons and whatnot. All a nasty business, but the whole fire business adds another layer to it.
Nasty, he says. Nasty business indeed. Grabbing it and then taking like a nice, drinking half of the beer in one sip. And says, thank you. I do have to say, it is, it's nice to have a real beer. It's nice to have a real ale. You don't get that kind of thing on the road,
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
My family wandered for years, ended up in the north of Adir, where it was just kind of us living on the road and taking care of ourselves. Town life is definitely different.
Well, it's the beer doesn't ferment right when you're traveling. Sloshes around too much. You need to be a bit more still. It's just we brew on the road, but it's just not the same. Anyways,
you don't have a home. You just travel.
Brew on the road? Yeah.
The road is our home.
It sounds like a free folk ideal, which is where I'm from, but
Oh, the free folk. I've heard of you a lot. You guys, I mean, you keep to the wilds yourselves and live in circles. You only kind of take more or less what you need. Leave a little bit of a mess behind you as you go, but nothing as impactful as these towns do. That's good.
yes, you have me at a disadvantage. What do you call yourselves?
He shrugs. He says, "You wouldn't be able to pronounce it, but it's a pleasure to meet you." He looks he looks at you and says, "Yeah, I don't think so, but that's neither here nor
Test
there.
me.
We're
No, but come on. Because
um
you challenged my vernacular now. I have to oblige.
His vernacular is all he has, believe me.
I'm sorry to
I mean,
hear
there's a
that.
compliment. He's a very well-spoken individual.
Friend, you gotta have more than just vernacular. I mean, you got these companions. They seem kind, but either way,
Never have I been so wounded by a man I trust. My God. That's all I have?
No, I'm just saying it's a big part of you. He's still afraid to even tell you the name.
Well, please, if you don't mind.
he shakes his head and says, "I was dancing around the issue, but you don't seem so you don't seem as daft as a lot of the townsfolk you bump into. The simple thing is, I can't tell you. We keep it to ourselves."
Fair enough. Everybody's got their secrets.
But we travel the roads together as a family. Many of us are actual family, and some of us are family you find along the way. And we, just live as in harmony as we can as we go. Leave as small of a footprint as we can. Help out where we can. Hearing about these gnolls, I won't lie, it's a little concerning. There were the rumors of Orsugo. That was already a problem. But then hearing about the gnolls, it's something that needs to be looked into. And we started asking questions.
Well, as the ones who have seen them in their encampment in person, I can tell you there's probably at least 100 of them, if not more. We don't know how many have this firepower, but they numbered quite a few, and then they had their hyenas with them and so on and so forth. Quite a mess.
Yeah.
Their bellies were full. They're not starving by any means, so they're finding ways to take care of themselves. And as I said, very dangerous.
We're not really the kind that kill for no reason, so we're not hunting these people. Because gnolls are a people, but we are willing to do what need be done to stop them from spreading the fires. So are you hunting them? Is that what you're doing?
I
No.
wouldn't say that, no.
No, we're not. We're
Similar take to you. We don't really want to kill for no reason, but from our encounters with the gnolls, they are nothing but bandits with sharp teeth. We haven't met any pleasant ones yet.
maybe one day, but not so far.
Well, it's good to know that that's not your approach, at least not yet. He says, kind of looking to Mikhail, like somewhat judgment there, because you said at least we're not yet. You know what I mean, or however you phrased it before, Keegan.
No. He said we haven't met any that were too pleasant, and I said at least not yet, but maybe one day.
Oh,
So I'm saying I haven't met any pleasant ones yet. Yeah.
Okay, my apologies. I heard that backwards. I'm sorry, Keegan. Just getting late. And so he says, well, that's good to hear. I'm glad that that's not your approach to things. Too many people, they jump to violence as their first option. Again, I'm not afraid, but it shouldn't be your first choice. He just shakes his head, to change the conversation. Well, yeah, I'd heard of them. We hear that there's this rumor that they're working with Orsugo, or potentially, have met with Orsugo. And Orsugo has been of interest for some time. He's been a menace around since before he came to Adir. It just seems as though he's settled here, which is an issue. He has
Sorry, go on.
He has a path that he was burning from east to west before he made his way here. And we kind of tracked him, if you will, across the way. Not intentionally, but picking up rumors as he went. The stories got bigger as time went on, as his fire got brighter. Just unfortunate. Might know his source.
You seem to know quite a bit about him.
been a few years. And then he looks to Koa, because it looked like Koa was going to say something.
Orsugo himself is not something I know much about, but when we were over there in the mountains, we did see a giant ritual of flame, where there were many participants, and the flame would grow and then shrink, and then all kinds of things were going on, and then ultimately, well, gnolls with power to burn emerged from that, it seems. How and why Orsugo or someone acting through his mythos would be able to communicate with gnolls or want to do any of these things, I don't know, but people have died as a result. Therefore, it's become our problem to that extent. We don't want to do more of that.
So you're the ones that saw it. I heard the rumors, but you're the ones that actually saw what happened in the mountains.
Yes. Yeah, we're the Valiant Few. That's us.
All right. He takes his beer. He chugs it in one sip, chugs the second half down, slams it down, and says, "Tell me everything you saw. Best of your memory. Word for word."
It's just, if Koa just starts going, then Mikhail lets him.
He looks back at the bartender for, another one to be brought over.
Blah, 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 blah.
As you describe it, everybody else chimes in. He will finish
Would you
the
tell
beer
him any of the
during that
stuff you found with the
conversation.
corpse?
Huh?
Yeah, I would eventually chime in with, like, once
Yeah.
we kind of get up to the present, I'll tell him about what I found with the corpse.
I was going to get to, so he finishes his beer as you guys tell the story. For how quality of story you tell, Koa, it's oratory, or it's an oratory check for you.
That'd be
Just
ride.
perform. Perform, and they can assist you. Oh, all the Emmy VODs that could go up are up. I think your campaign never got ported correctly, Doxy, the one that you guys are a part of. I was tired and falling apart at that time.
It's a great
Am
campaign.
I rolling the strings, or am I just going to be doing like a general perform check?
You're doing a general performance, like you're
I
trying
don't have.
to.
I don't have oratory.
It's not strings.
Okay, I'm just gonna roll this one. There we go.
Cool, that works. And so it is. Wade got a +2 +1, got a 15 total. Wade, you happy with your 15?
Yeah, unless you guys think for some reason we need to be better at telling this guy the story of the gnolls, I think that's decent.
15's fine.
Cool. You give all the details the best of your ability, with everybody here kind of like chiming in tidbits to see where you can or where you can go with it. And he hears it all and he says, "Okay, this is a bit more than I anticipated, but it does still sound like circle casting. That's all right, let me tell you what I know. Orsugo is not from here. You probably already gathered that from what I said or stories you heard before. He's from back east. And when I say east, I mean like very east, like through Paradel, not quite through to the other side. Something he started from Kajinksi, so I guess maybe through the other side. Something he started in the Barren Lands. It doesn't really matter what. But along the way, he realized that he could, use magics. Whether he was born with it or he picked up talents along the way, it doesn't matter. And the kind of magic he uses isn't what they teach at the, what are those stupid schools called where people come out with sticks up their ass? It doesn't matter. So, not magics like they teach there, like real magic, like where you do it from the heart as opposed to, a book. And, he kind of like learned this magic, but if you're
He's just sipping his beer at this point.
If you're not properly trained on this magic, oh man, I'm getting parched. Goes to order another round. He says, if you're not properly trained on how to do this, if you don't have like a proper mentor, or if you don't have elders to teach you, you can get good at it, but your knowledge is going to be rather finite. You're going to only learn to be good at one thing, maybe two things. And it seems like what Orsugo had focused on was, well, obviously fire. Well, the good news is, no matter how good he gets, he's just one flame, one roaring flame, one bright, hot flame, but just one fire. And that can be snuffed out. You can smother it. You can douse it. There's a bunch of ways to put out a fire. You can starve it. But what you're describing sounds like he may have learned circle magics. You guys ever heard of this or no? It's kind of like looking at your faces.
Circle magics?
Yeah. So the short version is other people
Like a
don't
ritual
have to
or something?
know. Yeah. But other people don't have to know the same caliber of magics that you do. They just have to. Thanks for a few moments. None of you come off as the kind of people that know what magic is. So magic can work a bunch of different ways. One of the ways it can work is with iconography, like symbols to represent it. And sometimes those symbols, if you put them in a circle, they can come together to make an effect. Trap a creature, for instance, like lock it into a place. Well, if you have people standing in the circle and you have people acting as this iconography for you, they can enhance your own power. You can have them almost reflect your power back at you, or you can channel yours through them. And
How long does that kind of thing last?
Oh,
Because these
depends on
gnolls
the ritual.
travel to.
Depends on the skill. Depends on who's involved. Depends on so many factors. And I understand this to a degree, but this isn't my mastery.
Right.
They have
As
small
someone who's not
cups here.
magical at all, this is far out of my wheelhouse. But Mikhail here is the enlightened one. One of his other skills, he does have many, so his magical knowledge.
But unfortunately, I learned from books.
Cohen chokes on his beer as he's like,
He looks at you and he goes, "You're one of them Congress people?"
Well, I don't have a stick up my ass if that's what you're asking.
"We have looked." He'll say as he laughs and takes another sip of his beer.
You laugh and you take the sip. He doesn't laugh. His face kind of drops and he stands up and says, "It's a good thing I don't know anybody that knows magic then." And then turns and starts to go to leave.
He goes, I've already met others. I'm not an authority.
Yep. Nice to meet you. And keeps walking.
That went well.
Almost.
Sorry, I got beer in my nostrils.
Hopefully didn't run up the tab too much.
Why'd you have to scare him off?
It's not even dark out. Oh, wait, it is.
You probably just saved us all the coin that we'd found.
I do. Circle magic, though. That is something.
Well, we
And
found out
honestly,
who they are, kind of. They're
Nameless.
yeah,
Secret.
they're secret.
And they're all
Right.
very clearly practicing magic.
Yeah,
Very
that's obvious.
clearly. And
Could
also,
not have been less subtle about that, the way he stormed out.
yeah, that's why I didn't try to stop him. He's obviously that was a survival tactic, a fear response. He's afraid I'm going to report him, and a bunch of other things will happen. They'll get investigated, that kind of thing. But
Yeah, and he's probably going to tell all of his family, friends, acquaintances, cult members, whatever you want to call them. They probably won't like you, Mikhail.
clearly don't. But you
Perhaps they
that's new.
practice mule magic.
No, I think it's more of the same. More reason not to put too much out there when it comes to my specific skill set or history or any of that.
Well, clearly they don't want us to know theirs anymore now either, but perhaps if some time passes and they aren't found themselves being investigated by authorities, they'll soften up again.
We'll see.
Well, I guess it's the only thing that's left is to talk to Leon. After that, it's waiting till the barding's ready, I guess.
I think you're right.
Agreed. Well, he's not staying here, so he must be back at Gemsmith. Or a different tavern,
he's
I guess.
probably back at Gemsmith's. You guys can handle that, right? Don't need me for it.
You got that right, Koa? You don't need me for that?
You've got that. Yep, guess it's me. I didn't realize you two
Sorry.
had so many plans tonight.
Not really. I guess I'm tired now.
Oh,
I'm really busy. So busy.
you two are going to do absolutely nothing, right?
So tired. I'm going to bed.
It's not even dark out.
Okay, maybe I won't go to bed. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it was the description Scott gave us that it wasn't even dark out. That's the only reason I throw that in there.
Right.
Mikhail, you're acting really suspicious. I better stick with you.
Because
Do not do anything that I'm going to have to try to undo tomorrow.
I don't know what it is yet, so I can't make any promises.
That's exactly when you can make the promise. Fine. I'm gonna go talk to Leon.
Thank
Don't
you.
forget to tell him about the fox thing as well.
Which fox thing?
He wants to send someone with Leon.
Like
I don't know.
like
Oh,
merchant or
right.
something. What's his
Yeah.
name? Was it an E name?
Arthur. What's that?
Arthur. Yeah.
Yeah.
That guy.
I'll mention that to him, and I'll mention Cove Rock wanting to send someone with us as well. But
Right.
have a good evening, and I'll see you at the estate before too late. With no
Yeah, we'll see you later.
signs or misdeeds having been done.
I'm not going to go steal a sign.
I'm not either.
That was oddly specific, granted, I said, but yes. Good, I suppose. I'll pay the
You
tab.
get up. Head out.
Go pay the tab. Go talk to the counselor. Go do this.
Mikhail, do you actually have anywhere to be?
Not really.
You want to go annoy Dan?
Want? Yes. Might make me feel better. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it.
All right. Got your loot?
Always. Like,
Beautiful.
already has it like out and ready to be able to
Out
walk
to clutch his
like,
hands together.
in form.
Yeah. All right, so that's what we're going to
Okay.
go do.
Do we play it well or do we go intentionally bad this time? Because I was thinking like we could really, like we know how to make it sound good. We could make it sound really bad.
Definitely bad and really loud.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. It's an enclosed room, so like he's gonna get a lot of reverb. I'll tell you where to stand for the acoustics. Because we're like planning it out as we walk that way.
I could probably do Koa's percussion as well. Throw that in there.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Right as you guys leave, Kobe like, "Oh right, we were gonna split the tabs." Fuck.
That's
And
15
they're
gold.
What do I owe in alcohol?
That guy downs several beers, and then you guys are like, you scared him off, and he's pieced the fuck out, and you're like, okay.
Yep.
You go over to the pit tab, and the guy's like, that guy got out of here quick.
Yes, we were having a good conversation, then apparently, maybe something wasn't sitting well. He just took off quickly.
Shrugs, says, hopefully he's not going to start any trouble. I don't know him. I don't like when I don't know people.
Well, we were starting to get to know him. He seemed like a decent person, but yeah, then he just left, so who knows. But I agreed to cover the tab, so what do I owe you?
Yeah, he looks it over and goes, whoa, you guys drank a good bit tonight, didn't you?
One of us did.
He chuckles, he goes, that's going to cost you 6 silver. Sorry, Koa.
Silver?
He looks down and he goes, "Oh, copper."
Jesus.
I was like, how much did this
And we had
motherfucker
like 3
drink?
rounds with 6 silver. Koa pays it.
He goes, "Maybe one day you'll be drunk enough to fall for that."
He might have been.
Yeah, but he's not the one with the gold.
Most of my jobs I don't get paid for, so I don't maybe have as much as you think.
He looks so like bullshit. He has like a face that says bullshit. He's like, "I heard that down when you cut out that slaver den, that you found heaps of gold they were collecting down there."
We gave most of what we found away.
He says, "Come on, a cart full of gold?"
There wasn't a cart full of gold. There were some linens and things that we shipped over to, Grazstone, I guess. And then there was some other things we sent to Harad where they're doing some rebuilds. We gave a lot of it away to the people that were captured because they had nothing but taken from their families. And we made out okay, and then we spent it on things to do more adventures. And hero business doesn't pay as much as you'd think.
Meanwhile, he's just thinking of all the bullshit he would have spent it on, and is like, oh.
he's like, I guess maybe, I mean, at least, you gotta have people throwing themselves at you, right? Trying to like cheer you up. Yeah.
Well, I'm engaged, so I've said no to the few that have.
Koa, if we're gonna be honest, you're kind of, bringing down the evening.
Oh, lots of them.
He goes,
Like you wouldn't imagine.
all right. That sounds more honest. Engaged. Ooh. Hey, do you hear? Koa got engaged. Ah! Somebody's like, no, it's true. Yeah, it's that girl down in Hod Gwen, isn't it? Somebody else is like, my heart. You see?
Don't worry,
See?
we'll still be here to entertain. You'll still have a piece of me in some way, everyone.
Not the piece there. Man joke, haha.
All right, get that man a beer.
He goes, that'll cost you 6 silver.
Now, don't start that again.
All right, that one's on the house. And he goes over, pours it for him. The guy goes, on the house, I'll have. No. Koa, get out of here. Get me in trouble.
Cole will place 1 silver down. Give some of them a bit on me. How's that?
Oh man. I have 2 choices here, chat. He could either with 1 silver give the whole place a round of some shit beer, or he could only give that guy that 1 beer and keep the rest of the silver for himself.
How much would it be to give the whole place a decent beer? 2 silver? Would that cover a decent beer?
Yeah, sure, 2 silver works.
We'll put down 2 silver.
So he keeps the silver and gives them shit beers. Probably what
yeah.
Maybe.
Koa leaves and he gets a whole round of.
Koa holds up 2 silver. Around on me, everyone. Enjoy yourselves.
And then people start singing the Valiant Few, cheering the hero of Loshev.
He'll like walk his way out and be like, all right, I feel better now that I've been abandoned and sent to go talk to the counselor, who is my friend, but like I was abandoned. But getting cheered for at 18, like as you walk out.
Yep, I have absolutely woken up the next day after being the person cheered for buying rounds at the bar and realized how much of my salary was spent on that and been like, I should make better life choices, like go to the bar again tomorrow night. Oh, to be 21, 18 again. Anyway, so at this point, just kind of sum this up because it's already after 2 a.m. And there's work tomorrow. You guys go to speak to Fox. Fox says that the terms were agreed to, that Curve Rock is under. That they have agreed to have a merchant to go with it. He is the one that pointed to select the merchant. I took on that responsibility, of course. So Arthur will be going with Leon to go that way. And he says Curve Rock has insisted on sending one of his own individuals as well. I am still handling that situation, but overall, things are going well. So it's kind of like taken care of. Were there any other loose ends you guys were hoping to?
Leon. We're gonna tell Leon about Arthur, and then ask Leon about 2 in the morning questions.
Leon has no issue with Arthur joining him. It was directed by the council that somebody would have to go. It makes sense to him that somebody influential in the council is having say in it.
We'd tell
It's
Leon
nice to know
about
that you're a part of that.
We'd tell Leon about the unnamed group.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I would, because I went by myself.
Yeah.
So I'd tell him about the unnamed group that we just met and how they freaked out about Mikhail and the Congress. And then I would tell them about Curve Rock funding our expedition into the forest and insisting that one of his people go with us too, and my concerns about that.
I mean, he would simply say, like, Curve Rock funding sounds good for funding. If he's insisting on one of his people go, assess the person first. If they're worthy to have with you, great. If they're a liability, do not bring them. If they follow you, well, that's on them. They made that choice. But, you know.
If Leon's not aware of the deal with Fox, it would definitely have come up as well. The whole iron ingot thing that he wanted.
He
I don't
would
want
not
Leon
have,
to be
What
thwarted.
Arthur's going for. Yeah.
Yeah. That would not have been. You guys would make him aware of that. He would say, that's more of a conversation I think I'm willing to have right now. I think he would also not get too into it at the moment anyways, because he would want to go and discover more details. But he would say he personally feels as though it could be problematic having, you know, all controlled by one person. That's
We
beneficial
agree.
for you if you stay on their side. But honestly, he says he can see how it can be problematic because it becomes a strangle point that somebody else, or pressure point somebody else can use against Loshev in the future. But it's beneficial for you and it's beneficial for Leon because it makes the deal easier. It makes getting the supplies cheaper, so on and so forth. So
Yeah.
he doesn't have a problem with it because it helps, but it is an identified weakness that can be used against Loshev in the future.
Yeah.
So,
it's a stress
Koa would
point.
agree, but he would just have told him nonetheless. I think Leon probably knows about the council stuff. There's nothing else we need to tell Leon, right?
Nope.
I think that covers it.
Cool. And I think at this we'll end up the session. Tomorrow we're gonna have you meet with whoever. Tomorrow next session we're gonna have you, or in game tomorrow.
Like tomorrow.
Meet you with whoever. What's his name? Curve Rock wants you to go with. Otherwise, I think that kind of buttons off everything in Loshev. Unless you guys want to know more about that group of people that happen to be here, but
We'll see how curious we feel next week.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's fair.
pretty much.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, cool. Yeah, the Spotify upload from last week, I didn't get to it. It just I was with the boys at the end of the session,
Fuck.
and usually I stay on the Zoom call with them for forever, waiting for videos to process and download and upload and get Spotify posted at that moment. But it literally was taking so long, I had to end the call and go to bed. I was like, this is taking too fucking long. I will try to get that uploaded right now while waiting for everything else to be done. It's just been a crazy week. So, cool. Good night, everybody. Thank you so much for coming by and hanging out. Genuinely appreciate it. Thank you to all the raiders. It looks like Foxy Doxy is still here. So, hey, I'm going to dream about Jake too. Gyllenhaal, right? Because, I mean, that boy is, I mean, you ever see Brokeback? Just saying, I could go for a brace. You can fuse my elf 1 through L5. Know what I'm saying? Yeah. And everybody else who raided along the way. Oh, I forgot to say at the top of the stream. Friday, 2 nights. I'm streaming. Let's say 6:30 or 7 p.m. I'm going live. Depends on when my last work call ends. 6:30 to 7 o'clock p.m. EST. I'm going live over here. I'll have a work call end literally minutes before that. So I'll kind of like announce earlier when it's going to be earlier in the day. But I'm going to be building my new PC. I have all the parts for it back there. So I'm going to keep this one up and live and streaming. I'm going to put the camera there and I'm going to build my PC, and you guys can come by and chat about D&D, Aurorum, whatever you want. I imagine Cell will probably be hanging out. I don't know if he'll hop on the call with me or not, but welcome to come by. If you guys want to come by and hop on a call, you're welcome to do so. But just building my PC, and probably
Fun.
will need help. So what's that?
I said fun.
Yeah. So much
oof.
fun. Yeah. We're gonna be
cool.
doing something I'm bad at for the first time in 6 or 7 years, whatever it's been, on stream. It's gonna go well. It's gonna go very well. All right, let's raid somebody.
Unnatural ones. Jake doesn't do anything. Watch Distractable.
That's right.
I did a
yeah.
charity event last week for the American Heart Association. My community raised like $28,000 for the American Heart Association. It was pretty cool.
Wow, that's
That
really,
is dope.
really cool.
That's so awesome.
That's
That
awesome.
was cool. I think the community overall for the event raised $81,000.
Hell yeah.
Shout out
That's
American
great news.
Yeah.
I didn't do
time
anything
off.
that cool
Me neither.
at all. I ran D&D. Well, I ran
You
Pathfinder
say-
first edition.
Lance rolled. You say that cool. I sat here and I ate 105 Bean Boozled beans, drank a bunch of gross soda, one of which was like mustard with ketchup mixed in it, and one of which was like coconut. I hate coconut with actual literal ranch poured into it. I hate ranch. It was awful. I almost hurled. And I made a bunch of promises to my community that I'm gonna have to keep because like they're gonna hold me to it this time or something. So it's really awful. But
But you
the
raised
outcome of
money
the
for charity while
great.
doing it. Yeah.
That part great. Me having to do stuff awful.
You know, it was for a good cause. Yeah, you
Yeah,
drank
I like
that
those
ranch
stuff.
for a good cause.
I already
Yeah.
gave them the stream, but then they're like, "Oh, we want these incentives. Give us stuff." You greedy little.
I don't know
fucks.
if I could drink ranch.
Yeah, imagine not liking ranch or coconut and having to drink them combined after drinking ketchup and mustard soda mixed together.
I'm too.
How about
old for
carbonated
that.
ranch?
Woo! God, no, that sounds awful. That sounds awful. I don't even hate ranch. It's just God, drinking it.
If I eat deep fried chicken, my intestines are messed up for the next like 48 hours. Like I the idea of drinking ranch. I mean, I'm too old for that.
Yeah, you are.
I'm literally 5 months and 13 days away from being 40. Ugh. Church, Wade, kudos to you having the tenacity to stick with that. It's for a
What
good
was it?
cause. But that's literal
105 Bean
torture.
Boozled beans. The amount of sugar in that many jelly beans in like a few hours was also like that was like a 5-hour period or something.
I see, like the bean boozled and the sugar processing, all that. I could handle that. The gross flavor of that, because like I've done it with you before, and they're nasty. They're like genuinely like sometimes truly churn your stomach nasty, and like you just want a minute to like settle yourself, but because you're on stream,
The 2 soda drinks
Can't
almost
stop.
immediately got my like vomit reflex. The,
Yep.
the like I almost got banned on
Is it-
Twitch because you're not allowed to throw up
The
on
I was
Twitch.
gonna say, is it
carbonation
TOS to throw up on strip?
Plus,
Yes, you're not allowed to do that.
What if you're off cam and it's just vomit sounds?
I don't know the rules, but like
I imagine the
that's-
sounds get flagged too, probably.
Yeah. But those
Like-
two almost
Like,
immediately
you
got
can't
me.
like go.
Worst part about it was my wife. It was Molly who delivered them and made them. So it was like she almost ended. Well, not ended. I would have had like a 3-day ban or something. But like my own
Yeah.
wife. Granted, I did it to her
Damn.
like last year, but still.
Well,
Yeah.
it was for a good cause.
Yeah.
Giselle's character got revived a couple of sessions ago.
Oh hey,
So-
you're back. Well, and you
Nice.
live in our campaign now. You're an old dying counselor.
Her soul left her body, transferred through dimensions to settle into an old lady. But to be
If
fair, if
hers
you've
can
met
do it,
Giselle,
Mortifer's can
the
too.
old lady is
Dude,
not wrong. So
It's
you know,
not. She already went to bed like 3 hours ago.
Yep, old lady vibes.
That's some
makes
old
it-
shit.
Doesn't she knit too, or crochet or something? Was that?
I don't
Am I-
think so.
Oh, okay. I'm confused
Yeah,
with
I don't
somebody
think
else.
so.
Then. Never
She
mind.
draws. She does digital art.
I mean, you learn how to draw
But
when you're
that's-
like,
But that's
in,
not.
in like elementary school. So
Yeah, that's not old people stuff.
Yeah.
Got isekai'd into an old lady. Oh, geez.
Is that a word?
It's like the manga trope where you die and get reincarnated as a different thing, or into a different world as something else. They always long ass titles.
Oh,
You haven't heard of it? Yeah. Well, if you Google it, you will see it's an entire fucking genre on its own at this point. I don't like it very much.
Yeah, of course it is. I know about it. I'm hip. I know things.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's good. It's good.
I remember when Bruce Willis
Stay
it's
young.
a guy, motherfucker. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, we'll say
yeah.
that's correct. We'll say that was. All right, I'll see some of you on Tuesday if you go to the Unnatural Ones, and otherwise I'll see you back here.
If you see Jake, leave him alone. You're stalking him because he doesn't make content.
Exactly.
Yeah, Doxy.
Yeah,
Maybe except for Doc.
Maybe except for Doc.
She's like, I'm in
Everyone
Sydney
else.
right now. Where is he? I don't see him. All right. Bye, everybody.
Later.